Welcome, everyone. It's Sunday. It's a rainy afternoon here in Milwaukee, which is the perfect weather to sit inside and play some card games. And me, along with Sam O'Byrne, are going to be bringing it to you all day. Welcome, everyone, to Milwaukee for the ProQuest Plus on this battle-hardened weekend. We've got a lot of stuff going on today. We've got meta breakdowns ready for you, but it is classic constructed all day, 6 rounds, and then we're going to go ahead and cut to the top 8, all for you. And there's going to be very little delay. Everything's set up so nicely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy some classic constructed gameplay. You're not going to have to wait too long at all. Are you ready to take a look at the overall breakdown, Sam?
Steven, I would love to look at the overall meta breakdown.
Thank you.
I'd be honored, honestly.
Well, let's do it. Let's go ahead and see. So, 64 players entered into this competition, and 13 of them chose to play Aurora. 8 Enigma, 7 new.
What is happening? There's 13 Aurora, 8 Enigma, and 7 new?
Is this shocking?
My mind is being blown right now. You're telling me that the 3 most popular decks at this tournament are Aurora, Enigma, and new? Steven, to see the meta turned on its head like this on the eve of the Pro Tour in London, what a surprising and, dare I say, startling development as these players are looking for any shred of meta data before that all-important event.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about these other, more, run-of-the-mill decks for Verdance, for Florian, for Prism. We expected to see those decks at that number, but to see Aurora so highly represented, to see Enigma and New so highly represented, when Parth Misfell and Rosetta are kind of, considered to be slightly below the rest of the releases recently in terms of power level, I'm just having trouble kind of believing what my eyes are seeing.
Well said. There it is. I do want to cut through the facade a little bit and point out a few things that I like to see. I love Azalea here at 3 representations on the day. One of those, a good friend of ours, Levi, is actually in tow here playing Azalea. And Fang is showing up with 3, but 0 mechanologist represented. I think they're all, they're loading their blunderbusses and preparing to take to the high seas, perhaps, in the upcoming set. But as of right now, as the preamble to the Pro Tour London, yes, those 3 heavy hitters, well, not really heavy hitters, but those 3 top heroes, those dangerous ladies, as you called them yesterday, are sitting atop the meta and maybe expected. Perhaps expected.
Maybe for you, man. I'm really having trouble understanding.
I can
tell. It's hard to sit here and feel like, I've been working hard to understand Flesh and Blood and the metagame for quite some time, but to just be completely gobsmacked, whipped around in the face by these 3 heroes being at the top of the metagame, it does make me question, my own validity and place here in our game.
Well, I'm sorry that you're going through such an existential crisis, but you're going to have to deal with that while we jump down into our first match. So let's go ahead and throw down to the arena as we take a look at round number 1. It's Alex Tyler versus Sage on New Alluring Desire. Yes, okay. He finally got to the end of the bit. Welcome now, everyone, to this first round of the ProQuest Plus here in Milwaukee. Alex, we saw yesterday, featured extensively, made his way through and into that top 4 of the team event, Battle Hardened. And today we're going to see him yet again playing on Fang, Drakai of Blades. I also want to point out that this Alex Tyler, he was the player all the way back in the previous Battle Hardened Milwaukee that took the Bolton deck to a top 4, I believe, finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think these 2 players are teammates on the second cycle. You can see their blue and pink jerseys peeking out from Sage's hoodie. You see the pink fingernails there, right? You can see they're got the colors all worked out between these 2 players. But I believe whenever you see 2 teammates play, we might be in for a quick one, as these people most likely know how to play against each other pretty intimately.
Yep. They do indeed. So, Alex, like you said, starting things off, sending for 5, starting off with Oath of Loyalty, getting the benefit of that Oath of Loyalty, creating the first chain link, so that the effect on Endear Devotion is turned on, essentially, allowing you to get that bonus. And so, 1 fealty on turn 0, that is exactly what you want to see from the side of Fang, Drakai of Blades. The sooner you can get turned on with the fealties, the better for Fang.
Yep. Absolutely true. Unfortunately, Alex going to forego the Arsenal to get that fealty. So you lose the Arsenal, but you get the fealty. Looking to get to 3 as soon as possible as Sage start things off with the Leave No Witnesses.
Drawing into both a tip-off and a relentless pursuit means that you have the capacity to get another fealty on the next turn, but
looks like the players you say, oh, actually, before I start my turn, gonna put my my Find All Spring Tunic on one, and then start the turn again with the same Leave No Witnesses.
Coming across with a hiss on top of that as well. That is going to give the buff. And there's the Banish off the top. That's a great card to banish, Savor Bloodshed. You're not going to be able to access it with new, but taking it away from your opponent is fantastic because that can be one of the more powerful cards in the deck.
All right, Sage here developed the Arsenal, but Fang, I guess Fang, but Alex kind of rewarded for not establishing that Arsenal early on turn 0 because the Leave No Witnesses had no target. It was just damage. The CNC being pitched in for just 3. It was, kind of a 3-card 7 there from Sage. So not the most efficient turn. Alex down to 33, but had no Arsenal to lose as the Blistering Blade is going to come forth, make the Obsidian Fire Vein come in for 4, but the Sink Below is going to take care of that. Looks like that was the Arsenal card, so Sage going to consider which card to sink. Made the selection. Card ripped back off the top as the Obsidian Fire Vein follows things off. 2 cards left in hand. Have to imagine Alex looking for another Draconic reaction here.
Well, this is super interesting because if there was no block committed, it turns out there is a block committed. You could see the tip-off discard and the immediate gain of the fealty, but there, Sage playing around it quite well, respecting and then understanding that Sage is not going to use all the cards in hand on the turn, so why not just give it as the block. Command and Conquer, the ask from Sage over to Alex, and the block going to be committed with some pieces of equipment. This can save the Arsenal, and it is going to save the Arsenal. Crown of Providence, such a powerful card for years in Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely true. Unfortunately for Sage, still pitching red, so even though it was the CNC, it took 3 whole cards to send that 6 damage with the disruptive effect. So Crown of Providence going to shore it up. Alex, he's got a 10 life deficit, but he is able to keep the pressure up here. A lot of cards in hand. As Sage says, no blocks with this Fire Vein. The Pledge Fealty is going to go ahead and make that second Fealty token, turn this Fire Vein to 2. Let's see if Sage has a defense reaction. If it's something like the "Is that all you got?" it might be able to draw a card at the end of this game.
No, it's so interesting sitting in the Fang seat in really just about any matchup that's willing to block you because they're so committed. The opponent's oftentimes so committed to blocking in the first few turns to try and slow your fealty generation down. But at a certain point, they have to decide when they're going to stop blocking to actually effectuate their game plan, and that's when you get to pounce as Fang and establish those 3 fealties, and then you're just playing so absurdly above rate, and particularly into assassins who want to disrupt you. Once Fang is online, that disruption means far less than it does against other heroes.
I went 37 and wrote 37.
Yeah. You should be at 37.
Yeah.
There you go, just confirming the life totals here. Grains Blood Spill activated. And with that mark from the tip-off, that means the 3 fealty tokens are online. Brave Forge Breakers is now the other way to utilize that final pitch. And here comes the Obsidian Fire Vein coming in for 2 thanks to the bracers. Looks like Sage saying no blocks immediately. Follow-up here is going to be Scar Tissue coming in an additional +2, so coming in for 2. And Alex is, I think, just going to IP on this turn to keep the D-React and the Blade Flurry. I wonder why he didn't just deploy the Blade Flurry on this turn. He's just pitching 1 more into the Glains of Bloodspill.
Feels pretty comfortable to have those 2 resources up because now you can devote those resources to paying for 1 cost if you've got them. A couple of 1 costs. We saw it in Dear Devotion earlier.
1 floating with the Surgical Extraction. Surely this attack does not go from 4 to 7 with a +3 pump. Let's see what the reaction is. It's going to be the Venomous Bite. Let's see what the attack reactions are following. It's going to be the Fang Strike, so now it's actually going to be an additional +4, but it's looking as though Alex might have the defenses for this. He has a Sink Below, and I think he's got another.
He does. The 2 Sink Belows are a nice response here. As long as there are no more D-Reacts, finds a red off of swapping out that blue. You no longer need the blues to this point. The Relentless Pursuit not really serving you much purpose. You've got 2 resources, particularly with the Vigors popping on this turn. And so now you just want to find those reds, and double Sink there, a perfect response to the attack reactions.
One make it 4 with the Searing Gaze. +2 from the Gaze, +1 from the Vein. 1 over the top. A fealty is threatened with that mark. What does Sage want to do? Got a no block, got a 4 block, got a 3 block in that hand. We can see the shelter. We can see the sigil. Is just going to go ahead, and I probably see this as a discard of the shelter from the storm. Desperately looking for some dice.
Yeah, I'm not going to use it, so.
And that
2 points of prevention over the next 2. That this is going to stop break points if another card is committed and creating another fealty because for the Drakai is indeed attacking. 4 fealty tokens feels pretty comfortable. It's at this point where you start to get really comfortable in general being able to send what you want. And he's insulated from some amount of disruption because he has that loyalty from Beyond the Grave in the arsenal.
Shelter from the Storm there really only got 1 point of value on that discard. Going to be Art of Desire Body coming in. If it banishes a red and draws a card, Sage will be able to get value out of that final card, given that it is just that Sigil of Solace, but the loyalty Beyond the Grave is going to follow this up. Valiant Dynamo coming in as well. Alex confident he's going to be attacking with blades twice at the very minimum on this turn, and it could be up to thrice or twice, given the potential for fire. No, it's okay. Shush, 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 shush. Shush, shush,
Sure,
shush, shush.
sure. We'll keep that in the lexicon there.
Here
Go ahead and write
comes
that down,
one
everybody.
on the Obsidian Fire Vein.
It's only 1, and it's only ever going to be 1 because, oh, wait, no, we're playing Warrior. It's not going to be 1. Scratch that. Reverse it. So we know from the way that Fang is now set up that this is the point where he can start to really put the pedal to the metal, as it were. Wait, no, not a mechanologist, Warrior. He can really push the point, as it were, to come across with a lot of aggression. And the amount of disruption needed to really slow this down is asking a lot from, Sage and what New can actually do to slow this down. It starts to get a little bit dicey here. So can Alex continue to push the aggression? He's going to keep things rolling with a Vigor token creation. And there's going to be more to come because he has a handful of attack reactions.
Here comes the Fire Vein coming in for 1. Lava Vein Loyalty. Going to pump it up. That all you got.
Trigger.
Why would that trigger?
I said before this resolves.
That doesn't work like that.
Yeah, they're talking about how that all you got will work. Unfortunately, you cannot. That all you got is only going to work when the combat chain closes. So even though Sage is trying to respond before the Lava Vein Loyalty resolves and pushes the Fire Vein up, it's when the combat chain closes that all you got is going to check the power and try to draw a card. So unfortunately, not how it works. Coming in for an additional 1. So it was thrice on the turn. No card draw on the that all you got. Now 30 plays 31 is 31. Starts the turn. Sage going to start things off on the next turn. Beckoning Mistblade coming in for 1.
We have our first sighting of Hunt's End, the most powerful Draconic attack reaction in the deck for Alex. And it's at a point where these, and that's exactly right, yeah, you're going to have to block this. It's at a point where these cards are going to be threatened by Weakest Link, and so he very smartly and very quickly deduces that this is the time to block with armor. That armor suite is so powerful for Fang and for Warriors in general. Warriors, a much maligned class for, a while in Flesh and Blood, making a bit of a resurgence with Fang and also with Dorinthia. The question will be, going forward in this meta and into high seas, will they gain any equity as well? But it's nice to see Warrior represented so well in Fang and Dorinthia right now.
Yeah, I got the Pledge fealty in there. Didn't want to lose it. Hunt's End, of course, like you mentioned, just does so much work. 5 fealties for Fang, as Alex is trying to, after going down 30 to 40, has just simply continued to walk the life total down of Sage. Pledge fealty going to move on, and the Blade Flurry here going to come in and bring an additional +2, so it's gone from 1 to 4 in the blink of an eye.
Choosing to play the Pledge fealty, interesting here. Instead of using it as possible pitch fodder for grains, just gaining even more fealty tokens. At this point, with 5 versus 6, it's pretty irrelevant because as long as you keep the pressure on, you're going to have that 3 bare minimum. But instead, choosing to take this line, and this is representing a massive amount of damage, as you can see, not just the buff from the Blade Flurry, but also from Endear Devotion. And he's going to actually choose to hold the Hunt's End. Sometimes if you're super disrupted on a turn, just having a Draconic attack reaction in the arsenal means that you're not going to get absolutely blown out. But that arsenal is immediately going to be threatened by Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, it's a tough thing when you're playing against Assassin. Do you try to establish and keep the arsenal? If you don't and try to allow these Leave No Witnesses to get less value, you of course open yourself up to a certain card known as Codex of Frailty. So it's always a fun little dance you play, Sage. Hadn't seen a Codex yet, at least resolved. But Alex looks like wanted to keep that Draconic Reaction around for the precise reason you mentioned, though now he's got to defend it.
Yeah, losing out on a Hunt's End here feels really bad, but keep in mind you're already up 10 life. You have 4 cards in hand. One of those is a blue you don't really care too much about unless you want to establish more Grains activations, but the rest are just pure gas. And so will he just allow this to go away? And it looks like that is the correct call. You never know what they're going to be holding, what they're going to be having. Are they going to go wide? Are they going to go tall on this? So you might as well just say, I'll take whatever you have, and I'll play my 4-card hand, and then just kind of wish that you could have played it earlier.
I mean, but you could have, is the thing. Alex absolutely could have played it earlier and just chose not to. But now it's still losing the arsenal, still gets Codexed, and you can see why Sage was so interested in taking all that damage to preserve this turn. Alex has to grab one of those Fords of Drakai's or the Oath of Loyalties, put it in the arsenal, lose a card, and then defend it to the Command and Conquer. So Sage taking a beating on these last couple turns, doing a lot of blocking, doing a lot of losing life, but now has put themselves in a position to just come in with this big 6-power attack and immediately threaten the arsenal of Alex once again after already destroying that Hunt's End.
Well, it's interesting, too. Choosing Command and Conquer, because you know you're going to give them an arsenal, is what it is. You also could have chosen, from Sage's perspective, to go Weakest Link and tried to force blocks from hand, because you know that's where the attack reactions are to keep the fealties rolling. Otherwise, you're just being threatened by a 0 for 3. So instead, choosing to threaten the arsenal that you give them. There is not a die with a 0, they
Alex
say,
showing.
and instead
That's
they
actually
look
so
for a
funny.
die with a 0. This is an Obsidian
Nice.
Fire Vein attack for nothing.
Currently 0.
Frailty tokens are pretty good, I heard, against Warriors.
No.
Fealty used on the Scar Tissue to turn it into 4.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, sorry.
Fealty token popped, like you said. Scar Tissue is now Draconic. That is going to come in for 3, but it's also going to get the buff on Obsidian Fire Vein. So 4 total, plus the go again, and we're going to send the other dagger for 0.
And both players know that this thing... Wow, no, Sage. You know it's in the arsenal. You know it's an attack. Don't block.
If you're wondering why this is being
block.
established on the board, if you're at home going, why is he attacking with that instead of just sending 3 damage from the arsenal? Well, 1, if he holds that and he waits another turn, it will be for 4 damage and it starts your chain off. And 2, this clears your Valiant Dynamo trigger, so you get an extra block on the following turn. So if you're wondering why the attack for 0 is there and instead of just 3 damage, there's your
I was
reason.
more thinking about my turn.
Yeah, Sage there saying more thinking about the turn that they are now starting, given that if you block with a card, maybe Sage honestly just trying to get some cards out of hand, if not going to be able to use all of them if they didn't use it on that first Fire Vein.
A little bit of an awkward draw up because you have a defensive card, you have Sink Below. You're kind of hoping that they don't send something like CNC, which is in the hand, so that you can sink the Oath of Loyalty. You already have 1 in Arsenal, so you can't play 2 on a turn unless you want to just pitch that into creating a Grains activation. You'd much rather have more attack reactions here, so we might see a Sink Below play unless that CNC is just what's thrown Alex's way.
Let's see what the start of the turn is here from Sage, down to 19. Took an enormous amount of the tempo back with that huge turn last turn, bringing Alex down to 23, working through a number of cards, the discard, the loss of the Hunt's End.
That's the type of turn that Sage really has to have to get back in this game because the tempo is squarely on the side of Alex and Fang.
We're going to see a classic Mistblade into CNC, into gain 3 here, you have to imagine. 2 pieces of armor already used. It's going to be the levels first. Tunic is not up, but we're just going to utilize the draw card effect. Alex going to take 3 down to 20. (20) 19 now, playing 20. Got that CNC, got the, I think, double trouble that heads to the pitch. That's just going to go ahead and pay for the CNC.
Yeah, so not using the Sink Below on the previous attack means that in this case we may just give up the Arsenal and just play the Oath from hand. And that's exactly going to be the case. He's going to give up the Arsenal card, which is the same card that he has in hand already, which essentially allows him to just do the same thing. He just lost a little bit of value on sync on this turn cycle. Instead, he'll just have sync on the next turn cycle in the Arsenal instead.
Comes in for 4. Maybe coming in for a little bit more once these Fire Veins join the party.
It's an interesting value proposition on that previous turn. Do you send sync and then bottom to draw a new card, and then you have to protect your arsenal from CNC, or do you just hold the sync and lose out on the value of possibly using on the previous turn or whatever weakest link might be coming your way? You just have to kind of decide what that last attack is going to end up being, don't you? Is it CNC? Is it weakest link?
Yeah.
Is it something worse?
15?
Taking the 4. That's going to bring Sage down. I think they said both players were said 13, so maybe life totals haven't been fully represented. No, down to 15. All right, so it was correct before that. Now comes the 1. Now comes the Vein. Now comes the blocking decision for Sage. Hasn't used any armor yet, so yeah, reaching over towards maybe the Wave or the Stilettos.
As these players approach less than half-life and are in less than half-life, this game isn't going to go for too many more turns. At this point, you're going to want to get the block value out of the equipment that you have. At this time, it's the right call to make. He is going to pop and scar tissue, so forcing that all you got to lose the value of not drawing the card by reacting with scar tissue Draconic. Now it is 4 attack instead of the 3, so you're not going to get that card draw at the combat chain close.
Take 3 now. Down to 12 goes Sage. Dynamo goes away. Or not goes away, but the -1 counter goes away. Sink below in the arsenal, so Alex Tyler is nice and insulated.
Classically discarding the weapons that are so integral to your hero, but I'm sure they'll catch that here just in a moment. Interesting, they had the Fate Foreseen in hand to respond in reaction step on that previous attack, but instead wanted to get the value out of the Undertow Stilettos and blocking with that. So taking extra points just to hold that card.
Got the Tunic up for either of those equipment pieces. Got plenty of cards in hand as well.
Yeah, if we look at the hand, there's a Hunt's End in there as well as, I think that I saw a Glint the Quicksilver, another Scar Tissue. Scar Tissue is one that you kind of want to protect in this moment. Bonds of Agony is pretty solid at pulling those Scar Tissues out of the deck. One of the best cards in the deck.
Sigil of Solace is going to be the play there. Sage just went ahead and IP'd, just put the Fate Foreseen in the arsenal. Didn't do anything. Didn't have the way, didn't want to cash in both pieces of equipment there.
No.
Actively discarding the Obsidian Fire Veins a second time is Sage. And this is the beauty of Fang. You just blocked 2 cards and some equipment, and now you're presenting so much damage, and including psychic damage, because who knows what I'm going to play. Turns out I am going to play Scar Tissue here. And come across for 5. The Sink Below and the Fate Foreseen are insulating Sage a little bit right now, but at this point, this damage is just unrelenting, and you're going to need to block a good bit through the rest of this game just to stay at parity in life totals.
And it has another That All You Got. Sage probably hoping to get those utilized at like the end of a chain when there's no cards left in hand, just coming in for that value of the 1 on the Fire Vein and can play out That All You Got, draw a card. But here comes the Hunt's End, turning this from 1 to 6. And a 1-card 6, blocked by a 1-card 4 in terms of defensive value. Fate Foreseen going to opt, of course.
Just the Nick on the top of the deck. Now, Sage, leaving it on top, had the opportunity to do those
in reverse
defense reactions in reverse and possibly draw into that card, but wouldn't have known what was on top because there was a different card now in the hand of Sage. Instead, choosing to play out the card from hand first and keeping the card in arsenal instead.
14-14. As the new player continues, Beckoning Mistblade coming out.
First sighting of Perforate in the hand of Alex, a card that a lot of players didn't put respect on, but has made its way into this list and is doing some absolute great work.
But here comes the Sink Below from Arsenal to shore up the Leave No Witnesses. A Rousing Wave just going to come out to go ahead and pump over 1, but Sage actually just going to take that 1 back, I think, after seeing that the Arsenal... Oh, but no, just going to go ahead and do it just to get, I guess, the value out of the Arousing Wave and just not lose a card off the top. Maybe didn't want to worry about the silver, but that was still going to buy the Loyalty Beyond the Grave from Fang here. If there's 2 Loyalty Beyond the Graves, now they can trigger, so maybe Alex just trying to get that out of the hand. Not quite sure exactly what Sage was going for by pumping up that attack once there was no arsenal to threaten.
Nevertheless, Obsidian Fire Vein coming across again for just 1 for now. A lot of attack reactions in the hand. This turn is going to go kind of wild, so Sage is sort of priced into blocking for the rest of this game at this point, and this is the outvaluing that Fang provides, but will Sage block? Oh, got a Fate Foreseen in the hand as well. A great response. Just the nick.
14 currently playing 12. We can take a look at the hand here for Sage and Alex. Yeah, got the Blistering Blade. Blade Flurry. Let's see what comes out here. It's going to be the Blade Flurry first coming in, turning this attack to 4 with the Fealty utilized. But here comes the Fate Foreseen to shore things up.
A beautiful Japanese foil Blade Flurry is psychic damage on top of the normal damage presented. This is just for 3, but it is going to come for far more because Long Whisker Loyalty and choosing 2 modes, most likely choosing attack an additional time. Remember, these blades are free. And so as we send the dagger again for 1, it is actually going to be 5 because of Blistering Blade.
Battle You Got coming out. Tried to use it at the end of the chain, but there was the reaction. So no card drawn on any of those. 0 for 3 Sage on the card draw there, but the Art of Desire Body looking to block. Excuse me, looking to attack, get a card off the top. If it's red, which it most likely will be, given the texture of this deck, a card will be drawn and a life will be gained. Let's see what the flip is. It is a yellow. So Sage here, just that all you got, laughing on both sides of the table.
The presumption that it's always going to hit in such a red-heavy deck, and we have the rare moment where a yellow comes off the top in the form of that all you got, and yet it is not.
Loyalty Beyond the Grave being activated here from the graveyard, beyond the graveyard, one might even say. Drawing an extra card, one of my favorite cards in the Hunted. I just think it's so flavorful. I think it's so powerful. Even though it only blocks for 3, the ability to just offensively power up one of your future turns can be so, so strong.
Such a great design, too, because it's a card that literally just blocks for on rate, but it has the benefit of deck building, right? So you choose as a deck builder to put this in so that you can gain that value from banishing them and drawing the extra card. So over time, it prices you in to playing a back and forth game. It's a great way to force interaction.
This attack is now for 7. Let's see. Oh, there is a Fate Foreseen. The Hunt's End is also going to come out. Turn this attack from 7 to how much? 11. Does Sage have enough? And the Searing Gaze.
13.
We've gone from 11 up to 13. Does Sage have the defense in the reaction step to stay alive? Got to find 6 block here. Got to find, no, 7 block here to go down to 1. What reaction does Save had? Fate Foreseen. Look at the top. Does it save you? What do we see there? It's Bonds of Attraction. It's not a reaction. It is the attraction. What is Sage going to... Looks like they're saying going to draw this out.
Let me give a reaction to you.
And once again, you can see the teammates, a little bit of banter. Once again, checks the arsenal. Looks at the number on the die, extends the fist bump as Fang, the Drakai of Blades. Alex Tyler, we saw him all day yesterday on that nearly winning battle-hardened team. However, here, moving on to 1-0 on Fang, the Drakai of Blades.
And that was such a good representation of what Fang can do into a deck that is so disruptive. Once you're online, that disruption doesn't mean what it does against other decks, and Fang just continues to roll. So you really have to stop them from actually getting to that point before they can start the rolling procedure. And in that case, New did not have it.
Nope, that was a fun one. I think we're going to take just a quick little break before we move on to round 2 here of the ProQuest Plus live from Milwaukee, brought to you by our friends at MinMaxGames. We'll see you in a sec. 2 assassins are on the docket. We got Slippy. We got Uzuri. We got no time to waste. We going right into this game. Bring us in, Ethan. Show me the money. And by money, I do mean flesh and blood.
Okay, slightly different than money, but
Well, it kind of depends on.
ask Ethan over
Who
there.
you ask,
he's got his
brother.
He's got his own conversations going on over in the booth.
I don't know if you've seen TCG play recently, but not that different these days.
Not so much, okay. Well, did you expect to see Uzuri sitting at 1-0 in this ProQuest Plus? I will say I did not.
Is
but
it Luke's birthday?
Now here's the thing.
Is it Justin's birthday?
Happy B-Day.
Oh,
Well, there you go.
happy birthday to Alex then. Someone's birthday. Yeah,
I was talking to a friend of Justin's here on Uzuri, and they were telling me about the deck that we're about to see and the uniqueness that is on display. This is a deck that is going to be doing some things with Pummel, but also going to be doing some things with Count Your Blessings. So the question...
The Uzuri deck?
Yes. So
Oh my
the question
God.
will be, am I going to use the 2 floating resources I have at my disposal to gain some life, or to punch you in the head? That's the value proposition that we have on display here. Now, the question will be, can Arachne slip through the cracks, just blow them up, and do the assassin thing, the aggressive assassin thing? So we're going to find out here as CNC is the play, pitching the backstab, floating the 1 resource.
Yeah, I am definitely curious how the Uzuri is going to react to all the go again they are not used to having, because if they have multiple stealth attacks, they're going to be able to just feint the Uzuri activation and move to the next attack. If they don't want to do it on that first one, I wonder how often Luke is just going to have to say no blocks to that first stealth attack in case the go again is used and not the Uzuri hero ability.
37 is playing 38, threatening the arsenal, and the block is made. Here, very early on, Crown of Providence is used. Now, here's the thing against Uzuri. You never really know when to block with that crown, so you might as well do it when it's face up, because they could always flip into CNC. But it turns out Pummel is the answer after the fact. Going to be pitching Sigil of Solace for the Pummel here. So CNC Pummel, such a popular and storied play, and here it is yet again.
In Uzuri Switchblade, exactly what one might expect.
Discard of the red infect, and moving right along.
You did see a little grin there from Justin as the Pummel was resolved. Probably feels good to get to do that on stream.
I'm pretty sure he literally built this deck just for that interaction, or to be able to fake people out and overblock so that you can play the other card that is now in his hand alongside of another red Pummel, a Count Your Blessings. So this is literally what the deck was designed for. His friend was telling me earlier. Played it out in the Battle Hardened yesterday, and didn't go as well for him because he paired into a bunch of ninjas which just didn't care about some of the disruption pieces that he was presenting. But in this matchup, we're going to find out if that actually changes a little bit and goes a little bit better.
Bonds of Agony here threatening those 2 impressive pieces, the Pummel and the Count Your Blessings. Here comes the block for 5, and this is where Luke might get a little taken aback. If he goes for the big play, the response from Justin will be just to play Count Your Blessings in response to the Bonds of Agony trigger, and thus nothing will happen. I'm also curious about the Mark of the Huntsman, if there's a reason for that beyond just the Hunter's Clave, or if it's simply, like we talked about right before we got into this game, a budget thing in the list, given how the Mark of the Huntsman destroys itself. But here we're going to go Flick Knives for the Hunter's Clave. For 1 reaction, I think Luke is going to go for it here, and Justin might get him with the Count Your Blessings.
Yep, very much. Here's the second activation. After the hit on the Hunter's Clave, of course, you're marked, so you get the extra benefit of Take Up the Mantle, and Black Tech is going to have the Go Again trigger. Technically, Bonds of Agony already had Go Again, if I remember correctly, because this is the first stealth attack played. But you need that third reaction, and spoiler alert, you get nothing from me, sir. You get nothing.
So what's interesting is, depending on how the players actually layered all of those things and when the things were responded to, you know, Black Tech Whispers, that was almost like done in response to Black Tech Whispers. And if they all, because Luke has to respond to all of those things, or he could technically let it resolve and then play before passing priority. But let's say Luke was to say, like, oh, you do that in response to black decks? Okay, I'll resolve black decks. Okay, now I'll resolve Take Up the Mantle, and I'll actually turn this Bonds of Agony into an Infect to get some different value beyond just the Bonds, because the Bonds effect isn't going to happen. And you know what I mean? Like, you could have potentially done something interesting there, seeing that you were maybe not going to get the Bonds of Agony effect, though I'm not sure without the +3 from the Bonds itself, if you were actually getting over the blocks. We'll have to see.
Mark is cleared because of the hit here.
I think you would have known. It would have gone to 6. Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
It's so fun, too, to have the opportunity. Even though you don't banish anything, Luke picks up the deck and goes, okay, what in the world am I looking at here? How do I play against this? Is it going to be Pummel? Is it going to be Count Your Blessings? That's going to be the question the entire game. But will it keep pace with the unrelenting aggression of Luke on Arachne Slip through the cracks? Because this turn is not over.
Ooh, next action is just going to be Humble. Comes in for 6. No cards left in hand. So Justin has to take 6. And this is the Humble that Luke banished with the Infiltrate on turn 0. So was able to get some good value out of that Humble. Turn off Uzuri for this turn. But Justin has no cards in hand. So Uzuri was functionally turned off regardless.
30 plays 30, taking up the Tunic and passing, drawing up. And now full tempo seated over to Luke. He has that Codex in the arsenal. I believe he has a Codex in the arsenal, and he drew into one in the hand as well. So you never really want to see those codices, excuse me, at the same time. But he's going to work his way around them, maybe using the first one in hand as pitch fodder to play the second one.
I'm excited to see if this deck works from Justin, because it's definitely one of those, like, oh, this would be cool type of decks. Like, I'd be cool if I played Pummel and CNC.
What if I did this?
So the pain in the backside here is going to trigger, and now Mark with the Hunter's Clave, one of the rare ways you're able to just get the Mark across without the Flick Knives, and that means that this Mark of the Black Widow with Stealth is going to have the go again, and because it is attacking a marked hero, if it hits, they have to banish a card from the hand, so Justin probably priced into some blocking here. You have to imagine the Codex, either from hand or from arsenal, is going to be deployed to rip a card from Uzuri and threaten the arsenal once again. But Luke wants to get as many blocks out as possible before then.
Yeah, a little tough right here on the side of Justin, drawing another one of those Count Your Blessings, but doesn't have the tempo to really play it out. Now, Uzuri shines when she can make a 2-card block and then a 2-card play, but her deck right now and then the hand that's been drawn up by Justin doesn't really have that capacity. So here's the block for a total of 5.
Big grab from Luke here, getting 2 cards because of the threat of the reactions. It's going to be the Hunter's Clave pitching both cards away. Now, watch this. Look at this. The Hunter's Clave is going to come through. I wonder if Justin here is going to try to play out the Count Your Blessings. Actually, he can't. He's got a red left in hand. So the Count Your Blessings is not going to be able to be played here when this Codex comes out and threatens to rip a card. But has Luke found a Leave No Witnesses? No, he hasn't. So it's just going to be the Infiltrate. That is so different on this turn to lose when you play the Codex, not being able to just rip a card and then immediately threaten that arsenal. So, just so different when you play that card and you can't find the Leave No Witnesses.
It really is, and you're going to have to discard a card and then just accept the damages, basically. Discarding the Count Your Blessings for no value, you're not actually getting get life gain, but in this case it's only Infiltrate, which means they're only taking the top card of the deck, so you're a little bit behind, but you at least have the capacity with the card in hand. I think it's a pitch card that you can use. Yes, it's a blue to actually play out the arsenal. Even though it's going to be -1 from the frailty token, you do get to play some disruption, but you really want to be able to keep that card close to your chest and not let people know what you're going to be coming across with. This time it's face up.
Justin here losing the card to Infiltrate again. It is a That All You Got, so he can play that on this turn. Now let's see, Infiltrate until the end of your next turn. Yeah, so you can play that defense reaction here. Let's see what Justin wants to throw out. No longer marked. Interesting, yeah. Didn't want to just play out the Count Your Blessings rather than lose it for nothing. On that last turn, Tuna goes to 3. Is it just going to be...
Yep, erase face for 5, and it is threatening to erase the face of Arachne, which means technically Uzuri would also lose the go again effect from stealth attacks. But
yeah, Justin said would take away. Yeah, I couldn't tell if he said that at first. I go, so it would take away stealth, but it's just class and talent types here. I was curious about the grab of Erase Face, given that I'm not sure precisely what it can really do. I guess if the cards say target assassin card, that would, yeah. All the assassin cards won't work, but if it's just an attack action card with stealth, it would still work.
So I take 2?
Yeah, so assassin, attack,
Wow,
reactions.
and for Luke here, choosing not to use the That All You Got to just
It's a good
grab
point.
the
Yeah,
2
he doesn't.
damage. He just had the option to and just straight up didn't.
He has a tarantula toxin in the hand.
Yeah, I see no real reason to not use. Oh yeah, he just said I forgot about that. All
I
you
think
got.
they both realized. Yep, they both realized
yeah,
at this point.
that was probably just only correct to get the free 2 life.
So Luke's currently has his face erased. It was a spoiler card by none other than Man-Sant, if I remember correctly. The face has been erased.
We're being reminded it was a skateboard video. So do with that information what you will, my friends. I can't remember because my face was erased, is another thing we're being told. So you guys take that to the bank.
Persuasive prognosis on offer here.
He's telling me I don't have to repeat everything he tells me.
That's what he said.
He just said that now.
You
Ooh,
are
Justin
playing
Nick.
both parts of this conversation.
Jessinek coming through on this Persuasive Prognosis after just the block with the Black Tech Whisperers. It also has Go again. 5 damage over the top. And now we're going to get a couple of banishes.
Banish, we'll choose the Justinik first.
Jessinek first, banish off the top. It's going to be that shakedown, goes away. And then the Persuasive Prognosis also grabs a red, which means Justin is going to have to lose a red from hand. Multiple options there, already dead. There's the Pummel, there's the Orb Weaver Spinneret. What's going to be the grab here from Luke? What would you pick in this situation? It looks like he grabbed the...
I would probably grab the big attack that you can swap in, right? Because at this point, what does this hand do? You can't pummel. You're sending a blue infect. You're probably throwing a dagger and making a new dagger. It's a pretty non-functional hand now that you've actually taken the swap target.
Yeah.
And then it's even worse because now you're even sending more damage in the form of Leave No Witnesses coming across for 4, and you've really got a stranglehold on this game from the side of Luke.
Yeah.
The Pummel came out early, and CNC Pummel, we got to see that classic play, but at this point, it's been all Luke.
And look, yeah, Luke is going to just use the crown for the filter, get rid of the Orb Weaver Spinneret. What did he grab? It might have been Isolate? Yeah, it's a blue Isolate. Not something you can pummel. Unfortunately, the cool factor here not really working in Justin's favor. And the raw kind of just power of the Slippy deck, utilizing so many of these assassin just staple cards, Majestics, good cards. Slippy feels like good assassin card deck. You just put them all together, utilize the Go again to go a little wider, and Luke is trying to utilize it to just shut the door on this brew we're seeing from Justin Gallant, which I do want to raise up the brew. I love to see cool and different decks being thrown out there, especially in a format like this ProQuest Plus. Have to see if he can turn the corner because he's down 17-31 as he comes in with this Hunter's Clave.
Man, making some headway, poking in with a dagger. Hunter's Clave comes across, probably going to pitch that second blue that is not known by the opponent, and just poking with a second dagger and then arsenaling from there. But you really kind of hoped to find something off the top that allowed you to switch in with Uzuri. Uzuri Switchblade not really living up to her name yet. No, it's going to be just Isolate for 1 instead, not coming in with the dagger and just punching in for 1. The information's fully known. That we know that there's a red pummel in hand.
Luke knows it's a pummel,
so he doesn't have to respect this one. And he doesn't. He does not respect it whatsoever. Instead, he's just going to let him arsenal, and maybe he'll play yet another Leave No Witness or Codex or any of the other critical mass of good assassin cards we've gotten over the past year and a half.
All right, let's see just how Luke wants to navigate this turn. Has a D-React. He probably wants to try to find that in the arsenal, but here's where Slippy gets to be a little slippery. That's the Go again on the Art of Desire body, and threatens all the attacks as well. Is that a yellow pummel? No. Yes, it is a yellow pummel.
This is a rainbow pummel deck right here.
It's a rainbow pummel deck?
I believe we even have the blues
Justin,
in there as
you
well.
madman. You madman.
Count Your Blessings can buy you some life here, but you have no tempo to really play through this. Do you even have the swap target? Do you even have the pummel target? And the answer is no. Codex can get you something, but then you got to discard the pummel as well. And so it's like this awkward dance of how do you actually effectuate this game plan while being disrupted consistently by Luke.
I mean, clearly it's not like it's just like, oh man, this deck doesn't work. I mean, Justin's 1-0. He's already taken down a game here in this ProQuest Plus. He's putting up a fight. The Tarantula Toxin here is just going to basically be a shred on the Leave No Witnesses. Not looking like there's any defense reactions from Justin. We know the arsenal here is just the, what was it? The pummel from the last turn. Yep. Down goes Justin. Let's see. It's a blue, so no card draw or no life gain for Luke as the Infiltrate follows things up.
He's gotten so much value, has Luke, from these Infiltrates. I mean, he missed out on a little bit of value by not playing that all you got, but even just hitting that off the top, hitting consistently off the top, was able to play the Humble earlier. This card, one of my favorite cards in Assassin, super underrated, super fun to play, and it allows you to kind of feel like an Assassin in that way. You're stealing what they have and you're using it against them. Feels very underhanded, and a card I would love to see more of.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. You have to get some value back when you're playing the Arachne deck. It gets to count your blessings. Luke says, interesting. I'm not sure I can use that one or want to use that one. It's just going to be 3 life for Luke, and then would actually go back into the graveyard for Justin, which would turn on the rest of the Count Your Blessings. So I have to imagine that one's just going to chill in the Banish Zone. So the Count Your Blessings are, unfortunately for Luke, just not looking that impressive here. He's going to go ahead and gain, let's see, 2 + 2, so 4 life, up to 13. But spending 2 cards for 4 value is just probably not where you want to be.
No, at this point, we're running into dire straits, and the life gain does give you some leeway in the matchup, but when your opponent has the ability to just continually disrupt you, I mean, that's kind of what Uzuri wants to do. Gain some front footing and then continually disrupt the opponent, but has absolutely no space in this matchup to do that from this point forward, and it's going to have to basically just efficiently block out if they've got D-reacts in the deck, but it doesn't look like there's too many floating around thus far.
Here comes Persuasive Prognosis 4, and thanks to Slippy, got the go again. What does Justin have up his sleeve this turn? He really hasn't, unfortunately, done almost any damage since the CNC Pummel.
Yeah.
It was like CNC Pummel, Luke used Crown, lost a card, and then everything else from there has just been like attack with the dagger, do basically nothing, as Luke has just kept the pressure on. 29 playing 13 here, the second round of the ProQuest Plus from Milwaukee.
And it was really all predicated on that single Codex turn. Even though it was a bit of an awkward Codex turn, it still presented so much damage, and the respect was put on that Bonds of Agony with a 2-card block. And once that 2-card block was made, the rest of the hand was non-functional, and the game has spiraled from that point forward because you draw up and your hand is a little bit unfunctional, and we just don't have anything else that we can play towards.
Yeah, 2 life gain from this Persuasive Prognosis after the take up the mantle, pumps it up by 2, gets over the block for 5, meaning that the shakedown from hand gets banished after the red card is revealed off the top of the deck from the Persuasive Prognosis trigger. Now here's 3 more damage with an Infect. This one threatens the Blood Rot, and that's just going to take all the cards from Justin once again. Luke up to 31 after gaining those 2 cards.
It is a big deal, in this match.
And we haven't really seen Uzuri be able to utilize the go again at all. Just been on the back foot since that first turn.
Drawing up and passing, and we've got more aggression here. And this time, blocking is not going to save you because there is a shred in the hand of Luke. That is going to minus some block value. And there it is. There's the shred coming down. You're not actually blocking, but an actual answer in the form of Fate Foreseen does come across and prevent some damage from this pain in the backside. The turn, unfortunately, though, for Justin is not over, and there will indeed be more aggression on display. Got a Mark of the Black Widow, which is going to come across, and there's going to be a Razor's Edge paired with this. He did draw into 2 D-reacts. There's going to be another response here. Is he just going to give the hand his sacrifice for trying to stay alive?
Luke has to now decide, does he want to flick this Hunter's Clave and lose the potential to just mark on demand? If he does and then plays the Razor's Edge, Justin will be able to respond with that second D-react. And then Luke might be a little SOL without that Hunter's Clave. It is going to be the flick. Down to 11 goes Justin. Now the Mark of the Black Widow is turned on. He also needs to play the Razor's Edge to get it over the top. But that is going to be met with that sink below, because rather than just banish it for nothing, it's just going to go ahead and be played here to block 4. So listen, Luke got the final card out of the hand, which is, what he wanted, but just didn't get the damage across. But look at this. The Tunic is going to come in and just attack with Graphene Calicera. It's going to take the 1 damage, but it's also going to lose the mark from Justin, which is kind of an interesting decision because, yes, you get value out of the Tunic, but now all the cards, like Mark the Black Widow, are not online, and you don't have your Hunter's Clave anymore.
I think at this point he just smells blood in the water. He knows that if he can get his opponent low enough that he's going to price him into blocking with everything for the rest of the game. And if you know your opponent's on some amount of rainbow pummels, you know they have a lot of 2 blocks in hand, and things are about to get a lot more awkward if that's the case. So popping a silver, drawing a card, and
nice
there's
rip.
another shred to stop the blocking power of Justin. And when you draw shreds at this point in the game, you're feeling pretty good about your chances of closing things out.
So has the Shred for the Bonds of Agony, has the Flick Knives, but does not have that 3rd reaction, so will not be able to do it on this turn. We'll probably just try to shred something that's blocking the Persuasive Prognosis, you have to imagine, but has no pitch outlet without that Hunter's Clave. So, like we talked about last turn, losing that Hunter's Clave, not great for Luke, but with such a commanding position, 31 playing 20. Justin just been doing nothing but blocking for what feels like 5 turns, 6 turns.
Yeah, we are essentially 6 turns into this game, and it has been a one-sided affair. Just the aggression has been unrelenting. Another Count Your Blessings in the hand could gain you a little bit of life, but at this point you need to stymie all of this. And look at this, he's blocking 6 on this Art of Desire body.
Justin just going to keep the Sigil of Solace on top. Happy to see that one in there, I suppose. And now look at this. The only cards remaining to block for Justin in the hand are a 2 block and a no block. If he tries to block with that pummel, he's going to be left in hand with the Count Your Blessing. But he is just going to play the Count Your Blessings in response. A Persuasive Prognosis has no targets, and neither does Shred. Unless you want to shred one of the cards on the chain prior.
You'll take one. Take one.
Does it say Active Chain Link? I don't remember. I think
That's a great question. I think you could shred a prior chain link.
Just to get it out, of the hand?
Yeah.
This
Target
combat
card.
chain, yeah. So if Luke wanted to get it out of the hand, he could shred one of those cards on the first attack, but just going to keep it in the hand. Once again, Justin up to 14.
Well, you definitely have it now because you've drawn into multiple shreds. It depends. What is the arsenal for Arachne as well? But doesn't matter. Kiss of Death is the play here.
And now, I mean, we're starting to see what the Count Your Blessings are doing. They're keeping Justin's life total somewhat high. He's back up to 14 after resolving his, I think, 3rd Count Your Blessings. He lost one to a discard, and he lost one to banish. So let's see. He's played 3. He's lost 2, so he's only got 1 left in the deck. He did not get nearly the full value out of them, and you really start to feel the Count Your Blessings when you resolve your 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Look at this. He says,
oh, my goodness.
No, 2nd shred to respond to your sink below, and you will be taking this damage here, and I will have this online to flick at a later date.
And this Calicera is coming in simply to allow for the Flick Knives to be used on the Kiss of Death. It will be 3 total damage on this turn. So down to 8 will go Justin. And Luke is honestly like, dude, I need you to attack me. I need to get this thing pulled out of my arsenal. This thing has been rotting in here. I'm desperate for this to get out of my arsenal so I can set up maybe a 5-card offensive turn. And he's maybe going to get his wish here as Justin's finally kept 2 cards. He's down to 8. But what is he going to be able to do with his turn?
I think both players are wishing that they had a different arsenal or even an empty arsenal. That pummel has been in Justin's arsenal with 0 targets for so long it hurts at this point. And it's probably going to stay there until the end of this game because I don't know if he's ever going to be able to hold on to the 2 cards like he did this turn at 8 life at this point.
Hunter Slaves comes in for 1. Looks like Luke took it down to 30. Mark of the Black Widow now comes in for 1. Technically threatens a react. He's going to buy a block from the Justinic. But that's going to be the end of the turn. So once again, Justin's turn honestly, not very good. I was going to say not very exciting, but that turn just didn't really do a lot. Now Luke back up to 30. Tunic at 3. Justin down to 8. Looks like he's got a Sigil of Solace in hand. So ostensibly up at 11, but here comes the Orb Weaver Spinneret. Luke didn't play that sink below, didn't need to. But he's coming in with a Graphene Calicera. Does he have a way to mark? Oh no, because the Calicera has Go again because it has Stealth. I said this yesterday.
Yes.
This keeps getting me. You don't need to mark with Calicera if you're Slippy. If you attack with it first, it's got Go again from your ability.
Yes, 4 Go again, and representing half of Justin's remaining life total. It means it might be time to start blocking that one. And looks like we are indeed going to throw Just the Nick in front of that. Just the Nick, a little bit of a weird card in this state because, I mean, you're trying to swap in with Uzuri, but you can also just play it onto a one power stealth attack that you're running.
I think this might be close to the end of the game, but we do know there's a Sigil of Solace in the hand for Justin. This looks like this would have been the end as he absolutely activates the Tarantula Toxin, does the shred, does the pump, so it is going to be 7 damage. Flick Knives could have finished this thing out. Oh, I guess no, because Tarantula Toxin has to be an attack action card with stealth to do the +3, because it looks like Justin's staying at 4.
Right here, this is 3 from the mark of the Black Widow, and it's going to ask the question, you want to give me the other Just the Nick in your hand, which still doesn't have a target.
Yeah, so Justin would have gone down to 1 to 0 with the Flick Knives, but Luke hasn't activated the Flick Knives yet, so that is why at 4 both modes were active on Tarantula Toxin with the Graphene Calicera. So Luke didn't go for the kill as Justin responded with the Sigil of Solace. Here comes the Flick Knives, but that is just going to do it. No blocks from Justin. The Flick Knives going to finish this thing out, and Justin, I think, the writing was on the wall. He knew he wasn't coming back from that one, was happy to just say no blocks. Let Luke walk away with that one. It was just not his day in that game, but we hope to see that his cool and spicy brew does better for him later in our event.
Yeah, that was that's a tough game to watch, sitting in the position of the spicy brewmaster, if you will, because you get to do the thing on like turn 0 or turn 1, but then you just lose all tempo off of the back of some just incredibly powerful plays and just a powerful assassin cards in general, and you can't ever establish a footing. So the deck doing a lot of cool different things, and it just didn't coalesce there at the end. But we got another one here for you in just a minute, and if you're looking to see some Azalea being played on stream, we actually have MinMax's own Levi playing Azalea up next, so don't go too far. We're going to get that ready for you in just a minute. Well, here in round 3, let's not bury the lead too much. If you want to see some Azalea, it's time for it. Let's go ahead and drop into the arena because it's Azalea. And not only Azalea, it's one of the best-known Azaleas in the world. It's Levi. Rauch on Azalea. Sitting at 1-1, playing against Sean Gray on Victor Goldmane, high and mighty. Is he the horse? Is he not the horse? It doesn't matter because this matchup is what we're going to be watching right now. Now, here's the thing. Levi, I talked to after round 2. And after round 2, he said, I played against a Victor. I had watched them play a little bit. They were at 1-1 when I left. They were literally at the, precipice of death. And he said, that was a tough match, and I just lost it at the end with just some pretty sick plays and sick draws from the Victor. He managed to find another Victor in round 3, and in fact, there are only 2 Victors in the room, and he found them both back-to-back. So
amazing.
Can he redeem himself after that close round 2 loss in this one versus Sean? That's going to be the question. Going second, he would, of course, love to go first as Azalea, see if he can get some dominated damage through, and Sean perhaps took that away from him by picking to go first.
Love to see Levi back on stream. He is, not as present in the tournament scene since he joined MinMax full-time to do some incredible work in the vending world, so not as able to play, but truly one of the most recognizable player-hero combinations that Flesh and Blood has. People still know Levi for Azalea. The first event I ever cast in Indianapolis had Levi on Azalea back in 2023, I think. So this dude has been playing this hero 4 years. Everyone knows him for it. He's one of the best in the world. He's in an unfavored matchup. How's it going to be? Let's see if he can take it down.
You know what's interesting about Levi? If you go to, popular community site Fabrary to look at different deck lists, one of the most copied and looked at public deck lists on the site, I think it's like second or third most, is a deck by Levi.
Wow,
so
that's cool.
Very influential in deck building, in play, in kind of elucidating how to actually go through the lines of Azalea. And can he take his hero to the promised land? Happy birthday yet again to whoever's birthday it is.
I guess it was maybe Alex, is what we're hearing. Happy birthday, Alex.
Happy birthday again, Alex.
Look at, we have to. We have to, right? We have to check him out.
Yeah, you can.
Gold foil Skullbone, gold foil Bullseye, gold foil Snapdragons, gold foil Death Dealer. Again, this dude plays Azalea, has been doing it for years.
Has some money in that.
Flesh and Blood has a little bit of money. We just have to, right? White border tectonic plating, rainbow foil.
Okay,
gauntlets.
all right, okay. You don't have to shame the man.
It's not. No, it's more.
It's
not shame. It's not shame. It was just like a funny comparison.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, never mind.
Not shame. Sean Gray on Victor. Love to see it. Love to see the gold main high and mighty. The official comment from LSS as the Death Dealer comes in loads. Ooh, extended art Spire Sniping. Going to go ahead and do the Spire Sniping trigger here on the left side of the screen. You were curious about man or the horse for Victor. I've got the actual official statement from LSS. The official kind of position is no
I don't
comment.
want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm not even interested. Their wishy-washy answer is trash. I'm not taking that.
Nope,
it is the horse, let's be honest.
All right.
We're not even going to comment. That's a red Spire Sniping, by the way, and that is a zero-text Spire Sniping. I don't think that card actually exists. I think that is pure custom beauty.
Oh, very cool.
That is a Mara Ferris altered Spire Sniping.
Gorgeous.
When was the last time you saw a red Spire Sniping played against you?
Never. I've actually never had a red Spire Sniping resolved against me, 100%.
Okay, mine was yesterday because I played against Levi.
Okay.
So there's my answer. It's coming across for 8. On hit, create a ponder token.
Now, Levi's got a couple cards left in hand, so wonder if the Ponder is going to end up being relevant. The Buckling Blow is the only block to start here. Does Levi want to try to get some damage across with the Rain Razors that we see in the hand? Any defense reactions? Working from Sean Gray, at least one in that Shelter from the Storm, and we don't know what the arsenal is.
Spoiler alert, yes. The answer is yes, and snaps after that as well. So it's going to be for 10. Go again now. An early use of Snapdragon Scalers and using it on a Spire Sniping as well feels a little bit uncomfortable, but we can expect there to be some amount of defense reactions played here, and this can be completely covered up if necessary. The Ponder is likely not going to be generated. No, scratch that. He's going to keep the Shelter from the Storm in the hand. He's not going to try and cover this up. I don't believe this was dominated, and it's not being represented.
Bullseye Bracers just to get full value out of the hand, and the Rain Razors turn it from a 0 for 2 into a 0 for 4. Here comes the Endless Arrow now for 7. This can be blocked out pretty easily, but the Ponder is going to refresh the arsenal for Levi. But for the rest of this game, no Bullseye, no Snapdragons. It's such a different game from here.
Yeah, he definitely knocked the card over. That was not revealed. He likely can just place it back on. Lace with Frailty is the revelation from the block here. That is the top card of the deck. Looks like the clash is won by the guy that has big attacks.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah. Big news here.
Shocking, right? That was completely blocked out, which means the Ponder actually does get the value of drawing the card. So that's an interesting value proposition, because you can just say, I'm just going to take some amount of damage, and then you're going to have that card or the other card, and you get to pick. And in this case, it's going to be, well, you just get the buff in the arsenal instead.
Sean here just going to make another Seismic and pass, so only went down to 37 after the Snapdragons and Bullseye were used from Levi, so he's got to find a lot more honest aggression from here on out.
Certainly an awkward turn to try and mangle together. You send 8, it turns out to be 10. You send 7. 17 damage on that using 2 pieces of equipment. Not a bad day at the office, though. So I'd like to present 17 damage on a 4-card hand.
Lace with Frailty now coming out, +3. Next to the next arrow, and on hit create a Frailty, loading in the Hamstring Shot. Another Lace with Frailty, Seek and Destroy. Hamstring Shot coming in for 14.
Hamstring Shot, underrated in a variety of heroes. Anyone that really just tries to go super red line, Hamstring Shot says, no, you're going to have to play an honest game of flesh and blood. You're going to need to be pitching cards. You know, that's a thing that you do in this game. You don't just play all the reds that you want. And definitely a great response to a bunch of heroes that don't really want to run blues.
Levi's got 1 card left in hand as well. What he wants to be doing is always starting his turn with that Skullbone Cross Wrap. So he's glad to try to keep that arsenal refreshed time and time again. What are the blocks going to be from Sean? He blocked with a Test of Strength last turn to get some gold. He's got another Shelter from the Storm.
I think he arsenaled 1 prior to this as well, so he does have responses as far as this is concerned. He's blocking 7 here. Nope, he's going to be blocking 9 total. 10 is what I said.
Block 10 plus the Shelter from the Storm blocks this thing out, so the Hamstring Shot will not be online. That was the only on-hit effect that was represented here. Oromaga's going to get that -1 counter. Seismic Surge pops. Is it going to be a 3, 4? No, it's just going to come in with that Miller's Grindstone. So Sean was really just interested in coming in with that attack without having it cost an additional 1. Get the card off the top for Levi. It's going to be a Release the Tension.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup for Azalea because so much of the Guardians' game plan is predicated around defense and being able to block well and then just slowly but surely grinding your opponent out. And you know you're going to be winning your clashes with Miller's Grindstone more often than not. So it's a tough one to get over the top of the defenses and lower the opponent into just scary ranges. And it's all going to really come down to dominate. And that's exactly why we see Azalea here flipping in, and blind Azalea, turns out you get the pump. You still have the ability to maybe Death Dealer, but I don't know the composition of Levi's hand. We'll see if that is possible.
Codex of Blood Rot and a Ponder. Here comes the Pre-Med. Got the Tunic as well. Got the Lace with Inertia. Does he have an attack in the hand?
I'm
no,
hoping so.
He does not.
No.
He said pass. He couldn't find one off the top. He just passes the turn from there.
Oh, no, and I think, did he draw one? That's the question.
No, he's still got 2 more cards in the hand. Does he find attack, take aim
He
into
did
the
have-
Bolt Shot? He was like 3 cards away from one. That is just devastating. He has left Victor with a full card, 5-card grip. How much can he actually do with it is the question. What go again can he find? Seismic Surge is created, and he just comes in with the blue disable. It's still got to be some significant disruption here.
Yeah, keep in mind this crush effect is relevant here
Yeah.
because disable is going to force the card out of the arsenal if not respected. And this, I mean, Azalea is really a deck that doesn't want to be on the blocking side of things, and yet if you lose that arsenal here, you're just playing an honest 4-card hand. Azalea doesn't want to be doing that. So instead, we're gonna block there, Infecting Shot and Take Aim, making their way to the bin to stop that crush effect, and then they're gonna take the Blood Rot. Pitching to stop the damage is Sean.
Just such a tough break for Levi Rauch. This deck is designed. The ratios are perfected to find an attack every single turn, but he was not able to do it with a full 5-card grip and an opt.
See if we can see what's on top, because he does have a Bolton shot. Can't quite make out the card that he's looking at. He can choose to send that to the bottom and blind flip. It is going to be the case. I wonder if he's just going to throw that out low, draw the card, see if it's another buff that he has access to. It is a buff that he draws. He's going to read the glide path. Yesterday, he read the glide path 3 times on the same turn. That was fun to watch.
I did see that, yes.
Pre-med into that Bolton shot for the casual 13. Now, this is not dominated, and that is really how you make hay into a matchup like this, but not finding what you need on turns like this means that these pumps can be met with cards from the hand of the opponent. And Trounce lurking in the hand over there, lying in wait to be used. A very powerful block card.
And a Golden Sun as well, ready to cash in a gold and come in for 10 overpower. Seismic Surge is also ready. But the Lace with Inertia also threatening to turn that arsenal empty no matter what. Premeditate threatening the Ponder. Ooh, but Sean might be just lining up a whole block here. Sean hoping and expecting to potentially draw blue. Here comes the Trounce. We're showing C and C. Both go to the bottom with the Codex.
That's a win.
Bolton shot versus the
also
Spinal Crush. And he is not drawing a blue here for that Golden Sun.
He does end up leaking some damage, but it's not going to result in much in the change. It is going to force the inertia token across Ponder token as well.
And because he's not drawing a blue here, if he's not able to utilize this Golden Sun, it's just going away to the inertia.
But keep in mind, this game from the side of Victor is okay if it goes long and if he sees a Golden Sun later, or if he just uses Golden Sun later, because his goal is not to just allow these, big loss of life, and instead to just slowly grind the opponent out of threats and of buffs.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, Sean said Levi asked, did you draw the card? Sean said, I missed the draw. Levi said, just draw, dude. It ain't that deep. I'm not trying to play in that way. You should be drawing your card. It's the way that game is supposed to be played. Love to see it from these competitors. Love to see it from a fine individual like Levi Rauch. Looks like the one floating from Vigor is just going to be put into the into the Seismic Surge and the Miller's Grindstone. Sean not able to find the blue here, and because of the inertia, those cards are just going away. What's that card in the arsenal? If it was a D-React, why didn't he want to play it on the last turn? I'm not sure we're going to be able to see it because the inertia is just going to put it face down to the bottom.
Taking 2, the Miller's Grindstone going to again put in work, and in this case,
5-on-5 here with the blue from Sean, and the red in the ledger. Is a gold going to get cracked to switch this out? The red in the ledger just going to go to the bottom. Sean says, I don't want to see that card anytime soon.
Yep, and he wins the clash there. Clash, one of my favorite mechanics in this game. I think it's so much fun to sit down with your opponent and just flip over cards, see what happens.
Down to 32 goes Levi. Inertia. Inertia first. There goes the card to the bottom. Then the pitch. Sean draws up 4. I guess we won't really know what that card was. Cross-trap shows a Bolton shot. Top of the deck shows a card that remains on top. It's blue. Levi wants to get the blue Bolton shot out of there. Bring the card in off the top. It's a yellow Bolton shot, so he's upgraded by 1 color strip. Lace with Blood Rot into the Bolton shot, coming in 6 with Dominate and Go again. Though, with 2 cards in hand, he can activate the Death Dealer from here and grab another random card.
Does have the ability to also reload if this connects, thanks to the Bolton shot's effect being active. He has the arrow in the hand. I think he has a blue as well, so regardless of if this somehow gets covered up, which Trounce is making its way to the blocking chain link, alongside of maybe a piece of equipment. Looks like the boots, perhaps.
Maybe just looking to get what he thinks is going to be guaranteed value from, or like knowing that his opponent will not be able to make use of the Quicken token is what I mean to be saying.
Sure.
But also going to be covering this up at the moment fully. 2 blocks from the Civic Steps, 1 from the Tectonic Plating. And it's time to Trounce, which means we are clashing twice as the Quicken token is created from the Civic Steps. Trounce shows Laced with Blood Rot and a 6, so that's 1 win for the Victor Goldman player. Then it shows a 4 and a Command and Conquer, so that is going to be a win. The gold goes up to 2. Another Vigor is created, another Might as well. And that Command and Conquer is going to be drawn for Sean, and Levi can't be happy to know that his next turn he's going to have to think about Command and Conquer. That is not what Ranger players enjoy facing down on the other end of the table.
And this is why this matchup is just so painfully difficult for the Azalea player. There's so much equipment that you have to chunk your way through on the Guardian side of things. They have such good defensive pieces, and they have inevitability in the weapon. But in this case, sending an infecting shot for 5 with Go again, you can't drop another arrow in with the arms that you already used, and your opponent has the ability to just play CNC. It feels real bad.
However, if that card off the top is Codex of Frailty, this Go again will be nice and relevant. Doesn't look like it is, though. Levi just going to give the Quicken back and just pass the turn back on over card to the Arsenal. That would have been a perfect follow-up there from Levi. Rip a card, threaten some damage as well. But he's going to head on back over to him as the Might and the 2 Vigors mean the CNC can come in without even having to pitch a card.
Well, the clash previous on Trounce did reveal that that second card was a red Bolton shot.
Yes.
Knowing what he was going to draw into feels a little bit bad because he knows he can choose to block this red Bolton shot. In some cases, you actually don't want to block it. Oh, and he has a quad arrow hand. Oof. You want buffs to be able to play out, so he may actually just accept the damages here and try to clear the Arsenal, because otherwise he doesn't have a way to give a buff to Bolton shot. Nope, he is going to just give the hand and perhaps just throw the Bolton shot afterwards.
You're going to have to watch this game if it goes to the land of fatigue, given that the Miller's Grindstone is continuing to take cards off the top of this assassin. And they have no weapon to speak of beyond the bow, so when they are out of arrows, they are out of gas. And that graveyard's starting to fill up for Levi as the Miller's Grindstone works through the top of the deck. The Bolton shot here comes in for 4 and no relevant on hit. No blocks, no reactions, except for the sink below from Sean Grace, who's staying at a comfortable 33. Levi Rauch at 32. Still above 30 are both of our players.
Keep in mind that Levi, right before this, played a game against Victor and managed to get that game to a 1-1 state. And the only way he lost was that his Victor opponent managed to find 2 block cards and hit on both of them to cover it cleanly for a total of 8 that was being sent across. And after that, the game was all but lost. So Levi can do this, and he just experienced this exact same matchup. So the question becomes, can he find his way in this one? 4 Might on the board, though, is going to be looming large for the next turn cycle.
Memorable. Yeah, I wonder where that... Did he have a Might to start this turn? I'm missing something. I'm wondering where I should not just be.
I believe he did.
Okay,
to start the turn.
Great. Well, then here comes the Miller's... Oh, he must have clashed, and I must have missed it.
Yeah, the Trounce perhaps created one.
Here comes the Miller's Grindstone. We're showing a 0 and a 7, so... it looks like... I don't know why. Oh, he just misrepresented the gold. So he's 4 gold, and that's why he has 4 Mites. I see.
Yes, there you go.
So the clash from the Miller's Grindstone is going to remove the Lace with Inertia from the top of the deck. Sean has to keep a card in hand. And now Levi Rauch has a number of cards to work with as the Miller Grindstone. Yes, it works through the deck, but it did not threaten his turn or his ability to play out his cards.
Let's see what Levi has cooking on this turn. He does have Lace with Frailty. He is just going to go Lace with Frailty into Bolton shot. This represents 6 go again on hit draw or on hit reload. But also on hit Frailty token is going to -1 the Miller's Grindstone or whatever is in the arsenal. But at this point, Sean immediately snatches up the graveyard of Levi, perhaps counting other buffs, perhaps counting other arrows. Could even be looking to see how many Rain Razors have been played this game so far. There's only been the 1.
6 go again is the ask.
There's another Rain Razors lurking in the hand.
Rain Razor's always good when you can go multiple arrows wide. Levi, if he's able to go from an arrow into another arrow with go again into something like a Codex, that's when Rain Razor starts to really shine. Azalea not as good at getting 6+ value out of that Rain Razor's. Lexi, back in the day, you could get up to 8 from that Rain Razors, and that's when things started to get pretty nutty.
This is the type of turn that you wish you had a... Oh, he's going to play the Rain Razors. Type of turn you wish you had the gloves to be able to drop in, like a second or a third arrow if you could open up the hand a little bit. But just content to throw Rain Razors here. He does have, I believe, one more arrow in hand. He also has a read the glide path, so the damage can continue. He's going to Death Dealer in the drill shot, going to draw a card. And he draws into a read the glide path, looking at the top. Second read the glide path. No, scratch that. It was a Lace with Blood Rot he draws into.
He found an arrow on top.
And this is what you need to do. You need to have the Dominate readily available, and Drill Shot along with that. A fantastic card to Dominate because it's going to make those equipment pieces that much worse at blocking. This is the type of turn you want to have. Now, what type of response can be played out on the side of Sean? He's not going to be able to stop this one, it looks like.
No, but I think he's going to have a pretty big turn of his own. He's got the Might tokens. He's got a Spinal Crush. He's got to rouse the Ancients. Is he willing to take a bunch of damage to threaten a bunch of damage is the question. He's already got -1 on the Civic Steps. So he is going to block with the blue here. He can only block with that. If he wants to give equipment, he can, and the Drill Shot's going to work through a piece of equipment here, whether he likes it or not. If you block with more, just block 3, take 9 down.
Got you at 16.
16, says Levi Rauch.
And then -1 on the gauntlet.
He's going to put the -1 on the Gauntlet of Iron Will.
Yeah.
So that is less effective
Means
later
he can
on.
only, can only get 1 block out of it now. Basically saved him 2 life. That -1 basically representing 2 block out of that Gauntlet of Iron Will. Here come the 4 Mites. Pitching into the Spinal Crush.
Levi's face when he sees Spinal Crush buffed by 4. It's like a pre-pummel, if you will. He's doing the Azalea thing, but with a little bit more steps. 13 coming across. Crush effect is big, but he's maybe queuing up a pretty decently large block is Levi. Thinking about 3 cards at a total of 9. Because what does he do instead? You can't load off of anything and still play out a turn. Spinal Crush says you can only... only activate 1 thing because nothing gets go again. Doesn't have an arrow in the arsenal already, so he can't, arrow plus Rain Razors. It's really just going to stop this turn dead in its tracks.
And because there wasn't a Seismic Surge from the last turn, Sean had to pitch 2 cards into this. However, it's the on-hit effect that's so important. That 3rd and final Rain Razors is left in the hand for Levi, so it's just going to be an arsenal. He's down to 22. Sean's going to be down to 14 at the end of this turn, thanks to the Blood Rot. So, 22 playing 14, but Levi's turn is just going to be an arsenal and a pass, and Sean's going to have all the tempo. But the question is, what does Victor do with a full 5-card hand? He had aroused the Ancients last turn, but wasn't able to utilize it.
He's been holding on to that arsenal for quite some time as well, so maybe this is the time that you actually get value out of the arsenal. Going to be arsenaling on Levi's side that Rain Razors. It is very good for Levi to have an arsenal so that you can, predicate your normal turn of Skullbone Cross Wrap, opt, find what's on the top, swap it out, maybe get a buff, maybe get an arrow that you dominate, play out a couple of buffs. That game plan is so much nicer when you do have the arsenal. But let's take a look as we flip through.
Pitch to create the Seismic, has 2 floating, is Sean. Command and Conquer, does he have the pummel? We just looked at the hand. No pummel represented unless it's in the arsenal. Block for 6. Looks like he's grabbing that hand. No, it's just going to be the block for 6. Pummels makes it harder to win clashes. So Levi's just going to block 6 here and keep the 3 cards he has to work with.
Cross Wrap, taking a look at the top, looking at his 2 cards in hand. He's going to end up bottoming that. Will he, Azalea, flip that? He dropped a card. The sleeve slid the card to the bottom, to the table. Azalea comes off, going to flip into a blind hamstring shot. Now, are the 2 cards in hand, are they buffs? It looks like at least one of them is. Oh, yep, he's got 1 buff. So Seek and Destroy active along with Hamstring Shot, pitching that take, aim to cover the cost because that Tunic was 1 turn off. It would have been beautiful to get Dominate and a big, heavy attack coming across. But instead, it's just going to be 8 Dominate. Clash happens, and he actually wins the Clash because Visit, the gold main estate, is on the top, but we're going to have the pop of the gold. He's going to sink the Visit, and they end up finishing that off, gaining that gold back. Drawing a blue.
And there's the Sink Below. Finally going to go ahead and utilize it here because of what the Seek and Destroy represented, just getting it out of there. Sink Below is going to find a Trounce. That's got to stay in hand. Can't head to the Arsenal because you can't block from Arsenal. So let's see what Sean wants to do with this one. So again, not a great hand to utilize when you're trying to do 4 cards. He has the Seismic Search. You can just pitch 1 card into Chokeslam. He's sitting at 14 to Levi's 22. Levi just needs a couple more dominates. Can he get there?
He's slowly but surely, though, running out of buffs, and that's the danger that this deck kind of runs into, is like either running out of buffs or running out of arrows over time means that you just don't have the gas if the game goes super duper long, and Chokeslam is on offer. I was wondering if he was going to choose to just pitch that Trounce and keep a blue for the arsenal. A blue in the arsenal is not the worst thing in the world, particularly if it's like something that can disrupt your opponent's arsenal. It does appear that is going to be the case. Going to be met with a block, and life is going to be preserved. Chokeslam is going to be active, though.
That's a big crush. Levi can't do any buffing on this turn because attack action cards can no longer gain power during the action phase. So how's he going to utilize this one? Does he have any natural go again? He's going to pitch into the Death Dealer. Just come in with a Remorseless. This is probably just going to be an honest Remorseless. I'm just so curious how he's going to use the rest of the cards and why he didn't want to block with another one of them. Block for 4 with the Test of Strength. Show 4 to a 8. That's the gold generated. Sean Gray is going to go ahead and just take the 1. Let's see. Can he show? He just wanted to keep the Codex, wanted to keep the Bolt and Shot. Those are 2 power cards. Didn't want to use them on defense, I suppose.
Oh, he draws into another Codex, and he draws into another arrow. Now, this is a little bit dangerous. He can swap out the arsenal, of course, if he finds a buff on the top. He would love to. Oh, no, he does have a buff.
Take
good.
aim, yeah, there's one take aim.
Good, that's very good for him. Remorseless is live, so any actions are going to lose life based on Remorseless's on-hit text. Keep in mind, back in the day when these heroes were duking it out, you had all of these people jumping through hoops just to, deal 4 damage to actually get the crush effect. And Azalea said, I just have to deal 1 damage. Yeah. I'm the better hero, except that's probably not the case now. Now Guardians have a little bit more comfortable time in this matchup. Disable is on offer. It's that blue that we were talking about earlier. This one is going to threaten the arsenal.
Taking the 1 from the Remorseless down to 12 for playing the action. How does Levi want to deal with this? Not a lot of good blocking cards there in the hand. Takes this, he goes down to 10, and the life lead that he built up with that big dominate slowly starting to fade away.
He would lose the arsenal, but he does have a way to get an arsenal back by using Take Aim's reload effect, and then he can still do Skullbone Cross Wrap. So he does have the ability to play around this arsenal disruption, and that is exactly what he's going to do. He looks like he's going to probably start this turn with Take Aim so that he can reload the arsenal and then flip it with Skullbone to see what's on top. So he does have some amount of play here.
Levi down to 10. Sean down to 12. So Levi at 10 life. Tunic on 1. Got a Codex. Does he have a way to get go again? Is it a Bolt and Shot in the hand?
Not quite sure, as we see. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is a Bolt and Shot.
indeed
So
a
he can use the pump on the Bolt and Shot to get some go again, and then use the Codex and pitch away a Codex. Let's see what the draw is. It's another pump.
So he blind draws into the Seek and Destroy, which means that he can now go Take Aim into Bolt and Shot, not even worrying, and of course always play out the Codex after this, so that was always available to him. So not looking for Dominate on this turn, not looking for extra buffs, just drawing the extra buffs, and instead being able to represent 6 go again on hit reload, but really it's going to end up being play a non-attack action and Codex back what I want.
And then the Skullbone Cross Wrap can be activated because whatever arrow is chosen will be put in face down. Look at the top, maybe find some Dominate from there. But Sean still has some armor to work with. He's got 2 block on the crown, 1 on the gauntlets after that drill shot. We'll have to see if we're getting close to that golden sun that Sean pitched away a while back. That overpower might be how Sean is looking to end this game. Shelter from the Storm going to follow up and take care of this Bolt and Shot if Levi is able to find an attack that gets dominate, it will be really nice because of that Arsenal being cleared, and because Sean played the defense reaction there out of Arsenal, all of a sudden Codex is going to rip a card.
Yeah, this is always the scary part, because if you full commit early and you're leaving no stone, or you're leaving no information available to your opponent. In fact, you're pitching a Codex of Frailty, so it's almost like shields are down. Like, okay, cool, I can block with this from the Arsenal. I just want to stop the reload effect from the Bolton shot. Turns out that's not the case. I had the double. That's why you haven't seen so many thus far in the game. I drew them back to back. Unfortunate for me, but I managed to play around it, and now I'm pushing you to discard and get some less than stellar card in your arsenal, unless it's CNC, and then CNC for 5 is a nice little response.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, maybe there was thinking, I want to get this out in case it's Codex. I can grab a CNC and always have a pretty good play against a Ranger that's about to get a Ponder if this is Codex. But because of the Seismic Surge, just going to grab that Choke Slam so he can come in for 8 and threaten, honestly, a similarly disruptive effect. Can't say it was just a straight up, blunder or misplay from Sean there to open up the Arsenal. But it is just going to be the hamstring shock now that we see that Choke Slam.
And he finds it off the top. This was Azalea, not blind. He did Skullbone Crossbop, as you said, but he finds the Dominate after this massive turn, and that is huge. And it just never didn't have it. I mean, he had the 1-cost arrow that he already had loaded up. It was all free information. If I find it, I do it. If I don't, so be it. I'm sending the Infecting Shot, and now Hamstring Shot says, here you go, 8 Dominate.
And this is important for so many reasons. The Hamstring Shot here, the reason that Sean Gray grabbed the Choke Slam was because the Seismic Surge allowed it to be played with just a single blue. It's getting discounted by 1, but the Hamstring Shot is going to make the first attack cost an additional 1 to play. So that's why Levi is so happy probably to see it be ripped off the top here. He's counting his deck. Yeah, 14 left total in deck, 13 in the deck and 1 in the pitch. He's got to find 1 more Dominate to close out this game. Otherwise, Sean Gray is just simply going to run him out of cards. But that was just a huge find off the top, the Hamstring Shot to shut down the play that Sean Gray tried to make with that Chokeslam instead of the Command and Conquer.
Crown of Providence, I was wondering if he was going to commit the block here. I mean, this might as well be the time to use it. Crown of Providence here. Will he sink one of his cards and redraw? He does, I believe, have a blue still in hand. It looked like it was a Cranial Crush, so that can allow him to just send Miller's Grindstones, which means, do you maybe just get rid of the Chokeslam, or are you comfortable holding Chokeslam for another turn and maybe sending it off of a blue next turn?
Jigger Crown, put the Chokeslam away, grab another one. I think it might have been a Goldmane Estate.
Yes, he's going to be visiting the Goldmane Estate if he chooses to next turn. Seek and Destroy going to be active indeed. Yeah, there's another reason why to activate the Crown there, because Seek and Destroy's on-hit effect was live for the turn. Drawing down to 10 cards left in deck is Levi, but has his opponent down to 10 in his own right.
Seismic Surge pops. Pitch away the Cranial Crush into the Visit the Goldmane Estate. Up to 6 gold, 6 might. As that Victor Specialization is going to look to potentially close out this game. We haven't seen many Golden Suns. We might see one in this very next hand, and if Levi cannot pressure the hand enough.
This is a pivotal turn, like you said. Draws the card.
Oh, and look at that. It's actually the Thunderquake. Sean can just put that in the arsenal and try to come in for huge damage on the next turn. But without that heave, it's a pretty expensive one to play. Tectonic Plating, make another Seismic Surge.
6 gold, 7 might, a Seismic Surge, a Partridge, and a Pear Tree, and there's the Miller Grindstone coming across for the 4. And at this point, every hit is going to take a large percentage of your deck out of the circulation there.
Yeah,
10 cards left.
1/10 every time now. It'll only go up from there.
And you can see he's starting to run thin on non-attack action cards that actually provide buffs. Yeah, Levi has to find the Dominate, and he's got to start finding it pretty quickly. Some Disruption might be nice alongside of it as well. This is going to be a barn burner of a finish.
Oh, and actually is only 3, as Sean remembers the Frailty token that he has. So couldn't actually even keep that Thunderquake in the arsenal because the Seek and Destroy. I forgot about that. We talked about that earlier. So did just utilize all of his cards the best that he could. Had the one floating, so was able to make this attack even through the Hamstring Shot. So Sean's actually down to 9 after that last attack. Yeah, because he was at 12, right? Yeah, so 12 minus 3 takes him down to 9. Levi here actually considering a block for 3. He's losing a card either way, and he doesn't think he can utilize that blue Bolton shot. So he'd rather lose that blue card that's not going to do as much damage rather than a potentially good random card off the top of the deck. Let's prepare to see. He got to knock the death whistle. We weren't able to see what's on top, but he can play that. He can grab an arrow. How many pumps does he have in the hand is the real question.
I think he has 1 pump left in hand, and he's starting to really run thin. It would be the card that's on the far left in his hand. Take a look as he maybe plays it out. No, he's keeping his cards close to the chest. Maybe that isn't even a pump.
It's a lace
with blood rot. So that's one of the only pumps left in the deck, and he really has to find the dominate here. Drill shot comes across, dominated. He does have a pump. He's going to play the lace with blood rot. This is going to buff up his, and there's a Codex of blood rot.
Codex of blood rot, pretty good. But is this going to be enough? Because I think if Sean Gray fans that hand out again, we might see that golden sun that's been waiting to come out. There it is with the Rouse the Ancients. I think this is that potentially same hand from a number of turns ago.
Sorry, I played Codex of Blood Rot.
Yeah, he's going to have to drop a card into his arsenal. That is going to technically take a card from him. It is playable, of course, because it's from the arsenal. So it does look like he dropped the Golden Sun into the arsenal. The question is, can he actually play that card out on his turn? He's going to keep a blue.
Yeah, Sean had to be reminded there. This does have Dominate. He was making like he was going to block with 2 cards. Is he going to put the Golden? No. Okay, there's the Thunk. Thunk plus the Aurum Aegis. That's another point of block. So 3, 4, 5, and 6. Because all of that armor is going to get chewed up by the drill shot no matter what. Taking 1. So now 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens.
Right, but here's the problem. He knows that he has the Golden Sun in the arsenal. He knows that he's got the resources to pitch for it, and he knows he has 7 might on the board, and he's looking to just close it out.
Yeah, the Golden Sun here might be enough to just finish out this game. Levi's damage is not coming together with enough evasion. Seismic Surge is going to pop. Levi has to know. He's got a little smile. He has to know what's coming here. There's the smile. There's the Golden Sun. Cracking a gold for the +3 and overpower. So it's 10 plus 6 is 16 on the combat chain. 17, excuse me, because I guess it's 7 mites, not 6.
He's going to pop the quiver to prevent 1 arcane in this very tough matchup. He's going to play Rain Razors to buff his own arrows, and he's going to block with a single card, and he's going to say, good game. Yeah, unfortunately, the tail of the tape, if we watch that game back, those early turns where he just was not able to put Dominate on the board alongside of all of those buffs, you look back at that part of the game, and that's really where he lost a lot of his tempo. You got to find the Dominate on those big turns, and it just wasn't there for him. So Levi falls to Victor back-to-back. Unfortunate for him, but congratulations to Victor for picking up the win.
And if you want to make Levi feel better, you can help out his place of employ. You can help out MinMaxGames by going to MinMaxFab.com and picking up your case of High Seas, because when you pre-order your case of High Seas over at MinMaxFab.com, you get $20 worth of singles credit. So we do hope you'll join all of our friends over at MinMaxGames, and it'll help Levi feel better. He queued into the only 2 victors in the room, and it's a tougher matchup for him. So if you really want to help out, one of Flesh and Blood's biggest proponents and one of its brightest Azalea stars, you can head over to MinMaxGamesFab.com and pick up your case of High Seas. Well, we've got another round coming up for you in just a second. It's a couple heroes from our most recent sets and a couple players that have done very, very well at Tier 3 and Tier 4 events. It's going to be a barn burner. You're not going to want to miss it right after this. We've got a calling finalist and a world's top 8 competitor coming up for you in just a second. So let's head down to the feature match area for the next round of this ProQuest Plus event in Milwaukee. And this is part of why we are covering this event, because you have world-class players like this and world-class players all around the world taking any chance they can get to look at the classic constructed meta before the Pro Tour hits Los London.
Yes.
Los London.
That's the one. That's the place. Los London.
Los
Yes.
London. I'm
There
going
it
home.
is.
I'm going home to Los Angeles tomorrow, and maybe
Okay.
that's what was in my
Yeah,
head.
you were thinking, you were excited for that. Nevertheless, hey, I just want to point this out.
Sure.
Victor Mercado yesterday played in the Super Armory after the team event and brought the most toxic version of Terra that you possibly could to Blitz and ended up winning the Super Armory. So congratulations to him for bringing that absolute trash to the table and making everyone all of their time less enjoyable.
Well, but just so you know, that's actually something he really likes.
He does.
Ellie Bird,
That's why
my
I
good
brought
friend.
it up,
Yeah,
yes.
Ellie Bird, my good friend, has told me that Victor, and I believe the quote is Antonio Mercado on the right side of your screen. One of his biggest pleasures in Flesh and Blood, admitted by him, is
Yes.
to just boom people's time. That's how he describes it. So if you sit down, he's a lovely dude, but just know that if you sit down across from him,
Yes.
he's trying to make this suck.
Yes, and that's why I bring it up, because I walked over to both of his final 2 matches, and the opponent was completely fatigued and sitting at 1 life, 0 cards in deck, and conceded the match after that point. And it looked very painful. But here today, not playing that, and instead playing Verdance Thorn of the Rose, trying to make his way at 3-0 into those upper brackets and preparing himself hopefully for a top 8 finish. But he's going to have his hands full with Enigma. Now, this is a classic 90-90 matchup, isn't it? Some people say this is a 0%er for Verdance, and I think Victor said that this is a solid matchup for him. So we'll actually have to see how this ends up going. It could have been a different Verdance player that was, beating a bunch of Enigmas yesterday, but he's got his work cut out for him, because Noah is no slouch.
Oh yeah, no. 90-90 is a tough one. Jonathan Fuke yesterday was saying that this is a really brutal matchup for Verdance, but B, who was the finalist Verdance, was saying that they were beating up Enigmas all day long. So we're gonna have to wait and see just how this one plays out. I feel like it's a tough one for Verdance. You have to imagine you have some arcane damage to threaten the ward, but Noah bringing plenty of arcane barrier to the table. So you're going to have to do quite a bit of damage, probably relying on things like Channel the Millennium Tree to get over the top. It's just a Manifestations of Mira guy with 2 counters right now for Noah. But can he find a way to deal with the Scar for a Scar and the arcane effects that will be coming post this physical damage?
Yeah, Scar for the Scar, and inclusion in the list specifically for this matchup, because it does allow you to kind of, and other matchups as well, but this is one of those matchups you bring it in for so that you can threaten the board in 2 different ways on a turn very easily. And going to be coming out here while the board has a Manifestations of Mira guy on it. So at this point, you're pretty happy to try and threaten the life total of Enigma. But remember, Enigma uniquely can protect her board by blocking, whereas other illusionists just have to watch it disappear. Instead, Enigma says, I'm just going to block you, and you don't get to take away my Manifestations of Mira guy that I developed on turn 1.
So Surgeon Aethertide, that's going to be pitched into with the Enigma Chimera, but now we finally have a Felling of the Crown activation. It's just going to be 4, but it is going to decompose the final card out of the hand of Noah Beygelman, which means this 4 is going to take care of the Manifestations of Miragai. There's nothing Noah Beygelman can do about it.
That's a great sequence, and that's a great way to try and deal with that board. Noah not going to have anything to do on his turn, and Victor advancing the game state with that first decompose on what was a fantastic sequence.
And you heard Noah say, pretty good, take 2. Noah's going to draw up over to Victor. See an interesting card there in Fertile Ground. That's not often something you're seeing in the Verdance list, or I guess not seen too often recently. But these, as Jonathan Fuke mentioned at the end of day, the winning Verdance from the Battle Hardened team event yesterday, he said he thinks there's still plenty of room to innovate in Verdance. People are still figuring it out, given that the hero has just recently kind of burst onto the scene in Fertile Ground, something Victor clearly enjoying on his way to 3-0 in today's ProQuest Plus event.
Yeah, Fertile Ground actually is fantastic on a combo turn in Blitz. It's already starting to see more play, and there's a little bit more game planning that you can do with it in Blitz because of your ability to, use Crown of Seeds now, but it is making its way into some lists in Blitz and showing up here as well in CC because it does allow for some pretty powerful, life gain into amping the Surge and Aethertide into a spell plays that you can make.
36 for no Beygelman. He's just going to play the Restless Coalescence. No +1/+1 counters on this turn. He's just kind of biding his time, waiting for Verdance to see, or kind of putting the onus at least in this last turn after Victor took all the cards out of the hand. Seeing what can you do with 5 cards. The last turn for Victor was not very impressive whatsoever. Noah just going to develop Ward 2, develop an arsenal, and once again say, can you do more than just pitch a bunch of cards into 6 damage?
Yeah, the interesting thing about the Verdance list as it's currently constructed is it doesn't really use a full grip of cards effectively in a lot of cases. It's much more comfortable, blocking, gaining some life, and then throwing something like a Felling of the Crown. In this case, it's just going to be playing the classic Surgent, ask for a card, do you expect it to be a arcane spell, and then play CNC. This was something that some meme builds and some spicy brews used to do on Kano, where you would actually do the exact same pattern, play Surge and Aethertide, and ask them if they wanted to pitch to Arcane Barrier to try and steal cards out. I played that deck. It was pretty fun, but I'll tell you right now, that plan does not work in the long term at the highest levels.
4 damage. Go again. Waxing Spectre. Can't follow this up with the Restless Coalescence because the Tunic is on 1. Ring of Roses, maybe you can just be committed to the block here.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Ring of Roses is a fantastic card to develop. You only get one of them. It is legendary, and not only that, but it's also very beautiful. That's the cold foil Ring of Roses, going to be committed to blocking, as you said. 4 go again, blocked out, but that's another card you can get, another Earth card specifically, you can get into the graveyard for decomposed possibilities. Surgent is the play alongside of a spell in hand. You have a nice little 3 block. Also could be played. Autumn's Touch can be played for 5. But what is in the arsenal from Victor's side of things?
No response.
No response to the Surge and Aethertide. He's going to go ahead and pop the Restless Coalescence. Here comes the Autumn's Touch now.
Making some headway, trying to threaten on both axes, take a card, send some physical damage, try to clear the board. Taking that line is Victor Mercado, and he is going to go ahead and clear the board, doing some amount of damage. On the side of Victor is making some progress in this matchup. It's going to be a bit of a grind fest, but he does find a Channel of the Millennium Tree. Now, what does Noah have on offer? Starting off with Levels of Enlightenment and the Transcend to follow it up. Probably going to be pitching into creating Enigma's Spectral Shields, perhaps, so that we can get 2 modes chosen. Nope, even better than that.
1 manifestation's in the pitch, 1 manifestation's on the field. Resolve the levels, has 2 cards in pitch. It's going to be draw and +2 because of the go again already represented with the path rail traveled. So here's 5 go again. And yeah, it's going to be 8 go again following that up, though Victor does have a way to potentially get some damage over the top with the Pulsing Aether Life because it's 4 arcane. That would be enough if Noah Beygelman cannot find any ward to develop to protect the manifestations.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky spot because you don't want to take just a boatload of damage just to try and remove manifestations of Mirror Guy, fail, and then have it swing a second time. I think yesterday you mentioned one Pankaj. Ethnic Smoke says, if manifestation swings twice in a game, that person wins the game. I could agree with that.
Yeah, that's what that's the heuristic, one might say. If you see manifestation swing twice, 2 turns back to back, or even 2 turns separated by a turn of defense, that is often enough for the Enigma player to just get too much value. Yeah, swinging for 16 with 2 resources is, I mean, it's bonkers. Let's just be clear.
Pretty good. Is it pretty good?
19.
But Channel the Millennium Tree also might be a part of the way that Victor tries to clear the manifestations. He's down to 19 after taking those attacks, but the follow-up's not done. It's Command and Conquer going for the arsenal. There's not a lot of defense in that equipment suite for Verdance. And one of those cards in hand at least does not block. We don't know what the defense potential is here from the arsenal from Victor, but this is, I mean, this is backbreaking to follow up this turn. 5 go again into 8 go again into CNC. Quite literally one of the strongest turns you can have in a game of Flesh and Blood. You're watching it on your screens.
I passed out for a moment. What happened? What did I miss? Oh, okay, cool.
5
Yeah,
damage
see
from
it.
Levels of Enlightenment into 8 damage from Manifestations of Mirage
sorry.
into Command and Conquer. One of the strongest turns from Flesh and Blood you could ever see is happening on your screens.
Threw
That's
up
what
in
you
my
missed.
mouth a little
That's what
bit.
you
Yeah,
missed.
and by the way, there is a root-bound carapace in the arsenal. Of course, there is a root-bound carapace in the arsenal, and that could have been developed on Manifestations, but instead, Noah with the perfect response to it. This is 34 to 13, but we do have a Channel the Millennium Tree. Broccoli on the board is going to come across. Eat your vegetables, everyone, because now we get to send Pulsing Aether across off that Tunic trigger for a casual 7.
And this is all that Victor could do. He had to pitch both of those cards because he didn't have the Earth Blue. This is brutal. Last 2 turns, all he had in his freaking hand were Earth Blues. And just a single one of them would have allowed him to develop the Channel the Millennium Tree with just the 1 card. But unfortunately here, had to pitch 2. After his last 2 turns, he was flooded with the Earth Blues here. Can't even find the 1.
AB3 here on the board, like you've mentioned before, a handful of blues. AB3 plus the ward prevention on Manifestation. At least it takes Manifestations off the board, is the thought from Victor, but he had to sacrifice so much to get to this point.
Yeah, down to 31 goes Noah, so the Manifestations is cleared, but the life lead is so significant. The Channel the Millennium Tree now on this next turn has the potential to turn any spell into 3 higher, which can go so far, but Rage Spectre's going to come out. It's going to be able to attack for 6. Stir the Pot is also going to be the response. We're going to shuffle the deck. We're going to create a Spectral Shield. It's going to have a +1 counter. It's going to attack for 2. And the Rage Spectre likely the follow-up.
And this Spectral Shield creation, I think we're going to see some Spectral Shields here perhaps created. This is why we run Scour as Wizards, because, yep, there's the activation. We can possibly pop some of those ward pieces off of the board beforehand, but this is just such a powerful sequence of turns. Here's the Spectral Shield creation. Going to come on in.
Here's 2 go again. This you can get full value out of the Blade Beckoner. This is a nice little piece of tech we're seeing come in.
It's a weapon, right? So yeah, it doesn't.
It's a weapon.
It's a weapon. Yeah, it's a
Indeed it is. Rage Spectre coming across for just a casual 6.
Well, no, you went to your life pad. That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure you don't take damage. You take 3. 10.
Down to 10 goes Victor.
The guard well indicates there's the block. The -2. Taking up the Tunic to 1. Does have that Channel the Millennium Tree available again. Very graciously gives him back the Rage Spectre, though I'm sure he would have loved to put it in the graveyard.
I don't even need Cosmo anyway. Just no weapon. Appreciate it.
We're hearing. Is this something to be said? Okay.
Well said.
Well,
by
we heard some words from our
person
we heard some words from our
off.
producer, but I guess we'll keep it between us.
Okay.
I guess keep it
All
between
right.
us.
Well,
Thanks for telling us though and interrupting the broadcast
yep.
for something that we're not supposed to repeat on stream.
Burying the lead there as that conversation continues in private. Sorry, everyone. Nevertheless, the pitch. Spectral Prowler coming across Rage Spectre. And look at this. Cadaverous Tilling. That's our second Decompose. So we're getting ever closer to having Verdance active.
One more Decompose with 3 Earth cards will do it. Scour unfortunately hits the pitch. Not quite able to get too much value in this game yet so far.
Thankfully, no need here because we did have that red Cadaverous Tilling, a card that some people don't even play. That's a contentious card.
Yeah,
it's a very powerful attack, and it has the ability to decompose. It just depends on how you end up building the deck. Heck, you can even build Verdance not with Surgent Aethertide, and just with Waning Moon and some zero-cost spells, you can build it completely differently. That's one of the cool things about Verdance and these, these Rosetta heroes. They're pretty wide open as far as deck building is concerned.
Get an action point. Do this.
Gonna go ahead
RIP.
and attack.
Transcend.
Here, Noah say RIP as he transcends.
There you go. Shield with the counter.
Shield with the counter.
2 go again.
Play the Rage Spectre, get the action point back. Now we pretty much the exact play we saw a turn ago.
Yes, exactly. It's the second verse, same as the first, and Rage Spectre, a pretty good card on your turn, and some amount of life loss prevention on your opponent's turn. Victor spent all that time trying to clear it, and yet here it is again, sitting at a precarious 10 life to Noah's very comfortable 24. This is an uncomfortable spot, of course, to be in from Victor's side of things, and his body language is telling a story all its own.
You're 8.
Down to 8 goes Victor, and this is going to be a follow-up with the Rage Spectre for 6. That's going to buy 2 blocks from the Overflow, the Aether Well.
Yeah, there's so much going on from the side of the Verdance when you're trying to figure out how to deal with these illusionist ward cards. Going to pitch and activate Plume, so he's actually going to pull back a Felling of the Crown. It's a great activation, so he has some amount of trying to, like, disruption to try to get back in the game. But yeah, there's so much like that you want to do to try and stop these. Sometimes it's like arguable that you just play like a Cindering Foresight in your deck and play Waning Moon just so that you can maybe try to deal with the board on the opponent's turn and then send some stuff on yours. But Verdance is officially online, as you can see with the feet being indicated there. It's right there on the screen.
Coming in for 8. And taking a card away. And the reason that we saw Victor utilize the Plume of Evergrowth on Noah's end phase before he drew is just in case a pass over was drawn. If you let the Enigma player draw up, you attempt to activate Plume of the Evergrowth, and then they go ahead and play pass over in response to what you're targeting. The effect is just going to fizzle, I'm pretty sure. So that's why we saw Victor do that at the end phase. Small bits of... what's the word? Optimization.
There you go.
From our calling finalist on the right side of your screen. Min-maxing.
He
Way
min-maxed his
better.
way
Way better.
Phantasmaclasm on offer here, and that is going to look at the hand. It is going to see the red fruits of the forest. Yum Yum going to go to the bottom of the deck. He's going to draw up in there. Hopefully finds another one, but turns out it's just a Scar for a Scar, and 9 is on offer. The one time he had the perfect response, and it's ripped away via Phantasmaclasm, and that's Enigma now. Enigma is a more aggressive version of this deck. That's what's kind of taking these top tables over the past few weeks, and it's making it very difficult for heroes like Verdance who are trying to answer other things in the meta, because she just does this. Lots of damage, unrelenting.
Just plays the Energy Potion and passes. Arsenal's that plow under, I'm pretty sure. Here comes the Waxing Spectre. Gonna come in. Attack for 4 when it does attack. 4 go again with the Waxing Spectre. No blocks. No Beygelman here thinking, does he have a response? Does he have a way to try to finish the game? The answer is no.
Keep in mind those Storm Striders are always live. You do have to think about, the Storm Strider possible activation to stop a turn, dealing some damage while a ward is, in that attacking state. But at this life deficit, it's almost just a safety valve, less than it is an attempt to win the game.
Yeah, Tunic activation, seeing if Victor has a response. Tunic is okay, resource created. Here comes the Restless Coalescence. That's just going to buy a block for 3. Now there's a bunch of ward, though, that Victor has to think about on his next turn, if he even gets there. Scar for Scar 4, down to 1 is Victor. I was wondering if that life total was accurate. Turns out the answer was no.
Scar for a Scar, a great end to this. I mean, obviously you would have loved to have resources up and send something like a CNC and just ask for even more cards, but still effectively asking for a 2-card block here, or the loss of the Tunic, because you have your opponent at 1, and this is dire straits for our Verdance player Victor Mercado.
It's got to give more than just that card.
The other option, I guess, it would be to, play like a Fruits of the Forest and gain some life, or in this case, Fertile Ground. Fertile Ground is going to be on offer here, popping the Energy Potion to gain the life, then going to lose the life down to 2 Reminds me a lot of the big finish of that Pro Tour in LA with the gaining of the life to take down and then to swing back for the win. But in this case, it's just to try and survive.
What's up? That's correct. I'm at 2. Yeah, we're good. Just gaining and going back down. Yeah.
Here comes Surgeon Aethertide, coming in for 1. Threatening the ward that's on the board, and then the Summer's Fall is going to be able to be the follow-up. Take care of one of these auras.
5 with 6, take 4.
Yeah.
Arcane Barrier is going to be pitched into Scar for a Scar. Spoiler alert, you do have less life. You are going to have the go again here, threatening the board yet again. 1 card left in hand. The Arcane damage is not going to be amped off of Surgeon Aethertide, so if that is a blue spell, then it's just going to come in for its value.
Waiting on remainder of the blocks. Gonna block 4 with the Tunic. Like you said, blood in the water being smelled here, trying to preserve the board and just end this game before Verdance can do a big old combo.
I think that's a Summer Fall. Yeah, it is a Summer's Fall. You're going to have to, take the Tunic. That's right. You got to take the Tunic to be able to pay for this because it does cost 2, but it does come across 4, 6, and it is going to decompose, which means it is going to activate the target aura effect and bottoming that. So it is effectively removing the board. A great response to Enigma's presence in the meta, including red Summer's Falls. Blues are pretty popularly played in certain lists, so including the red acts as a popper and also allows you that decompose trigger.
Yeah, Noah wants to deal with this because it's 6 damage that threatens the Coalescence. A little bit of a sigh here from Noah, down to 21, which even though Victor's all the way down to 2, these Verdance decks can gain a lot of life and rampant growth their way into a win.
A chip, a chair, and a prayer is what we say about Verdance. If it isn't, that's what we should start saying about Verdance, because she has the capacity to gain life out of this. Now, this is not a CYB version of the deck, so you're not going to be looking at these massive, chunk life gains off of CYB, but you have the tempo here because you've ripped the hand apart.
With the 2 floating, going to be able to use Astral Etchings as an instant because there's a Spectral Shield that was created on after the activation of the Restless Coalescence, so a really nice way to utilize all of the floating, and the Spectral Shield gets to come in for free with the +1 counters. Really nice play there from Noah, utilizing all of the floating resources after A being to the Surgeon Aethertide.
And again, he's going to ask for blocks. Now, in this case, he could choose to throw the Tunic now that he's used it on the previous turn cycle. So maybe that Tunic makes its way out there and preserves his life at 2 rather than being at 1. But he's also got some other options here in the hand. See how he chooses to block? I think that's a Sigil of Solace in the hand. No, that's Command and Conquer. That beautiful legendary Command and Conquer, in fact. There's going to be 4 with go again. No follow-up to this. No cards in hand. No resources up. Question is, what is he going to do on the side of Victor here after the block is made? It's got the ability to decompose.
It also has a Scour. Scour can take care of both the Restless Coalescence and the Spectral Shield. Down goes Victor, back to 1, but we know Verdance doesn't necessarily stay there for long. Can pitch 2 into this Scour. I think that's probably going to be the play. Scour away both of those auras. Destroying X target aura tokens or auras with cost 0. X equals 2 means you can choose the Coalescence and the Spectral Shield and deal 2 Arcane on the follow.
Any responses here from Noah? In response, of course, to X being declared as 2 after pitching, the aura's on the board already, so you might as well let those fizzle unless you've got an effect that can take advantage of those being removed.
2 Arcane, AB into it with that Spectral Prowler. Heads to the bottom of the deck. Here comes the draw from Victor. It's going to be just the second Tenet of Chi Wind. 5, I believe. So block and a pass, which means it's going to be Tunic up to 2.
Look at this, a felling of the crown in the hand. Going to pitch that, going to decompose. That is going to continue the aggression a little bit. Trying to get Noah off of a 4-card plus arsenal hand and threaten a little bit more of that life. So he's still in this.
Yeah, Victor's sticking around. He's not done yet. Noah Beygelman has to be careful because if he takes too much damage, this Verdance deck can do a lot of explosivity. Does need to keep a fair amount of cards to do so.
I think we saw a rampant growth life earlier. We haven't seen one since, and it's been a minute. Now, the Plume of Evergrowth has been used to this point, and so you're not doing any sort of comboing with that. At this point, you're basically going to have to natural draw it or somehow craft it while also being at 1. That is difficult, to say the least, but he is going to bottom that card, and then looks like he's going to take the 8. He has the life to play with at this point.
I think I'm at 13. Was I 13? Yeah.
13 now. Plays 1. Took all of the damage to try to just finish this thing out. Let's see how he's going to try to do it.
Spectral Manifestations is the choice here.
All right, here comes the Spectral Shield. Comes in with those 3 counters, so attacks for 4.
And finally, the cash in on the Tunic for its block value. Going to block 1, stopping that break point of 4. But are there any tricks up the sleeve, or is this turn just going to continue with more damage? And look at this. Doing the classic illusionist play of making a 1-power attacking weapon. Spectral Shield means it's going to have to be met.
Okay. I priority, not just thinking.
Making the shield. Not doing anything yet before he attacks with the shield. But I have priority, just thinking. It is actually going to be the levels here before the Spectral Shield.
Go.
Draw, go again is the choice here. 2 blues in the pitch, so draw and go is most likely what the call is. Unless he feels like he wants to do +2. Nope, the draw is going to be the call.
It's going to block 3 with the Felling of the Crown.
Saving that popper just in case there's something following up. It also can just be the power play, if you will, that he does on his own turn. A very flexible card in its own right. It can gain you 2 life, get you out of a pinch if you have to block with that 0 cost. It can also just be a 7-power attack on your own turn.
We're giving this a real think. I guess he's worried about losing the Spectral Shields to a Storm Strider activation.
That was foolish. I think I just do this. Swing.
Attack for 2. Gain 2 with the Fruits of the Forest. Or block for 2. Same difference.
I'll sack my gloves.
Calming Gesture to make the final Spectral Shield to attack for 1.
Yeah, he wants to take that final card, and he is going to take that final card, which means that Victor is basically just forced to draw up and pass.
Oh my God.
And drew into 2, and there they were. 2 rampant growth lives, 2 non-blocking cards, and no spell to even try to combo. Has some amount of life gain. He can kind of play some of that out, but at this point, he's basically forced into old school, like, illusionist Kodachi lock, and he does not have the blocking cards to do it.
Victor
That's just going to be it.
Extends the fist bump. That is going to be the game. Drew the non-blocks there. No Beygelman. It almost started to feel like Victor had a chance to claw his way back into this one, but the manifestations of Miragai was just too much damage. The life loss from Victor was too hard to deal with. And no Beygelman was under 4-0, but Victor's still at X and 1. All the X and 1s will make it into the top 8 of the ProQuest Plus, and actually 1 X and 2 might even sneak their way in there after 6 rounds of Swiss. That's when we'll be seeing our top 8. So 2 more rounds of Swiss before we get to the top 8.
Almost
we'll see
there.
if Verdance can make it in alongside Noah Beygelman, who's looking pretty good. He's just got to win one of his next 2 to lock his seat. And even if he loses his next 2, he might be that one single solitary X2 that makes it in, if we understand the breakers correctly, as their arcane and mysterious ways can never fully be understood by the human brain.
Well said. Well said. But
you.
if you want to see more action here, keep it locked in because we're going to take a short break and then we'll bring you round number 5. So don't go too far. We'll see you soon. Well, the rain continues to fall outside here in Milwaukee, but shooting stars rise above it, and we're about to watch one right now as Aurora, shooting star, sitting high at the top tables, is going to be our feature match alongside of a Florian, the master of the composition himself. Who will reign supreme in this battle of Rosetta heroes? It's Jason Watkins versus Ryan Rich, Aurora versus Florian. And if you had to pick a seat to sit in, I think I know what your answer would be, Mr. O'Byrne. Would you be taking Aurora?
You know, I played this at an Armory event in New Zealand and played this exact matchup. It was a very close game. I was on Aurora versus a Florian. I did get there, but it was razor thin. Let me tell you something. And I can immediately tell that Jason's going in a different direction than I did. He's going for the combo game plan. He's got the Crown of Dominion. He's got the gold. And he has got the Aether Ironweave. It's like the full deal combo package. I just went, honest to God, let's just play the normal, a bunch of fours and a bunch of good damage and see if I could get there, and I just barely did. So we'll have to see if Ryan Rich is able to turn the matchup differently here and utilize the powerful effects from that Earth Talent and Rune Blade class to get over the finish line.
Interesting. He's choosing to what looks like just Arsenal and ask for, oh, look at this, a discard at instant speed on the Ripple Away to try and prevent any Aura token creations. And a chuckle from Jason Watkins, who was attempting, I think, to just Arsenal pass, but because a card is now out of the hand, maybe he's going to choose to try and pressure the life.
No, just going to go ahead and Arsenal and pass. Not worried about taking any damage. Ryan Rich looking for a specific card off the deck. Top of the deck. Ryan, no stranger to coverage. Been a minute since we've seen him on the stream table, but been playing high-level Flesh and Blood for quite some time. Grasp into Tree is going to be the play into the Reaping Blade. So here is 4 Arcane and 3 Physical.
What a powerful setup on turn 0. Didn't even get a chance outside of that one discard to filter, and yet he has the absolute nuts. Now, you mentioned that this was a really grindy back-and-forth matchup when you played it out. And what about Florian makes it feel that way when you're facing down this Earth hero?
Oh, well, the classics, my friend. You've got the Plow Unders, you've got the Fellings, you've got the Prevention effects, you've got the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. This is a hero that loves to take the game a little longer. Gotta wait for that hero ability to be turned online and make those tokens doubled times 2, my friend. So it's a classic when you come to these Earth heroes. They just get stronger as the game goes on, which means they are interested in taking the game a little longer. Jason down to 33, but his first real attacking turn. I think he set up an E-Strike in the arsenal. No Embodiment of Lightning, and it wouldn't have even been able to be created because of that Ripple Away that was discarded on turn 0. Let's see how Jason wants to start things off. It's going to be a burn-up. It's going to be a shock.
A burn-up shock here is on offer. It's going to deal that 1 point of Arcane, and then it's going to be followed up by multiple 0 for 4s, as you can see, and one of those is definitely going to be receiving, on the receiving end, I should say, of the buff from Lightning Press in the hand, such an influential card that made its way into the game in Tales of Aria and then reprinted there in Rosetta. Again, these two heroes from the new set Rosetta, newer set Rosetta, and threatening each other's life total back and forth, but this is Flittering Charge. You can expect some form of instant card to be played to give it go again.
But Ryan here has plenty of defense. Lightning Press comes in, and he has got 2 forms of defense reactions, but this will now take both of them if he wants to shore up this damage, including the burn-up. Looks like it's going to. Sink and Shelter from the Storm. Is there going to be a Sink to try to turn one of these 2/2 blocks into a 3 block?
Looks like he seems very comfortable holding on to that Battlefront Bastion alongside of the Fruits of the Forest. Battlefront Bastion, a pretty interesting addition to the deck. Some people, I haven't seen it played by every Florian list I've looked at, so it's kind of interesting to see its inclusion here. It's a fantastic little blocking card that also prevents arcane damage. Might be one of those tech pieces that we see in the upcoming Pro Tour to try and combat the strength of Aurora, Shooting Star.
And these players at 4-1. A loss here will likely knock them out of contention, and a win keeps them potentially fighting for their top 8 lives here at this ProQuest Plus.
Checking his graveyard. Yes, it is still 1 card. And then considering whether or not he wants to add to that. Keep in mind, he's also looking to play this Decompose game, which is going to take him a little longer, as he only has the Ripple Away, and 2 D-Reacts going to make their way in. So if he wants to commit more Earth cards, he's going to have to basically give up an entire turn, which might be what he just chooses to do. He's going to have to draw into more Earth cards as well.
I don't believe it.
Jason saying he doesn't believe this sucks, but those two blocks that Ryan Rich kept in hand, he can go 2, 4, 6 with the piece of equipment, overblock by 1, lose all the value that he would have gained from the embodiment of Earth from the bark skin of the Millennium Tree. So really, no good options here for Ryan. He's not happy, and that's why he's taking so long on this blocking decision.
Yeah, he's also not going to get any value out of this Channel of the Millennium Tree if he can't create some rune chance off of Grasp. So this hand really is kind of a clunker as far as trying to stave off the burn-up shock effect.
Take it.
1 prevention floating, which will matter for the burn-up.
4 and 4.
Yeah, taking the 4 and 4.
And the worst-case scenario here, I think he has a felling in the arsenal, and he can't even decompose by playing this felling. So maybe we just see the pitch to create the rune chance and then send on over so he can get some value out of the channel. So at least he has the capacity to throw 4 and 3. That's a pretty decent little setup, but he's not going to keep that tree around any longer.
No, simply wanting to get the offensive value, like you say, from the tree. It would have been 2 block on the Fruits of the Forest, but here he turned that into making sure he get an additional 3 damage from the Channel of the Millennium Tree, and he turned this attack into now it's just you pitch 1 card and get 7 damage. That's quite good.
Yeah, feels pretty good.
From the investment from the turn prior.
It's unfortunate, though, because he didn't, on that previous turn, advance his game plan of getting to that decompose. Like, he still can't play that felling to actually get value out of the decompose, if it is indeed a felling.
No,
and so it feels kind of bad.
And he chose the 1 extra life up the Battlefront Bastion versus blocking with the fruits and getting an additional Earth card in the graveyard. So
It's true.
knowing that this Aurora deck can do such big numbers, Ryan Rich was trying to just shore up the life in any way he could.
Good eyes.
Especially, I guess, when you see that your opponent's clearly going for a big combo turn, trying to maintain as much life as you can before that turn actually takes place is pretty paramount, I would imagine, in Ryan Rich's mind. But that was an unfortunate draw.
5 with go again. The hand for Ryan Rich. See the Bramble Spark, that's a card that has made its way into Florian lists in more recent months. I remember seeing it for the first time at the calling in Portland, actually.
It's pretty solid when paired with Channel of the Millennium Tree.
Blocking 5 here, Arcane Seed's Life, and that Bramble Spark getting in front of this Enlightened Strike. Written in the Stars here, just going to make the Embodiment of Lightning. Another great use of a card, of that card. It just is so versatile. It's lightning, it blocks 3, it's blue. But on a turn like this where you haven't played a lightning card, it can't utilize Aurora's hero ability. The Written in the Stars can just still get you that Embodiment of Lightning, and it's like you just pitched the tube into it. You don't get to use the Starfall, but when sometimes you can't find the Lightning card for Aurora's text, Written in the Stars can bail you out, and now Jason Watkins is set up. Card in the arsenal, 4 cards in the hand, Embodiment of Lightning. He's ready to do some major hurt, and Ryan Rich is already blocked with 2 cards. Another Bramble Spark that can't do anything, and it's just going to be the simple Reaping Blade coming in from here.
Yeah, I think he was maybe favoring blocking in a different way. Either way, it's going to result in Bramble Spark plus Reaping Blade.
You can see Ryan Rich just shaking the head, saying, I should have blocked differently. Not the clean and tight gameplay he wanted to be presenting in this 4-1 game.
And that's a tough one because this is essentially a rubber match in a way. Because you mentioned it, maybe an X2 makes it, unless some craziness and some drama happens like it did yesterday during the team event. You don't want to have this final loss or this second loss to take place in this round. If anything, if you're going to drop a game, you might as well drop it in the final round of the tournament so that you have your best possible breakers. But want to play tight here, and here's Exude Confidence going to be coming across and asking a pretty tough question. The felling still lurking there in the arsenal.
But luckily for Ryan, he does have an attack that can block this Exude Confidence. But he doesn't actually have anything that would really matter in terms of the way of defense reactions for this chain anyway. What he doesn't know, however, is that Jason Watkins has drawn his first Channel Lightning Valley. Block 3 is the call. In response, we're going to see Lightning Press up to 7 to turn off any further reactions because of the Exude Confidence, and then the Channel Lightning Valley. So we know that Ryan Rich doesn't have a D-React, but Jason Watkins did the Lightning Press on this turn to make sure that this Exude Confidence's text is online, and now the 4 damage over in the top, and now the draw from the channel Lightning Valley. This is why Aurora is so highly represented. We see the burn-up shock in the hand. We see the current funnel.
Hassel has the, is that a new Skizik as well, right?
Side's been really bad. So.
Ryan Rich, a little bit of a rough go of it as is up to this point, but this is going to have go again. It is going to represent more damage on offer. The burn-up shock there could make its way into the arsenal after this. Skizik could be thrown. We'll see how the line ends up taking us, but
yeah, I think this could definitely be a setup kind of potential for the follow-up here from Jason. Excuse me. You place the burn-up shock in the arsenal, attack with the Starfall, make your embodiment of lightning, pitch away the blue, be content to have the burn-up shock on your next turn when you'll have Channel Lightning Valley and can once again immediately threaten the draw with that shock.
what a dangerous sequence that you could set up with this these 3 cards. You're still representing 4 damage after this off the Skizik, I think. Maybe 3. Either way, you're going to be able to establish a Starfall swing and an Embodiment of Lightning and a very powerful card in the arsenal. Now, keep in mind, this is not the combo turn yet. I mean, you're still digging for pieces of the combo Arc, Lightning, Flicker Wisp, of that nature. And yet, you're still presenting so much threatening damage up to this point. Your opponent's at 27. Had a rough go of it to this point, drawing some poor cards. Maybe making his way into playing that felling on the following turn gets him a little bit of equity back.
Oh, that's it. Oh, thanks. You're a genius.
And here comes the Skizik.
Gonna come in for 3.
Just coming in for 3 because of no go again. This is just going to be that play. Probably bringing Ryan somewhat close in parity of life total. And then setting up that burn-up shock for the next turn with that CLV. Sometimes it's the second CLV turn that really breaks the game on its head.
Particularly when you have burn-up shock to start it off and make them pitch into the arcane to stop it, right? That's such a painful start to a turn when you know that any point of arcane is coming across, or any point of physical is coming across to draw them a card, and they start the turn off with instant speed. Here's 1.
There's the flow counter on the CLV. Burn-up shot gets to the arsenal. And I think Ryan Rich has kept himself a weakest link to threaten any instance in the hand. And let's see if there are any in the hand. There are a couple in the hand and a couple of 2 blocks.
Remembrance in the hand
Remembrance
as
is
well.
a pretty interesting shout.
When was the last time you saw Remembrance played? I don't know if I've been seeing Remembrance in the sideboard. I'm being told that it is made its way into a couple of different top 8 calling lists at this point. But that's a fun little shout right there to see the old school WTR card make its way back in.
Ryan's going to get shocked here in layer to draw a card. Looks like Jason is just interested in trying to find another way to block on this turn. That's pretty interesting.
I was beginning to think
He does have equipment block, and yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see here. At least 2, maybe 3 be committed along with a card that blocks for 3, which is the card that he just drew, which is pretty fortuitous.
Now, weakest link, remind me. It's been a while since I've had this one hit against me.
You're that good, my friend.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've bled.
Since
All
I've bled.
that for
No,
a
because,
drop of
so
blood.
you get to choose the discard here on the weakest link, right? So I'm wondering if he really. Oh,
It
choose
says,
a card with that base
look at their
power.
hand and choose a card with
that
that
does make
base,
it different.
yep.
That does make it different. I was like, I feel like I just lose the remembrance, man. Like, but no. If Ryan Rich gets to choose, he probably takes the 3 value off of the electrostatic discharge. But the ability for that shock with the CLV is something that is going to be missed potentially on this turn. There's most of the armor block from Jason. He gets 1 more block off the Grasp of the Arcanine, and that is it. That is the difference in the combo game plan. You don't get all of the armor that Aurora can bring to the table. The fridge becomes a little more of a mini fridge, shall we say.
He is going to pitch into Grasp here, which is going to do effectively the same sort of thing that playing that Burn-Up Shock. Of course, having Burn-Up Shock on your own turn is just so powerful, but trying to draw into a blocking card, and it paid off for Jason on the previous turn. Instead, now you're going to use the Rune Chant to maybe generate that drawn card. But because of the composition of the hand, you basically know face up that this Channel Lightning Valley is not going to stick around a single turn more. Unless he draws into another lightning card and somehow pitches both of them.
But he does draw the card thanks to the Grasp of the Arcanite activation. No AB for Ryan Rich, and there's the first Decompose. There's the first 0 for 4 being played in a while. We're getting 2 Earth cards and an action card. Ryan Rich not too worried about the Florian ability here in this game, honestly. It's a lot more just about the strength of card and the disruption you already have rather than the extra rune chance. Probably most relevant is that Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, but that'll happen only after 4. So you won't have to do the classic, 3-3-2. Going 2-2-2-2 Earth cards to get to your 8 is perfectly fine most times in this matchup, but that you have to get to that point. The aggression from Aurora can sometimes just prove to be too much.
Ryan says, I've drawn the wrong half of my deck, and that can be a very tilting feeling knowing that the deck is just not drawing your way. But at the same time, you have to buckle down and keep playing the game, because if you notice, the combo has not been drawn in any way, shape, or form by Jason as well. So, if you can keep cards and play fellings and you defend, keep things in front of you, then you can maybe work your way down where they're going to have to start really respecting your own damage.
I think Ryan has to really give a think about trying to block this thing out with some armor if he's worried about that arcane damage. You have your Aurora opponent on a 4-card hand next turn. You have a Felling you can deploy from your arsenal. This feels like this has to be a turn where you deploy that Felling and do some disrupting to put them down to a 3-card hand and get 8 damage across. Is he worried about the static shocks on hit effect? Does he finally give some armor? Or is it just going to be that Rootbound Carapace? And does he have enough Earth cards to do 2 Decomposes?
That's true. It's a good question. Now, one of the Earth cards is going to be making its way into the graveyard already in that Rootbound Carapace. He could defend with the second one. That guarantees him 2 Earth cards. He has an action card in there, so he has that lined up. The other card, I believe, is a blue. It's a Germinate, so he can effectuate that exact game plan.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll commit the armor.
Commit the armor. Block 3 doesn't need to decompose here. Gets 2 more Earth cards into the graveyard for that Felling immediately.
Channel goes away. That's a big deal. Wasn't able to keep it around for another turn. Going to draw into 4 cards. Going to have the Felling take away one of those cards. He has an Arc Lightning.
Of course.
Of course, he says, understanding that even though it's 4 damage, the Decompose is going to take place.
Does he not have another action to decompose with?
That's
I know he has the
shocking.
2 Earth cards. Does he not have another action? Has he already, like, what?
Well, you could choose an attack action card. It doesn't have to be. Oh, he was waiting to see if there was a response to the Decompose.
I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, he
like,
definitely
there's no
has it.
shot.
I mean, even just on that previous turn, it is coming for 8 now that we have reached that 4 Decompose, 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone.
And even though Ryan says he's drawing the back half of his deck, he's not feeling good, he is now going to put some real pressure on here. With that 8 damage, I think Jason's just going to throw back with 8 in his own right. I think he's going to go 4 with the Entwine, 4 into the Lightning Surge, park the Arc Lightning away, and force Ryan to deal with that same amount of damage and begin to put the first pieces of the combo together.
I think you're exactly right, and that seems like the likely play here. It just depends on what Ryan is able to draw into alongside of that.
Entwine, show the Lightning Surge. Here's 4. Ryan does have a block for that. Checking his graveyard as he thinks about further decomposition.
Oh, wow. He's got 2 Rootbound Carapace. He's got a Shelter from the Storm as well. His turn's not looking too exciting. And he almost wishes he would have drawn this up on one of those previous turns that was just so, all gas, no brakes with 7 plus 4 plus 7 again.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead, play the Rootbound. And now he sees that Lightning Surge, and he can imagine, you can see, yeah, he puts the 3 in here.
Oh, sick.
He puts, I guess, 2, so he goes up to 6. Another Decompose gets him there. If he decomposes here, that Arcane Seed's life can get him significantly more value, but it looks like he just might be committing it to the block.
I'm not sure he has enough targets to actually
No,
decompose. I think that one Rootbound Carapace that's on the chain right now is actually what he needs to decompose the final time, hence why Jason thought maybe this is really sick.
They'll yell at us if otherwise, but yeah, they should be coming.
All right, let's see what the follow-up is here from Ryan.
I cannot express how bad these games have
Dude,
He cannot express it, but he did express it to us, and we see and feel his pain.
Okay.
A little bit of a womp here from Ryan Rich, but he's got his opponent down to 15 and threatening to put him to 12. Did we find the combo here? If we did. No, we didn't. Isn't that? Yeah, he's got a Flicker Wisp right there.
Yes, that is Flicker Wisp there. He does indeed have it. He's got 3 attacks.
He's got so many attacks.
Well.
Oh, and he's got the lightning card. It's about to be potentially lights out for Ryan Rich. We're going to see how much damage is Jason truly going to be able to present with the Aether Iron Weave, with the Grasp of the Arc Knight. The combo is at its absolute max, and you have 2 Arc Lightnings or 2 Flicker Wisps, but this is going to be pretty big for Jason here.
And there's the revelation. He knows it's on. Lightning Surge going to fuse. Flicker Wisp going to send. The arcane damage is going to come across. No blocks. Looks like take 2. And there's the Arc Lightning. And he sees that the combo, this is the moment where you're going to have to try and stall everything out that you can.
I don't think, did he need to do it in this order? You can play the Arc Lightning first, deal 1. Then you can do the Flicker Wisp, which would become 2 and 2, I think.
You could.
You don't need to give the go again to this Lightning Surge if you don't want to. I guess this way you don't have to commit your snaps.
Well, this way you can. Yes, exactly. That's true.
Yeah. This way you don't have to commit your snaps because you give the go again to the Lightning Surge. But then how is he going to get go again on the Entwined Lightning? No, I don't think he needed to do it this way.
Well, he can also gain 2 resources. He can draw a card off the gold. There's a lot that he can do, and really doing it in this order is A-okay as well, because Lightning Surge coming across with go again from the Arc Lightning.
Yeah, I don't really think it's that A-okay. I feel because by giving this thing go again, he lost the 2 damage from going Arc Lightning into the Flicker Wisp, and he has to now find a Lightning card to give the Entwined Lightning go again. He's gonna have to use his snaps if he doesn't. Yeah, a little bit of miscalculation there, I think, but it's gonna buy the 4 block from the Shelter from the Storm. It's gonna use the Aether Iron Weave. He's gonna find the 2 resources. There's so much arcane damage though from this potential combo. As he puts it all together, 2 more damage. Cracks the gold, 2 more damage. Does he find the Lightning card? No, it's another Entwined Lightning.
Might have been kind of fun there to actually play the Ravenous Rabble to see what the top of the deck was first.
Yeah, that's actually very true. There's the Burn Up Shock.
And there's
Here comes 4 with 2 more Arcane. So he's going to go from here. So it's, I guess because of the Starfall, it's not that different, but little bit of potentially some optimization, some min-maxing that could have been done.
Well, at the same time, this is maybe a little fortuitous. Oh, we can't see the hand. He puts it down. Maybe a little fortuitous for Ryan Rich. Maybe he can somehow stymie a little bit more of this arcane damage. Got well-grounded available. Face Purgatory as well.
Face Purgatory. Do you use that here if you have the ability to just rip a card out of Jason Watkins' hand? Does he have the non-attack? I think he does.
He has a non-attack.
He has plenty of non-attacks, except his attack that he would spend is an attack I think he totally wants to play.
Sure.
But I think he might be. No.
I think he's favoring it. He's splitting his hand into attack, non-attack. Throw the Face Purgatory out there. It's a block. You're going to draw into a card off the Face Purgatory. You're going to force a card out of the hand. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it on the combo turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the Face Purgatory. It's going to be the trigger.
You'll discard, I'll draw.
Jason's going to discard the Entwined Lightning. He's going to drop. I think it's just a trot along, so it's not going to be that impressive of a follow-up here for Jason. He's blown the combo here. There's 2 Arcane. That's going to come through. Now Jason here, if he throws the 4, he has to commit the snaps for no value, and it's just going to be the 2 and 2 with the Starfall and the 2 physical and the 2 Arcane because of the go again. All right, take the 2 Arcane. Down to 7 goes Ryan Rich. 7 about to play 12. The combo has been done. It was good. Could it have been better? We'll see. As Ryan Rich says, this game feeling sad, but from our perspective, it's a close one.
Yeah, he's alive. He's got well-grounded to prevent some more Arcane off of the back of this, and he's very close to decomposing fully. That is perhaps the one downfall to the way that this game is played out, is he just has not been able to get there. At this point, if he could, he'd be sending his own chunks of Arcane, and he's got his opponent to 11. So that's the real sad part, perhaps, from Ryan's perspective, is how much different this would feel if he had fully decomposed to this point.
Jason Watkins got a CLV. He's got a Burn-Up Shock. He's got a Skyward Serenade. And he's got an Arcanic Shockwave. He has the Snapdragon Scalers as well. I wonder if the Well-Grounded is going to be punched to the front here to attempt to shore up this arcane damage. I would not be surprised to see it activated once this Burn-Up Shock hits the table. You heard Ryan say, burn up in 2 cards.
No treats.
Ooh, he's got a shelter for the storm as well.
That's how I
What the
feel,
fuck was that?
right? We used to say with Olden, all tricks, no treats, because he just offered frostbite. So he used to have this little
Just listening.
candy I gave to people. That was my frostbite token.
Oh, okay. That's very sweet of you.
It is all tricks.
Ryan
is all
Tritch
tricks.
saying he was
What is
giving
it?
little
It is all tricks?
candies in place of frostbite tokens.
I'm here for
What a
it.
cool and fun thing to do. I'm sure his opponents totally didn't mind the frostbites because they were edible and sweet and nice,
Well,
like a
it's-
nice little treat.
It's Oldham. It's just a kind old man. There's nothing wrong with that. He's wavering on how he wants to, follow this up. He's played the Channel Lightning Valley. He probably wants to keep it around for a turn or two if he can.
You tell me how I play.
Yeah, Ryan's like, I don't even need to look at my cards. I need to see what you do first, and then I'll figure out what I want to do.
Rusty trusty.
He's got his rusty, trusty, whatever it is in there. I think it might be a D-React. No, it's a Bramble Spark.
Classic Florian gameplay. I'm just going to respond to what you do.
Yeah, Jason's got to think about this one because of the well-grounded. Ryan Ridge is not in a completely bad position. I think he can block out much of this turn. He might be even able to stymie the Channel Lightning Valley, and Jason has to think about trying to get a lightning card in the pitch to keep it around. It is going to be the burn-up shock. It is going to be the well-grounded in response, as Ryan says. He's kind of waiting to see if there's another source of arcane before the well-grounded resolves. Yeah, see Ryan saying you can respond to this too.
Can. Oh boy, howdy.
Sounds good.
Sounds good, says Jason.
Bing.
Down to 1 prevention, which means one of these breakpoints will also be shored up.
Huge as well because he also has a Shelter from the Storm, which can be a D-React for 4 to stop a breakpoint.
And if you, yeah, go on.
It could also be, stopping a point of Arcane if the hand dictates that it be used elsewhere. Like if Grasp is made and another point of Arcane comes across with a breakpoint, you can really split it up. So he's actually in a pretty decent driver's seat to answer the responses here.
Now I know you have a shockwave
Yeah, Jason here has to give this one a real think because if he plays out the Skyward Serenade, my dog isn't going to have a lightning card for the Arcanic Shockwave, so he can go Arcanic Shockwave, Snapdragon Scalers, threaten Arcane, and then he'll have 2 different breakpoints. But there's 2 points of armor already on the field for Ryan Rich, so I think he's stopping this turn.
I agree. He has a ton of answers for exactly this 2-card hand. Burn-up has already been committed. And being able to stop a Channel Lightning Valley draw and a burn-up on the burn-up shock would be huge right now, especially with life totals being at 9 and 7.
We have 23 minutes. That's why I'm not rushing you.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it.
He says, just to remind him of the time.
Yeah, Jason probably saying, like, sorry, I'm thinking, and Ryan was like, dog, this game ain't going to time. He is going to go for the Arcanic Shockwave here. This also gives him more flexibility of having the Skyward Serenade to pitch into the Starfall.
Can't do anything about it, so you eat this.
That eats up the Arcane Prevention. And now, most likely going to take either the Shelter from the Storm or the Grasp of the Arc Knight and a 3-block. And then maybe Jason just pitches into the Starfall, says, give me another card. I'm going to keep my Channel Lightning Valley around in case I find a Sigil of Suffering, which he has not found any of. It's very likely he finds one in this next hand.
But if he can block out effectively here, avoid too much damage, and play that Felling of the Crown, he might just steal this game, at least the tempo, as far as it's concerned. He has the ability to decompose. He just put well-grounded into the graveyard. He had some of the other root-bound carapace. And look, he reveals that he did indeed have the Shelter. There's the snaps. Activation here.
Snapdragons on the Arcanic Shockwave. Now what's the call from Jason? Threaten another 4 when you're staring down 2 pieces of equipment that can block, or just keep your Lightning Valley around. I think you have to keep the Valley around. He's just going to attack with the Starfall. So this is 2. That takes another card and keeps the Valley for that Sigil of Suffering that might fall. It's going to take both of the pieces of equipment.
Because in this spot, it's probably right.
Ryan saying this feels butt backwards.
Yes.
He said it feels ass backwards. I don't feel like we need to really
No. It's okay.
censor ourselves too much.
He's going to do a Bramble Spark from the Arsenal. He's going to be able to fuse that with the Earth card.
Ryan doesn't forget his embodiment of Earth trigger critically.
Yeah, it's going to matter greatly here as it destroys itself at the start of turn.
I agree with you, but we can talk
Does
about
he find the Sigil of Suffering? It's very likely he does not. He finds an Arc Lightning, but how much damage is Ryan Rich going to be able to put together?
So here we go.
Bramble
Bramble Spark
Fuse.
fused is the call. +3.
10 and 1.
10-1 is going to be the call.
It doesn't choose the felling here, and because you have the runic reclamation, you're threatening to channel Lightning Valley straight up.
One card in hand.
One in hand.
This is huge. If it hits, it destroys the Lightning Valley. And it's coming in for 10. There's no armor block, and it's not a crush effect. This is just if this thing tickles you. If it hits, and it's coming in for 10. It's a felling in the hand still for Ryan Rich?
It is, yeah. It's going to make its way to the arsenal.
He's got an arsenal of a felling of the crown. Has Ryan Rich put himself in a position after bemoaning his fate all game long to potentially steal this one out from under Jason Watkins? Both players 4-1 have been playing very well today. Both players bemoaning the state of their hands, but we've got a classic flesh and blood endgame here. Low life totals, grinding for advantage in position.
How much does he want to commit to block? Obviously, something has to be blocked here. At 10, you can't just let it come across, because we would call that casual lethal. If you want to go home, then you just don't block. But he's going to have to give something, and he's going to give the bare minimum to stay alive. That's going to be a block for 3 that would put him down to 1, which is precarious because Grasp of the Arknight looms large on the board.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do that.
Got to give more than just. No, he's not. He really feels that Arc Lightning plus Skyward Serenade plus Arcanic Shockwave might be able to get him there with no prevention on the other side of things. But that's basically what you're banking on.
Yeah, it'd be 1.
It'd have to be calculated lethal, and you would have to check to see that Shelter can't be drawn to stop any of the arcane. You'd have to check to see that Fruits of the Forest can't be, played to be discarded to gain extra life. You would have to have calculated this out very well.
It's actually quite a strong turn. I think you brought up something really interesting. If he just goes down to 1 here, he can do 5 arcane. He can do 5 arcane total, right? Because it's Arc Lightning is 1, Skyward Serenade is 2, 3, and if he goes Arcanic Shockwave first, that's 1 go again and 1 from its own effect. That's 5 arcane, and then that's also 2 breakpoints.
Yeah.
And then if he puts his opponent to 1, the Sigil of Suffering that he didn't draw this turn, if he draws it next turn, threatens to just close the game out from there.
Well, then just Florian should just draw Sigil of Suffering. Seems like a good play.
Does he run it? Do they both run Sigil of Suffering?
I kid. We see 2 shelters.
Ooh, but we
Wait,
also
all
have
3 shelters maybe already made their way into the graveyard.
Yeah, he's played a bunch, and he played a Sink Below earlier.
Yeah, maybe
This is actually a great end to this game. These players have been so like, oh no, this game is bad, our hands have been bad, but the end game here is incredibly interesting. Yeah, shout out to all of you joining us for this end game. It's fire. I'm super enjoying this. 2 very, very high-level players. Both of these players have been playing Flesh and Blood at a high level, grinding tournament scene for multiple years. Since I started playing, I've seen them at tournaments all over the world. So even though it's been a challenging one, looks like Jason's going to go for it. I love this play. Go to 1, potentially die on the next turn. But do you think you can take all of the cards out of Ryan Rich's next hand?
What a gambit. And he is going to lose the Channel Lightning Valley because of the damage going across. The rune chant is made in response, and that right there, that rune chant, after he takes the life, that represents your death. You look at that rune chant and you realize if you don't finish the game now, you are likely done for, and you drop to a 4-2 record. So here it goes. Arc Lightning, the play.
Go to 6.
Takes the damage. Looking at the hand. See if there's any possible outs to prevent any damage. He's not going to show us yet.
So the Shockwave, now Ryan Rich can calculate this whole turn. He's seen everything. He knows 1 arcane here, 1 arcane damage with the go again, 2 arcane damage each with the 2 arcane damage because of the Serenade go again and the Skizz go again. So he's seen the whole hand. He's got some life gain there in the Fruits of the Forest, and that is basically prevention, right? He can discard that. That's pretty huge. That might be enough to put Ryan Rich into the victor's column here. I think that might actually just do it.
And that's why it's a dangerous gambit to take this line, because you have to calculate out what your opponent could draw. If there are no shelters left in the deck, that is something you can, hope to play around. You don't have to worry about it. But the life gain is the key. And, this Earth Hero, the Rotwood Harbinger, you would think is all about decomposition. It's about the passing away of life. But instead, that might come to his aid. The life gain could help him claw his way out of this turn.
Yeah, and because of the way Aurora works with all of the fusion, Ryan Rich gets to literally have perfect information, calculate everything that is possible on this turn, and decide, can I just block this out enough? Do I have the prevention? Do I have the life gain? And do I have the freedom to just come in with a rune chant and win this game?
So to keep everyone apprised of the situation, Sam, break it down. We've got one arcane coming after this, thanks to the resolution of the go again. What follows?
We got the Skyward Serenade. That's going to be one arcane. Then we've got the Skzik. That's going to be coming in for 4 and 1 arcane. So that is all of the damage that Ryan Rich is staring down. If he blocks 3 here, he takes 2. He goes to 3. Then he knows he's following that up with an attack for 4 and 2 more arcane. He goes down to 1 from that 2 arcane. If he only blocks 3 here, he gives another 3. Look, he's literally, I think, thinking,
yes,
that's the card I'm going to block the Skzik with. I have the 2 life gain for the Fruits of the Forest. I have 1 card left in hand that can be used for Felling of the Crown plus a rune chant. That's GG.
I have a quick judge ruling question. Judge.
They're going to call a judge over, ask a quick judge ruling question. See you later, Ryan.
What a drama-filled moment, as I think he's realized that he has indeed found his way into the winner's bracket. He might, if he can put it together. Now, here's the crazy part, and I know I've experienced this myself, where you realize that you have the chance to win the game, and you calculate it, and you calculate it again, and then you screw it up. That is what you have to avoid. The clarity of mind to play it out right at the end and realize I have to make this block here, I have to do this here, I have to gain the life here, and if I work backwards, it starts here. That's what Ryan has to do. Will he be able to pull it off?
Yeah, a little smile on his face even as he looks at this. Block 3.
We'll take 2 here, 1 from that, 1 from that.
He will take a total of 2, 1 over the top and 1 from the arcane. A little smile as I think Ryan has worked this thing out. Here comes Skyward Serenade. 1 arcane from the go again. Ryan's going to take this, go down to 2.
Take 1 from this.
There's the
Embodiment of
embodiment,
Lightning, yep. Skzik is going to come across. That will gain go again from the Embodiment of Lightning. It's going to be for 4 go again plus the Arcane.
And then here comes the Skzik to follow that up, attempting to shock Ryan Rich right out of this game, but I think he's got it from here. The rune chant created off the Runic Reclamation. Even the Grasp of the Arcanite would do it.
Yeah, he even had it available, keeping a blue, making a an activation of Grasp plus Reaping Blade
And
did it
yeah.
as well.
What's great is he doesn't even need to gain the life. He can comfortably
Just block it.
Well, actually, no, it's coming in for 4, so he does need to gain the life because it'll be coming in for 4. He can block for 3. Can't take the 1 because then the 1 arcane damage would finish him off. So he does need to gain the life to stay at 1.
4 go again.
Oh, Ryan. Ryan. He's going to go ahead and block 3.
Block 3 here. I will take 1 from the Skizzix, going to 1 at parity.
Going to 1 at parity as we hear, and then in response to the arcane, he's going to discard the Fruits of the Forest. That's enough to go up to 3, take 1, back down to 2.
And I bet you the judge call was because he needed to know if he could activate in between, if he could discard at instant speed because the Reaping Blade was keeping him from actually gaining the life. That was what he was calling about the judge, so that he would know if Reaping Blade was there. And he does have everything he needs to finish this game out. What a sick line to finish the game. Ryan picks it up on Florian. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, that's actually such a fascinating part of the way that endgame worked out. I wasn't even considering the Reaping Blade when I was talking about, like, oh, he's got the prevention. He's good. He doesn't have to worry about it. No, we saw him lay the cards on the table because he had to figure out, when am I going to go to 1? When I go to 1 and I'm at parity and Reaping Blade says, okay, fine, now I can gain life. Will he be able to put himself forward, get that 2 more life, and move on into the victor's column? That was fire. That was sick.
Yeah, that was an insane ending. Reaping Blade, a bit of a double-edged sword, but he found his way through that line, and that was just probably the best finish we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a great game. We've got a win and in coming up for you next, so don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood from the ProQuest Plus here in Milwaukee right after this. Well, we've got 5 rounds of Swiss in the books, and we've got a win and in coming up for you all in just a second. But we also have a brand new, fresh face to the casting booth. This is my friend Rauch Parikh. Rauch, what's up, dude?
What's up, Sam?
How are you
Good,
feeling?
good.
You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Hell yeah. So
Yeah.
Rauch, for those of you who don't know, top 8 at the Calling in Chicago with Viscera, with that Blood Sheath Scalita Viscera, but also just been grinding for a while, right?
Yeah,
Tell the
absolutely.
people, a little bit about yourself, what brings you to Flesh and Blood, what you
Sure.
like, just talk a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So I came to Flesh and Blood a few years ago, right about Everfest start, and started playing Lexi back then. Terrible idea, but we made it work. We slowly got up there, got a lot of practice on Lexi, got my first Battle Hardened top 8, got a few more after that. Rolling into the Calling, just I love the game. The game just so interactive. Everyone, the community is amazing. It's just a great spot to be, honestly.
Yeah, it's a great time to be a Flesh and Blood gamer, and it's a great time to be in the casting booth because
Absolutely.
we got a win and in coming up for you, featuring a player that has just been tearing down top tables at Tier 4 events time and time again. And he's probably going to be as big a fan of that alliteration as I'm sure you are, Raj. I'm sure you're just like, oh man, how does he do it? This
That's
the
true.
alliteration out of nowhere. So,
Just so
we've
clean.
got some players coming up to. Who'd you play in the event in the ProQuest?
So I was playing Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. I played I played Amir. I played against Prism. I versed Florian and a bunch of aggro decks. I actually lost to the Luke Magnuson, who we're about to see play here, and they just wiped me out. I'm just
Wow.
they're just doing an amazing job. Yeah.
All right, cool. I think we've got, Andrew Rothermel versus, this is Slippy that we're going to see, I believe, right? No? Okay, then it's going to be the Enigma versus Aurora. Let's go ahead and dive down into the game and see just who is going to be lined up for us here. Yeah, round 6, we've got Andrew Rothermel versus Arjun Garg, and this is a matchup that I am interested in. Enigma versus Aurora, featuring a player, as I alluded to, Andrew Rothermel. This dude is not known for playing, a humble battle hardened, a ProQuest Plus. This guy is like just a terror at Tier 4 events. He is just somebody who just shows up. I feel like he hasn't played the game in months, and he'll just top 8 a Pro Tour. Like, Andrew Rothermel has been doing this for quite some time, so we're going to have to wait and see. Can he survive and make it into the top 8 against the terror of the format in Aurora? Looking at the start of this game, this was a matchup you probably know pretty well,
absolutely.
Raj. How you think he's doing to start off on this turn 0?
Honestly, I think this is an absolutely fantastic start. We're starting out with 2 Spectral Shields, getting some of the ward going. This entire matchup's trying to get a small board, get some value advantage coming through, and then slowly press the advantage while trying not to leak too much here. So starting out with 2 Spectral Shields with counters is just absolutely where you want to be.
Look at that. And here comes another one. He's got the quick dodge flexor. He's got the calming gesture. He's making another spectral shield, each with +1 counters. He's not going to attack. He's not going to filter the Aurora player at all. But interestingly, also when you look at the equipment slate, this doesn't make me believe that there's potentially the Flicker Wisp kind of combo going on, given that the game plan doesn't necessarily, as he brings out a Flicker Wisp, right as he says, as I say that, he's going to show the Skyward Stairman. He's going to make me look like a fool. Make me look like a fool immediately. I guess it's just that he doesn't have the equipment in the sideboard.
So this Flicker Wisp is actually really important for Arjun to play out here, so he can start clearing some of this board up. Because a big lose con for Aurora is where you start the Enigma player gets a large board advantage and you just can't clear it. So coming in for 2 Arcane and hopefully another instance of 2 Arcane afterwards can really push through and break through the entire board state. So immediately clearing through 2 Spectral Shields is a great start.
Yeah, and so it's interesting. The reason I got faked out by that Flicker Wisp, a lot of these Aurora lists are moving away from necessarily the full combo. We saw it last game. We literally saw the Snapdragons, the Aether Iron Weave. We saw the gold token, but Aurora decks in these days are finding more room in the sideboard, but still trying to preserve elements of the combo, and that's what we're seeing here with that Flicker Wisp coming in, not being utilized necessarily to go super wide with all of these arcane damage effects throughout the whole turn. This is just trying to clear some of that Spectral Shield like you alluded to. But now it's time for the Skyward Serenade to come out, grab the it's going to have go again. It's going to come in for 4.
Yeah, so if you look at Andrew's hand here, he's already drawn a Mirror Guy. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a Chi, but he has an option to go for the Traverse line, trying to get an early Mirror Guy, an early tempo lead if you so choose that. With a Direct in hand, this maybe is something he's thinking about playing, but try to mitigate damage here and try to keep it board state is probably where we want to begin with Arjun. Only have two other cards after this Sizzix.
Yeah, just going to be coming in, trying to do some damage, but Andrew here, how badly does he want to try to protect that 1 Spectral Shield that he worked so hard to create on that turn 0? Not a lot of Arcane Barrier over there for Enigma, just the one in the Calming Gesture.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that Andrew will be able to maintain the Spectral Shield since Arjun has his Arcanic Shockwave in hand, and hopefully he's able to fuse this. I can't quite see the last card in his hand in order to get through this Spectral Shield since Andrew's only on AB1 here.
All right. Looks like no blocks for Andrew. Is going to play out the sink below, however, to protect the Spectral Shield. What's he going to sink away? He kind of snuck it out on me. I thought it might have been a Spears of Surreality. Grabs a Miraging Metamorph from the top of the deck. And this is part of the reason why we probably also saw that Flicker was played. Another 2 Arcane, because it does affect the whole turn on action card's Arcane effects. And that Arcanic Shockwave now becomes on attack deal 2 Arcane thanks to the Flicker Wisp. And that is just going to clear the Spectral Shield. Nothing Andrew Rothermel can do about it.
So Andrew has an interesting decision here with blocking the Traverse, trying to push out damage here. He has the Spears of Surreality as well as a Miraging Metamorph, so he's going to get a lot more value being able to pitch that blue to go Spears of Surreality into a Mirgai attack, into a Miraging Metamorph, really putting Arjun on the back foot here, especially considering Arjun has a fairly weak arsenal card going in there right after a Flicker Wisp is used. So Mirgai will be a lot more difficult to clear.
Yeah, nice spot to be for our Enigma player. This is a matchup that is always interesting to watch. Sometimes it can just feel like the Enigma is going to, we're looking like Andrew Rothermel is going to have such a kind of intense beginning, put out a lot of pressure, establish a really intense board state. I played this matchup a bunch of times on the Aurora side, and you can just feel like you can't lose sometimes.
That's absolutely,
you know, you just have the combo. You're just like, dude, I don't care how much board you pour out. I am going to blow through this ish, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we'll see how it plays out here. We have a really decorated player in Andrew Rothermel facing down the challenger on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, Enigma really typically has to get very creative in the ways they navigate this matchup. So either they can go for a very aggressive line build, as we've seen in the past with Michael Fang, playing very Scar heavy or Vespa, throwing large Phantasmaclasms and lots of Phantasm attacks in order to push through. Otherwise, you can push different types of angles to clear it, but it's really up to Arjun's decision. Like, does he want to try juking the Enigma a lot to get them to minus intellect, or does he want to block, conserve life, and slowly get through maybe another Flicker Wisp combo or some type of way to easily clear Mirgai here?
Pass reactions take 8. Down to 32 goes Arjun. First blood for our Enigma player. But like you mentioned, that blue is going to put in some major work on this turn. Looks like it's just going to be the Miraging Metamorph, though, coming in for the 7. You don't want to pop this one. I don't think we want a copy of the manifestations. Trigger the crown. Put the put the card to the bottom. Looks like grabbing Enlightened Strike off top.
I think I might have caught a glimmer of another Flicker Wisp in Arjun's hand, which would be very easy to clear that Mirgai with. Andrew getting a really solid state here, having Arsenal of that all you got to be able to clear that Starfall with relative ease, should Arjun choose to swing that.
Now let's see what the call is going to be for Arjun. If he just throws out that second Flicker Wisp, clears the Mirgai. Unless Andrew can find another piece of ward, it's going to be the Flicker Wisp. Does he find an instant speed ward? So he actually finds the inner chi off of the top.
Oh, this is a very interesting decision for Andrew. Should he choose to create a Spectral Shield with Enigma and then also pitch? But you'd have to believe it'd be pretty tough to get through Arjun's continuing 4-card hand to maintain this Mirgai alive. So he might be interested in cutting his losses and just cashing in on that 2 block value from the Mirgai.
Yeah, this is interesting for Andrew. And just like that, Flicker Wisp trades for Mirgai. All of a sudden, the game script has flipped dramatically once again. Flicker Wisps on back-to-back turns for Aurora. What a huge development here early in this game. The win and in for this ProQuest Plus.
Yeah, so looking at Arjun's hand here, looking at Andrew's hand here, we can see like a typical 3-block, like 2-3 blocks, a 4-block. Like he could choose to push some damage with the Spears of Surreality off of the Tunic counter, but he's probably just looking to mitigate damage here and just keep pecking down at Arjun. But without the Traverse for a late game play, it might be tricky for him to close out the game. So we'll see how he navigates that situation to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, you bought the Traverse. If you are the Aurora player, it is no longer something you have to think about for the rest of the game. But Andrew is probably expecting to at least be able to fight to keep that Mirgai around, but instead just lost it for nothing to the Flicker Wisp, showing how powerful that card is, how versatile the Aurora card pool truly comes out to be.
Yeah. So Arjun not having go again on this E-Strike makes Andrew be more interested in holding this Dissolve Reality to clear that card that's going into the arsenal for Arjun here. So getting hopefully significant amounts of value with this Tunic into the 5 with the extra chi in hand to push really 7 damage in towards Arjun, see how he navigates that situation.
And it should all have go again, so he'll kind of hold the information back from Arjun.
So hopefully he can get Arjun to leak a lot of this data, relying on this arsenal card to set up the board or clear some of this information out.
So here comes 2 go again. Chi pitched away. 2 cards left in hand for Andrew Rothermel. He's got his opponent down to 27, threatening, bring him down to 25. Andrew's on 33.
Yeah, something Arjun could be considering here is maybe a CNC or a weakest link follow-up from Andrew with holding 2 cards here. But he gets sidestepped a bit here with his Dissolve Reality, losing his Arsenal card. So we'll see what Andrew chooses to do with that. That Spears of Surreality in his hand.
Ponder for both. Ponder for you, ponder for me, as the Dissolve Reality is going to be followed up by the Spears of Surreality. So 5, go again. The go again's not going to matter, but the 5 damage certainly does. Already bought 1 block out of the Aurora opponent. You can see Arjun's hand goes to his face. He gives a little bit of a think. Let's see what he's working with. Not a lot of go again. I think that's why we saw the blocks be committed early. Block 3, take 2, down to 25.
Yeah, seems like a very interesting line from Andrew, choosing to not shoot the spears in between, hopefully presenting like not a popper, so that way Andrew could get completely blown out by the by playing the Dissolve Reality last there. So taking more of the safer approach to avoid juking out Arjun there.
Definitely a bit safer. Tunic's going to go to 3 for Arjun now. And he's just going to play the Enlightened Strike and just play it for 7. Not interested in that extra card at the top of the deck. Often in Aurora, you can get more than the 2 points of value you get on offense, but just looking to put some pressure on and maybe even clear that Spectral Shield.
Not quite sure what Andrew is working there with the Ponder, but his hand looks a bit awkward here trying to maintain a board state. He does have the Spectral Shield with the counter, which I imagine he's looking to defend here, having Restless Coalescence in hand, but it's looking to be quite tricky without an extra 3rd blocking card, considering he doesn't have a way to transcend his Homage to Ancestors in order to be able to play 2 other cards to block out. He could be thinking of a line where he's trying to block and then play out this Ancestry of Body in order to get some protection against Arjun's going wide hand after this Ponder resolves.
The only thing that's slightly interesting about Andrew's hand is Warmonger's Diplomacy is actually a little better into Aurora sometimes because of the Arc Lightnings, the Skyward Serenades, the Burn-Up Shocks. There are a fair amount of non-attacks that the deck is playing these days. But Arjun did present Crown of Providence, so maybe playing slightly less than some of these other decks that are playing Face Purgatory. Move the counter over with the Restless Coalescence after block 3 again with the That All You Got. Lose the Spectral Shield, but now has the Restless Coalescence with 1 counter on it.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic spot for Andrew to be in with Arjun on a random Arsenal card here. Hopefully he's able to play out this Ancestry of Body. It'll be interesting to see if he chooses to opt to push damage here or if he chooses to Arsenal the Homage to hopefully get another Transcend coming later, hopefully with a Mirror guy.
He's keeping the pressure on. He wants this Aurora to eventually start to think about the life total. But Arjun's going to take the 3 down to 22, goes Aurora.
Seems like Arjun has no interest in blocking here, so hopefully Andrew can get some good value out of cashing in this Ancestry of Body next turn.
Yeah, so Essence of Ancestry Body, totally such an important card in this deck, in this matchup. I remember this started to come into these Enigma lists often during the Dash days, when Dash.io was really prevalent, kind of World's Osaka meta. That's when we started to see Essence of Ancestry Body truly shine. And Flicker Wisp number 3, gonna come out and fuse. Andrew just kind of sinks back into his seat as the 2 Arcane threatens that Restless Coalescence right off the back. He's gonna remove the counter, make the Spectral Shield, and lose the Ward 2 on the Coalescence.
From here, it doesn't seem like Andrew has a ton of significant pushing damage options here. You see a red Spectral Manifestation. Hopefully, he's trying to set up something bigger with a Restless Coalescence later. Otherwise, he can play a more defensive hand here in order to mitigate a lot of the damage that he's leaking. He's got a nice 11 health life lead here, but we'll see how that plays out with Arjun playing out the rest of his hand.
Tunic. Tunic was going to be used for the Starfall. And then he realized he hadn't played a lightning card yet, but he does have an electrostatic discharge in his hand, so he's actually is going to do that. Currently 1, and Andrew's like, okay, well, clearly you've got something, my dog. No, that all you got this time? He's played it earlier in the last couple turns.
Yeah, no blocks here, I guess. Play the discharge.
Play the discharge, puts it up to 2.
So this is nice for Andrew, specifically ordering in this way, where he blows up the Spectral Shield first to prevent, then followed by the Ward 2 after. So now he has a free block of all of prevention damage of a red source. So let's see if Arjun can get around this.
Ooh, this is now 2 Arcane, and this is a way to get around this because he can't AB2 here. Arjun just utilizing all 3 Flicker Wisps in such a nice way, because if this Essence of Ancestry Body's effect was able to stick around, the +3 from the discharge would have been completely stuffed. So even though is it getting the +1? Because this is actually an instant, though. Shock is an instant. So I wonder if it actually should be getting buffed up by the Flicker Wisp, because it says action card effects that deal arcane damage should deal 1+1.
I believe the entire card is instant
Also an action?
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
the meld cards have that full text inside, so if you played as both sides, here it'll push it for 2 damage. So it really nulls his options here to push it out.
Did he reveal a blue? Is that the reason why this is 4? Because the discharge should be giving this. No, he revealed a red, so the discharge should be making the 7. That I am sure about. He did play a discharge. This attack should be 7. And this should be what the Essence of Ancestry was trying to shore up, but
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if the players notice that this electrostatic discharge damage here missing. But it doesn't seem like Andrews is too much to be concerned about here unless he's still worried about a potential CLV play. But blocking 4 is quite awkward for his hand. You're having to overblock about 2 here on this 4, but
dude, yeah. The Flicker Wisp has been sick. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah.
The Flicker Wisp has been sick. All 3 turns that they have been played, they have just gotten all the way around the AB1 that Andrew Rothermel presented, and in such a way to make things kind of awkward for him. He is still up quite a bit of life. 33 for Andrew Rothermel, 22 for Arjun, and there we go. Arjun remembers. Up to 7 goes the Ravenous Rabble. Now Andrew might have to do some more thinking.
Yeah, I know. I'm not used to it. I'm sorry.
So I think there's an interesting decision here for Andrew where he can try to block 5 and maybe pitch blue or yellow to quick dodge flexors, covering hopefully the break point here and then presumably the card after that. But Andrew chooses the other option here of just taking 11 damage, 7 from the Rabble and then the 4 from the Burn Up Shock. Or sorry, the 5 from the Burn Up Shock, since it would also be buffed by that Flicker Wisp that he played earlier. So he's really getting a 7 value out of this Burn Up Shock in its entirety.
Pretty good. Andrew Rothermel immediately down to 22. That was a 12 damage represented Ravenous Rabble. My God. Flicker Wisp has just been awesome in this game. And it really seemed like Andrew Rothermel was potentially in a position to just do some nasty, nasty work with the Mirror Guy early in this game. He's already used to traverse the universe, but honestly, the Flicker Wisps have just had the number of Enigma. It's been just significantly better and put Arjun all of a sudden in the position where he's about to have the life lead on Andrew Rothermel, which is not necessarily what I expected when that Essence of Ancestry body was played.
Yeah, here we see Arjun choose to play out the Skyward Serenade, grabbing an embodiment of lightning as well as the Skizik, choosing to push damage since it seems like really like Andrew's trying to hold his entire hand. So Arjun might be worried about here. This is an interesting option because maybe if Andrew's looking to play a Mirror Guy, Arjun would want to hold back more information to try and play around something in the next turn in order not to get stuffed out by the Mirror Guy. Here we actually see that turns out to be quite correct since Andrew actually blocks the Dissolve Reality since Arjun's no longer arsenaling here.
Turn passed over to Andrew Rothermel. Got 3 cards in hand, and he's down 1 life to Arjun. Let's see if he has something like a Scar for a Scar, which is why he was interested in taking some of that damage. Arjun also did draw a Scar, probably looking to take some damage himself.
Here we actually see 2 Exude Confidences and a Scar in Arjun's hand. However, Arjun's a little bit higher in life, so his hand's going to be a bit awkward in order to like block and push damage here. So maybe he's looking to either get some defensive options here. So it might open up an opportunity for Andrew to try and create this board state here with the Spectral Shield coming out.
Spectral Shield comes in for 4 now. Gets to attack for free. That's still true with Enigma, even all these months later. Going in for 4 with Go again.
Arjun's got to be worried about something like a Miraging Metamorph or maybe another Spears of Surreality out of Andrew here, really chipping away at his large life lead here. Or sorry, small life lead, but he has significant armor advantage. Though he might be incentivized to take it here since he does have the Scar for a Scar in his hand.
Both players about to be in the next couple turns below half of their starting life total. You've played this matchup, I have to imagine, a fair bit, Raj. Whose seat would you rather be in at this point?
In this position, I actually really like Andrew's seat. The only issue with Andrew's seat, I would say, is the lack of the traverse, but having quick dodge flexes, especially with Tuna coming to 3, will really stuff out a lot of Aurora's capabilities of pushing damage through. We've seen a few Burn Up Shocks play. We've seen all 3 of the Flicker Wisps played. So outside of Arc Lightning, yeah, and two Serenades have also been played through. So Arjun's going to start to lack that Go again. As we see in his hand, he's having to take a bit more damage than presumably he would like to here. So Andrew's choosing to draw a card off the levels of Enlighten here, and I believe he drew a Weakest Link, so he'll be able to save that and push that damage for later.
That's a pretty good just random draw for the Arsenal for Enigma. Here we go with the block from Arjun. He's going to put 1 Exude Competence in front of this. He's going to take 1 down to 17. Chip the turn over. You have to imagine the Snapdragon Scalers might come out to play on this turn. So he needs to try to threaten that Spectral Shield because that thing can just attack for free every turn from here on out. Arjun's played this really, really well. Utilized these flicker was to put himself in this position.
Andrew's got a perfect hand of 2 D-Racks here to cover up presumably the 2, maybe even 3 4-power attacks coming out from Arjun should Arjun choose to use that Snapdragon Scalers here. Really needing to kill that Spectral Shield in order for Andrew not to get a ton of value from this 3-countered Spectral Shield. So we see Andrew play the Sink Below here, choosing to sink a card. He's able to find a path well traveled here to go along with his Rage Spectre. So even if the Spectral Shield were to die, he should be able to get Ward 6 on board in order to give him a little big smack here.
Exude Confidence now. Currently, no instants or reactions can be played.
A very tricky situation now for Andrew here, having that weakest link in Arsenal and unable to block with his D-Racks now that Exude Confidence is on play. He chooses to do some damage prevention here in order to be able to block 3 and still cover the Exude for 4. So Arjun might be thinking about committing Snapdragon Scalers to really throw that Flittering Charge with that Exude. We see exactly that from Arjun here, really trying to get that Spectral Shield out of the way in order to try to buy some space in the matchup here, with Arjun at a slight deficit now.
And this is most likely going to buy the Spectral Shield. It's a no block in the hand. That Spectral Shield is most likely getting eaten up by the Flittering Charge. Saw the Shelter from the Storm get discarded in response to the Exude Confidence while it was still in the layer step, because as soon as it resolves, you would not be able to play or activate any instants. But Shelter from the Storm, part of what makes that card so good and so expensive these days is that it is, in fact, modal, D-React, or instant. So he'll go ahead and take 2, ward 1 with the Spectral Shield, prevent 1 with the discard of the Shelter from the Storm, 2 damage, down to 19. Both players now sub 20, 19 about to play 17. Arjun's got no Arsenal, he's got no Embodiment of Lightning, and Andrew Rothermel is about to throw Weakest Link his way. Let's see if it's going to have any targets. No, it is not, and that hand is actually relatively good for Arjun. He's going to be able to go 4 into 4 into 4 without having to think much about it, as long as there's a red on the top of the deck, because he drew 2 Ravenous Rabbles, a Snatch, and an Entwined Lightning. So this Weakest Link is going to have no targets, but it is going to threaten to put Arjun down to 11.
Yeah, even though it has no targets here, even Arjun lets it hit, because Arjun has a Snatch in hand, Andrew's going to be able to play a lot more through what's going on in Arjun's hand and be able to block as much efficiently, not having to deal with something like a CLV or other plays. And hopefully for Arjun's sake, we don't see a blue on top with these Ravenous Rabbles coming in for 2 otherwise.
That would be devastating here. Haven't seen as many played so far or pitched from Arjun. I would say that the likelihood is not as low as perhaps in other games.
I know some Aurora players choose to side out their channel lightning valleys in order to really mitigate the ability that Andrew and Enigma players can block out these CLVs and stuff them out, and really having to commit to pitching cards when you're more interested in just throwing 4 damage over and over again here.
It is a Lightning Surge on top, however. So this is going to be a 12 damage turn off of 3 cards from Aurora.
Andrew has an interesting decision here. He has a Tunic counter up, and he's only yellow in hand, no blue for the Phantasmaclasm, so he can't really push a lot of damage. So Andrew might be looking to get the most value out of his hand by trying to block out here and hopefully set up for a Phantasmaclasm off the Tunic counter. But he's going to have to eat a lot of damage in order to do this, especially knowing that there is a Snatch in Arjun's hand.
No blocks in the 4, down to 14, and Andrew knows this turn is going to end with an Arsenal for Arjun. He cannot play out this whole turn, so that Command and Conquer is like guaranteed to get some value here. No blocks on the Snatch. He's just going to take the 4 down to 10. Again, he knows this extra card can't be used. It's a red. He'd have to pitch both reds to Aurora's ability, but he hasn't even played a Lightning card, so that is impossible. So this CNC is going to threaten that Lightning Surge in the Arsenal. The only difference is now he has guaranteed go again in the Arsenal with the Lightning Surge versus the Entwined Lightning needing to find a Lightning card, but his hand is full of sparks. Lightning all the way through.
Yeah, it seems like the situation really panned out here for Andrew, not blocking with the CNC first, instead choosing to block with the weakest link. And luckily, Arjun did Arsenal a card, so now having to block Command and Conquer has become a problem for him. And then having a follow-up next turn, maybe to block 3 cards out and play this Phantasmaclasm, really pushing Arjun down to the depths of life. I'd have to be feeling pretty comfortable in Andrew's position here, having Tunic available and Quick Dodge available to really present a large defensive option here.
Yeah, Quick Dodge might be huge on this next turn, depending on what Arjun is able to do on the defensive end. He's got a Somersault, but does he have any attacks to use it with?
Yeah, I think he has 2 Arc Lightnings and a Somersault here, so his hand's a bit awkward if he's to lose that Lightning Surge in Arsenal. So we'll see how Arjun decides to play this one out. Maybe choosing to block 2 cards in Grasp here in order to maintain the Lightning Surge.
Does have the 2 block on the Grasp. He's got the Lightning Surge that he'll be able to attack with and Somersault back if he wants to. He's got to give this one a real think. as the CNC is going to present some major problems. And if he doesn't present enough offense, Andrew Rothermel's next turn will be a Phantasmaclasm that will be quite awkward to deal with. Here comes all 6, Entwine, Arc, and Grasp. But it is going to be the Somersault just to get the Entwine Lightning back to be able to go a little wider on this next turn.
Seems like Arjun's going to choose the route of really pecking. We'll see if he chooses to play this Arc Lightning out that he chose to keep alongside the Entwine Lightning with the Lightning Surge in Arsenal, maybe presenting a quick 8 damage here in order to set up a larger Arc Lightning turn to hopefully close out the game.
I think that's probably what we're going to see based on the blocks. Lightning Surge, that's going to be the go again.
I'd have to be feeling really happy here in Andrew's position, seeing the Miraging Metamorph with Tunic counter at 3. Hopefully, maybe we're able to block 9 out this turn, just Tunic Miraging and save that Phantasmaclasm for another turn, opening up the option for a Tunic block later.
Makes a lot of sense. 1 damage over the top, down to 9 goes Andrew. Arjun here. Going to use the Tunic for the Starfall. Both players probably, like you said, going to use their Tunics effectively. Each player playing for their tournament lives. A win here puts them into the top 8 of the ProQuest Plus, fighting for a PTI.
So Andrew knows that Arjun has that Entwined Lightning in hand, but however, he doesn't know about that last card, that Arc Lightning, so we have to be curious what Andrew's thinking about here in order to really push out the damage if he's to play into like maybe a CNC disruption or something from Arjun, or maybe something wider. Clearly it's not CLV since Andrew's already taken 1 damage now. But we'll see if Arjun really chooses to push out. So Arjun chooses opting not to fuse his Entwined Lightning and give additional information to Andrew, so Andrew has less things to play around here.
Yeah, exactly. Andrew's been playing with some relatively perfect information. The weakest link showed the last hand, then the Lightning Surge was revealed to the Ravenous Rabble. So this is the first time in a couple turns that Andrew doesn't know what that last card in hand is for Arjun. And Arjun making sure to keep it that way by not resolving the fuse in the other order. But here comes the Phantasmaclasm. Once again, the only cards that Andrew will not know about will be the Arsenal card and whatever card is bottomed to this Phantasmaclasm.
For Andrew, Andrew's got to be thinking about taking this Entwined Lightning away. It's the only card in his hand with natural go again, not knowing what, of course, what Arjun is arsenaling, that Arc Lightning, but with that Arc Lightning that Arjun's going to be arsenaling, he'll be able to go very wide using the current funnel as a source of go again in between, since he'll be able to give the Lightning Surge go again as well.
Let's see if we can see what's drawn off the top from the Lightning Surge. It's a Discharge. That's a card he can be able to use on this next turn as well. But now he's got to think about the 9 damage. If you're an Arjun seat, do you just take it? Do you just take the 9? Try to throw it all back?
I think I'd be interested in probably blocking 3 with that current funnel here, because if you get too low, you go down to 2 health. Andrew actually has the other Phantasmaclasm that we know about in his arsenal. You have to be worried about that pressure really getting put over the top and Andrew being able to close out this game easily here. That's got to be what's going through Arjun's mind. We see an Electrostatic Discharge drawn from Arjun here. Maybe he's able to put something together, but there's really 2 sides of it where maybe Arjun's interested in closing the game out with that Arc Lightning, being able to get a lot of chip damage in. So we'll see what Arjun chooses to go here. If he chooses to dip very low down, maybe he chooses to block with some armor, though I don't think it'll be entirely necessarily going down to 2 at this stage. We're not really worried about a green that tips the scale or killing Arjun over the top or something small like that.
Has the Tunic available to block with as well. I have to imagine he's not getting 3 more counters on that thing this game.
Yeah, Arjun's got to be doing the math here of how much damage he can push out of this Arc Lightning, this big Arc Lightning turn. If you can get 3 or 4 wide, it's unlikely that Andrew's going to be able to cover everything as well as all of the pings and be able to maintain a card to throw this Phantasmaclasm back at him. Yeah,
He's just taking it.
Yeah, Arjun going all the way down to 2 here, so we'll see if Andrew's able to put up a large enough defensive front to maintain 1 card to really close out the game here for...
He is just taking it because he's got that Arc Lightning. And he's got a bunch of cards that he'll be able to utilize. He's trying to just put all the pressure on, take all the cards out of the hand, and then finish this thing up. And you saw the nod from Andrew once again, because that was the only card in a couple turns that he hasn't really known about. He's been playing with just such perfect information. Now Andrew finally is going to have to try to figure out how to get through all the arcane damage that's about to be coming his way.
Yeah, Andrew actually drew quite well here, having multiple 3 blocks and several blues in order to pitch to these, either the quick dodge flexors, trying to get maybe the maximums like 6, 8 value, including Tunic block here, or trying to mitigate a lot of the arcane damage that's coming through. So we see Arjun go for Lightning Surge with Go Again off the Go Again from the Arc Lightning that he played.
Go Again on the Lightning Surge. This is 4 and 1. Go to reactions. He's got an easy 4 block with the Fate Foreseen. Gets to look at the top card. We can't quite tell what it is on the top. Pay the 1 for the arc lightning damage here. Its current funnel is going to be utilized on the Starfall.
So we see the two. We'll see the 2 and 1 here from the Starfall. Andrew's got to be thinking if he wants to utilize the quick dodge flexors here, but he could be quite punished if Arjun doesn't really try to go super wide here. Maybe the E-strike for 7 closure or another type of large tall attack here. We know Arjun has the electrostatic discharge in hand. That seems to be the pathway that this is going towards.
And it's probably pretty tempting to want to utilize the Tunic on that Miraging Metamorph. So that's why Andrew is really giving this one a think. He does not know exactly what's in there. He knows there's a Snatch and a mystery card in Arjun's hand. And the 2 floating can give the Snatch go again for another point of Arcane with that Arc Lightning from the Aurora hero ability.
Andrew could be also quite interested here in using the quick dodge flexors in order to cover the 2, and then pitching another blue to cover the arc lightning, as well as being able to pay for another quick dodge, getting the full value out of there if Arjun is choosing to go wide here. But a wrong decision here can cost a lot of leaking. So we see Andrew utilize the quick dodge quick dodge flexors here to cover the 2 from the Starfall.
Now this is actually pretty interesting because that quick dodge is going to be gone for the rest of this game. He is going to pitch the Rage Spectre, so he's expecting to be able to shore something up with the quick dodge and the prevention on the next turn. He's expecting to probably utilize those 2 floating, 1 on Arcane and 1 on the physical with the quick dodge flexors. There's the mystery card, and now Snatch. And now Andrew hand goes to the chin in the Thinker's Man's position. As he has to deal with 7 damage that threatens to draw a card on hit and set up a 5-card hand with an embodiment for Arjun that might just close this thing out.
It's an interesting choice here from Arjun not to use the Aurora's ability prior to using a Snatch here in order to give it go again to maybe have a live draw after the top. However, Andrew doesn't have much blocking ability here, though he does have to give some damage here. Presumably he'll give quick dodge. He's thinking about going low and maybe throwing this Miraging Metamorph off the Tunic counter to get some cards out of Arjun's hand. But giving Arjun a card as well here and dipping so low, you have to be quite uncomfortable in this position.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Andrew. It also, I think because of the 2 floating, that AB would be able to be utilized so easily on the go again, but the live draw element of it probably can't really be understated. Yeah, this is a huge moment in this game. What a cool end game, as Arjun has really put this thing together. The Flicker Wisps early tore through the early advantage that Andrew Rothermel was able to put together. Andrew Rothermel had that life lead for quite some time. Move to reaction, he's going to move the quick dodge over, and that's all he's going to do. Take 5, go down to 1.
Yeah, Andrew's got to be worried about here.
So many things.
Yes, absolutely, so many things, especially the draw. So Arjun will get another card for next turn as well. So Arjun activating Aurora to make an embodiment of lightning for next turn. But we'll see if Arjun has a very good blocking hand for this Miraging Metamorph we're about to be thrown here from Andrew.
Sigil of Suffering, Burn Up Shock. These are all ways that Andrew Rothermel just straight dies on this turn. Tunic is going into a Miraging Metamorph. And what's interesting is there's a Lightning Press in the hand, so this thing can actually get popped.
We see a Current Funnel, a Skyward Serenade, a Lightning Press, and Arcanic Shockwave in Arjun's hand. So we see maybe Arjun opting to press and blow up this Miraging Metamorph and then hopefully set up some kind of Skizix play into maybe a Skizix into a Starfall, trying to chip cards out of Andrew's hand. But it's quite a dicey situation.
Now let's see how Arjun wants to deal with this one. I think he's going to go ahead and check and make sure he's got Skizix left. I'm not sure that he does. I think it's one in the. I think it was the random draw off the top.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe he played 2 previously, so presumably that would be the 3rd one in Arjun's arsenal now.
But I can't be certain, but I thought that's what I saw briefly played out there.
Looks like Arjun's posturing here to block the Arcanic Shockwave and go ahead and Phantasm pop that Miraging Metamorph.
Yeah, that's just going to be popped. You play it in reactions to pump up the attack. It becomes a 6-power attack, which pops the Miraging Metamorph. If this Skyward Serenade can't find a Skizix, it's going to be significantly less impactful. Wonder what he's pitching for. Maybe the Grasp of the Arc Knight, trying to just rip cards out of the hand any way he can.
Yeah, trying to just absolutely make it as difficult as possible for Andrew to make the correct decisions here. So we'll see Arjun starting out here with, looks like a Flittering.
He's a Flittering charge.
So presumably Arjun might have that Skizix still in deck, so we have 4 go again here. proving to be quite difficult. Maybe Andrew without any D-Rex, unfortunately. Here we see just a few 3 blocks and then the Restless Coalescence in his hand. That Phantasmaclasm still stuck after many turns in his arsenal, hoping to be thrown next turn.
Probably here looking for lightning presses. Thinking about if he's just going to die. I'm not sure you can really play around it in this position.
It'd be quite a tough hand there if Arjun had the double lightning press in hand alongside that Arcanic Shockwave, really trying to hopefully get some damage pushed through here.
Arjun potentially put himself into the top 8. It's some really tight play. Here's a block for 4 with the Findall Spring Tunic. No instant needed because of the embodiment of lightning.
So Arjun looking to get cards out of Andrews here by pitching the Grasp, the Arcanite, maybe getting one whole card there and not getting much value. Andrew could opt to use maybe some extra floating for a Calming Gesture play to cover another 4 with a 3 block here and really trying to get through a lot of Arjun's options. But with the ability to play that Starfall, since he's played the Flittering Charge earlier this turn, it'll be pretty hard for Andrew to be able to hold 1 card here at the end of this turn.
Skyward knows embodiment Skyzik.
Bringing out his, as Arjun says, Skyzik. I think clearly it's an onomatopoeia. But you know, we can't fault the guy. Dude's playing at a high level, maybe about to take down a Pro Tour top 8 competitor in Andrew Rothermel.
Yeah,
4 and 1 and 1.
So Andrew here maybe in a really tough position here, even if he pitches out for that Rune Chant, having to be able to block this 4 go again and into the following Starfall. He's going to consume his entire hand to cover all of these things, leaving him AB-less if he chooses to opt for that. But I don't know if he has many options here.
Yeah, because you can... Oh, this is going to be interesting. AB, and then, what, make the Spectral Shield, and then die on the next turn to the Grasp of the Arcanite. AB1 for the Rune Chant. Activate the Calming Gesture. Make a Spectral Shield. Block for a total of 4. This is the way to keep himself alive. Starfall now comes in. Takes the last card. It is the Restless Coalescence. Arjun now here has the option to try to just make a Grasp of the Arcanite activation and attack with Starfall if he can. The question is...
Arjun actually drawing quite a rough hand here. He doesn't have any direct attacks, but I see an Arc Lightning, Channel Lightning Valley, Lightning Press, and
Shelter from the Storm!
Oh,
Shelter from the Storm for Andrew Rothermel. That is a way to prevent the arcane damage. What the hell?
Yeah.
What an incredible draw from our Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
So we see Arjun starting out with this Arc Lightning, trying to get cards out of his hand. He's got the Shelter of the Storm to cover it here, but we'll see how many of these go-agains he can cover on top of the Rune Chant coming, because pitching the CLV into the Grasp will generate 2 more sources of Arcane, covering most of the Shelter stun here.
Yeah, this is going to be close. It was almost enough, I think, for Andrew Rothermel, but like you mentioned, the Grasp of the Arcanite go again, plus the Starfall is 3 more sources of Arcane. Go again from the Grasp, go again from the Starfall, Arcane from the Rune Chant. I think the Shelter was almost the top deck of this tournament, but I think the Arc Lightning might prove to be the greater top deck here.
We might be able to see a hero play from Andrew here, after presumably Arjun sings a Starfall where he's able to sink below the last card in his hand, and maybe he'll be able to find another Shelter or a Restless Coalescence to be able to cover this last bit of Arcane that's coming from this for the rest of this turn.
And if he is, then potentially that Phantasmaclasm can come out and try to steal this one. It's not over yet, but it's not looking good for Andrew. Pull Tunic and the Starfall. Prevent the 1. He's got to sink a card on the Starfall and open himself up. What he doesn't know is this would be the end of the turn from Arjun in terms of offense if this doesn't do it.
Andrew just confirming here that Arc Lightning is shooting the Arcane after, since Arjun had said the 2 Arcane up front. So we'll see what this sink below finds out for Andrew here. Hopefully he can find an out to this Arcane.
Ooh, it's a Levels of Enlightenment. The one Arcane is gonna do it, and Arjun Garg moves on, taking down Andrew Rothermel. He moves on into your top 8. That was a nail-biter of a finish. It was a close one, but Aurora moves on, taking down Enigma. What a game.
What an absolute fantastic match here we saw from both players. Really expecting this. We'll see. We see this Aurora in top 8, and we'll see maybe if Andrew can squeak in from the last.
I guess we're ready to look at the top 8 graphic. 1x2 makes it. Let's see if Mr. Rothermel will be our lone X2 in this top 8 or not. The answer, I think, is no. But let's take a look at this.
We see Andrew
The
Rothermel
answer
here.
is yes. It's the second name you see. Exactly, guys. That's what I said the whole time. He did sneak in. So it wasn't even a winning in, you guys. Everything's fine. Nothing to worry about. But look at the first seed there. Luke Magnuson with Slip Through the Cracks. Dude, a lot of players we've seen today have made their way into this top 8.
Yeah, so we actually see 2 Enigmas that made it into the top 8. However, Luke Magnuson versus Andrew Rothermel. So we'll see a titan battle here of Arachne Slip Through the Cracks with Enigma.
And that's going to be our feature match next round. Looking down the rest of the bracket, we see Victor Mercado versus Arjun Garg, who we just witnessed. We've seen both of those players on stream. Actually, all 4 of the first 4 names there we've seen on stream today. Then Raven Williams, she was second place runner-up team yesterday in the Team Battle Harden. Lee, we haven't seen. If it's the Lee I'm thinking of, great dude, funny dude, big collector, wants everyone to know about it. And we've got Noah Beygelman and Ryan Rich there. We've seen both of them on stream today as well. So it's honestly a pretty stacked top 8, and I'm looking forward to seeing just how it's all going to shake down. Now, you were saying before we sat down for this round, you were like, dude, I think Arachne Slip Through the Cracks is going to make it in top 8.
Yeah.
He's been beating. Did he beat you up on Enigma?
He did beat me as well.
Okay, so talk to what's that matchup like? Let's set the stage for the people. Why does Slip Through the Cracks just keep beating up on Enigma? That's not something that I would have expected.
Yeah, so typically you wouldn't expect like a lot of the assassin matchups to be very negative for Enigma and Illusionist. Typically you're super excited to see other heroes like New or Flippy or a lot of these other heroes. But however, with Slip Through the Cracks with a natural go again ability, they're just able to go so wide with all these disruptive effects that it asks the Enigma a lot of questions where like, oh, am I going to block here or am I going to block on the next thing? And it's so tricky to make all these decisions where it's very opportunistic of both sides here.
Well, we'll have to wait and see just how it sorts out for our feature match. We're going to take a quick break, and then it's on to the top 8 of the ProQuest Plus here from Milwaukee. Be seen in a second.
Welcome back, everybody. And blink and you miss it. We're in the top 8. Can you believe it? Hey, Sam.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Oh, living the dream. We are about to watch what is an exciting top 8. Let's go ahead and drop down into the bracket and see what we have in store for us today. I believe you just looked at the bracket before the break, but at the top of the bracket in the 1 seed spot, that's the game we're going to watch, the 1 versus 8. It's Luke on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks in an undefeated seat versus Andrew Rothermel on Enigma, and that's a banger of a game. So you know what? Let's not even talk about the rest of this. Let's just jump right into it.
Very excited as we can see top 8 yet again flourished full of MST and Rosetta, but with one surprise, the Slippy coming through and showing everybody why it is a deck that you should be taking note of. I mean, this matchup I assume is going to go pretty long. It's going to be pretty grindy. Most assassins struggle quite a bit into the illusionist class. This has just been a natural matchup that has been a lot of cause and effect, a lot of answers and reactions. But I do think the aggression that Slippy is going to offer here will provide a different angle for them to approach this matchup. So let's kind of see how it starts off here.
Yeah, dropping in, it looks like we've already advanced maybe a turn or two in. And Luke currently sits at 38. Again, undefeated on the day thus far, but sometimes that's a bit of a curse in top 8. We've seen multiple top 8s play out where that 1 seed goes undefeated on the day and then ends up sort of stumbling right at the outset of top 8. So trying to avoid that on Slip Through the Cracks, a 38 health hero to the 41 of Andrew Rothermel.
Now, though we are starting, oh, look at there, a little paradox of time. You can see me behind Luke there watching the game.
That's impressive.
I don't want to spoil what comes next, but the Assassin Slippy, as I was mentioning before, does offer a little bit more of an aggro output. So as we can see here, threatening the 3 damage immediately with a Shred, wanting to remove that Spectral Shield. But coming in with the perfect answer with a Sink Below in hand, it can be easily covered up. Now, Luke has to decide here. The Codex has to come out, or he'll have to Arsenal it. There are not a lot of good targets. It's only going to be a vanilla 3 damage card that he can recur with the Codex. And I believe, there it is, he's going to pop it down just so he can at least gain some tempo, rip another card out of Andrew's hand, and hopefully try to clear that Spectral Shield.
Now, does it feel good from your perspective playing a Codex this early in the game? Sometimes you just find them and they kind of gunk up the hand, but you don't have a ton of great targets. How does it feel playing it on what is essentially turn 1?
This feels absolutely horrible. Also because the Spectral Shield is on the board, which allows Flick Knives to not be able to mark the target, which you would usually want to have happen when you are coming in with the mark of the Black Widow. But that Spectral Shield is the perfect answer to stop this threat that is a vanilla 3 at this point that could have a detrimental output. At this point, doesn't really do anything but threaten the Spectral Shield. But Andrew's hand here not looking too impressive given that it is 2 red attacks, both in their own merit very strong. But in this hand, if he chooses to block with one, he will not be able to play another, and he's stuck with that Levels of Enlightenment, which is also pretty much dead, given that there's no blues.
Yeah, a bit of a non-functional, non-starter here with the one cost attack as basically what the only thing you can do on your turn. That 1 cost Phantasma. What is it called again? Not Phantasmaclasm.
Phantasmaclasm, it is. Oh, it is. Miraging Metamorph.
Miraging Metamorph. I almost said Phantasmaclasm because that is the 3 cost attack. But Ponder is going to resolve. That is going to drop a card into the arsenal of Slippy. Our Slippy hero here is going to then draw up into a 5-card hand and basically just be presented with 7 damage after the Tunic resource here.
Love seeing Andrew here playing as well. One of my favorite players, notably playing KO last year at Nationals, I believe, making it to the finals. Now we see on a completely different hero playing Enigma, really representing his diversity when it comes to his ability to play the game, constantly performing well. And Luke, another very notable player. I actually played against Luke last year at the Battle Hardened. He was the one that kicked me out of top 8, was also finalist in the Battle Hardened playing Verdance right when it came out after Rosetta. Cool to see him also piloting a new hero now and seeing some success with that as well.
Yeah, 2 top players and with pedigree all their own, but now Luke staring down the face of 7 damage. Does he want to commit something to block here, or is he willing to just take the damage and present this 4-card plus arsenal hand after the fact? He's got Tarantula Toxin. He has a stealth attack in Mark of the Black Widow there. Will he choose to commit other cards to blocking and just play that card, those 2 cards out, or is he going to look to go extra wide on this turn?
Another pretty aggressive hand. Codex of Blood Rot, though, not really going to be able to get the max amount of disruption that you'd like, being able to force your opponent's card from hand into Arsenal. Both of them having Arsenal cards, which is going to provide a little bit less value. But regardless, being able to give your opponent a Blood Rot, especially Enigma, will cut off some of their ability at their the end of their next turn, not necessarily being able to float some ward or having to give up another card from hand in order to protect their board state that they want to develop.
Could also represent an attack from Hunter's Clave if you care about the mark, and we know that the mark is fairly important for this this blue mark of the Black Widow, but not going to be dedicated to that. Instead, we're just going to threaten this, go again as well. Flick Knives is live because there is no Spectral Shield on the board anymore, so Flick Knives could make its way to the attack reaction portion of the combat chain and mark so that we get the effect here.
Also notable that Slippy is playing the Black Tech Whispers over something like Snapdragon Scalers, which in the Assassin game into Enigma, it's much more common to traditionally play Snapdragons since it can just be unconditional go again whenever you need it to be. Black Tech, of course, needs to hit in order for your card to get go again. Obviously not as important for Slippy, who will just naturally have it right away. Probably just valuing the one block to be much more efficient and also being able to extend the turn further if needed to after their first or second stealth card.
There is the flick of the Flick Knives, and the Hunter's Clave is going to connect. It's going to mark the Enigma opponent, and unless there are reactions here, the Mark of the Black Widow will be live and will force a card out. But continuing on, there is a spike with Blood Rot that is going to come across. It's going to buff up the attack up to 4 now at this point. And in addition, it's going to, on hit, create a Blood Rot Pox token under the opponent's control. If it does, that threatens even more of the board that Andrew might want to establish. But he's just going to let it pass. He has no recourse. There's no counterplay really available to him here.
Notably, Andrew's probably going to want to hold as much of his hand as possible. Having the Sacred Art and the Rage Spectre in hand usually wouldn't be too good, but Tunic is coming up and that Levels is still in the arsenal, which is going to be a perfect way to pivot next turn if he's able to hold those 3 cards in, or, the 3 cards being the Sacred Art, Rage Spectre, and the Levels. But Assassin, being a class known to disrupt, has already taken 1 card from the hand. I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew is suspecting to be another card, but fortunately enough for him, this will be the end of Disruption from Luke here.
Yep, he's going to be getting rid of that essence into the banished zone, and it's going to be pick up the point is going to be the follow-up so that he can grab that Hunter's Clave back, and it's going to result in question mark.
No blocks. Here we go. The Dissolve Reality is going to be very strong here as well, being able to hold that to get a little bit of tempo back from Luke. This is exactly what Andrew needed to pivot the game back in his favor. Now again, the Blood Rot Pox, although it did not come from the Codex, coming from the Spike, is still going to be relevant here as we get to the end of the turn, because Andrew will not have another card unless he chooses to draw here and gets a blue to be able to pitch away. So those shields that he might be making are going to be threatened to be removed by the Blood Rot.
He is going to respond to the Levels of Enlightenment with one of the most powerful cards that Enigma has access to. I mean, it's something like this, but maybe right above it is the Manifestations of Mirror Guy. Instead, it's Sacred Art, Immortal Lunar Shrine, which is going to create those Spectral Shields. They are going to get the +1, which means Go Again is on the menu. And transcending alongside of that for more pitch ability, and we're probably going to see the activation of Enigma so that we can get that second blue into the pitch zone, allowing us not only to create another Spectral, but to get 2 modes off of the Levels of Enlightenment. Choosing Draw a Card, Go Again, and Spectral Shields aplenty are now everywhere on the board.
Drawing kind of awkwardly into that Phantasmaclasm. I'm sure Andrew's really hoping to rip a blue off the top here. Although it's not the best case scenario, at least he does have 3 resources in hand that he can hold back to stop the Blood Rot at the end of the turn to maintain his board state. Unfortunately for him, in Luke's hand, I did see a pick to pieces, which is the perfect response to this board state if he needs to clear it. But Andrew still has not drawn a D-React that we've seen this game. Very likely that there will be a D-React coming up soon in the next hand or 2.
This is interesting. He had to make a choice whether or not he wanted to swing with these following Spectral Shields or pay into the Blood Rot Pox. He is actually going to swing one of them. He's going to dissolve reality, making the arsenal be just dissolved from reality on the side of Luke, and instead he's going to lose 2 of those shields in order
Well,
to maintain the...
There is
Go
a
ahead.
chance that Ponder could draw blue, and it will save his board state. He's throwing a
That
Hail
is
Mary
true.
out there.
That
Let's
is
see what
true.
happens. Boom,
Oh, and
hits
it
the blue.
does.
Be
Look-
better. Just be better.
That's all it takes. You know, sometimes you just got to get a little bit lucky, and in that case, board state remains. Bloodrot Pox token doesn't do what it intended to do, and that is a pretty solid little board that
Yeah.
Andrew has, but going to be threatened by what Luke is bringing to the table here, a 4-card hand.
What a fantastic navigated turn there with the Enigma. I mean, that hand could have been played in so many different ways, and he just kind of went for the most optimal line and got rewarded for it, really showcasing Andrew's skill with the deck and just in general as a Flesh and Blood player.
Pick to pieces the offering after the Orb Weaver Spinneret, which is going to give that buff. You don't need the Graphene Calycera token because you have 2 daggers. Thanks to that pick at the point earlier, this pick to pieces, you mentioned it earlier, the perfect answer to a board like this. And why is that?
Because it will become non-preventable damage, and you can bet that there is at least 2 reactions on the board currently with 2 more cards in hand. Andrew's hand does not have any D-reacts. It is not looking likely that he will be able to preserve this board.
He's got Traverse the Universe on the other side of things. He does have a Manifestations of Miragai in hand. That is a potent combination. We've seen it time and time again. These Enigma players leaning on the back of that Manifestations of Miragai. Will the block be made and then just holding some cards to play that Manifestations out? What's going to be the line that Andrew takes? He has put himself into so many top finishes, top 8s across the board in the history of this game. If anyone's going to find it, it's going to be him.
Slippy offering some additional mind games with the go again on the pick to pieces. Could be another Codex, could be another stealth card, but we know it's Justinic and Razor's Edge. Now, the Justinic is pretty dead in the hand. Could opt to pitch it away with the Tunic to do a dagger, because we do have the Ponder at the end of the turn as well. Would ideally not like to IP, but here we see Razor's Edge coming down, becoming 10 unpreventable go again. That board is gone.
A massive swing, a massive chunk. After, like you said, a masterful turn played by Andrew, instead, it's all wiped away. The pieces have been well and truly picked. Hunter's Clave's going to come across after pitching that Justinic. It's not going to make its way to the arsenal. He's just looking to push more of that mark synergy.
Very optimal, too, here to leave the mark after the fact, because there are so many other cards that become online here with Take Up the Mantle, which can get that pick to pieces right back again on the next turn to clear another board. We have the Black Widow in the graveyard as well. And, of course, just all the other cards that he can naturally rip off the top that will get rewarded by having his opponent marked. Now, Andrew wants to hold his hand here because he does have the Mirror Guy that he will be able to establish next turn. So it is not optimal for him to block this, but he realizes what could happen and how the tempo of the game could just start to swing out of his control if he ends up getting marked. Opting to throw the Traverse here. Very, very heads up, and I'd say very aggressive play, too.
Yes, very aggressive indeed. He's going to grab that inner chi that he created on the previous turn after setting up that entire board. And in doing so, he's going to have an inner chi there. He's going to be able to pitch that to Manifestations. He also has a Transcend card in the hand. He has an attack. He can be very aggressive in his own right to try and wrest control of this game back from Luke after what has been a very powerful turn.
Very, very powerful. I mean, this might be an unpopular opinion, but when Enigma first came out, kind of underrepresented, not performing as well because Zen was just completely dominating. Now we can really see the heroes start to shine. And although everyone can, I think, unanimously agree that this is an S-tier hero deck, it does not convert nearly as well as Aurora does. We still always know to fear the deck, but there are a few that make it to the top because only the best of the best who really know how to navigate their matchups, really know how to pilot the deck under a number of different circumstances, can really showcase their skill. Although the deck might not be loved by a number of people because it destroys them in terms of matchup, I think it is quite fascinating to watch someone expertly navigate this deck and see just what it's capable of, because the possibilities truly are almost endless.
And here it is, Manifestations of Miragai coming across for 8 with Go again. There's the Transcend on top of it. Luke knows the danger is rapidly unfolding. There's the activation again of Enigma, something you don't see very often, but man, when it comes through, it is quite a powerful effect. Getting that Spectral Shield, making an even wider board, and Now this is coming across for 2 again with Go again. Still a card in hand. I believe it is that red Spears of Surreality if he wants to finish with it, and yes, he does.
Wow. Amazing. So much damage coming through. A huge tempo swing, and now Luke's going to have to deal with that mirror guy that's currently sitting on the board, in addition to the Spectral Shield, which will protect it from a Flick Knives. I mean, when you see a board like this from Luke's side, you really don't have any incentive to block because you must clear the dragon. Some of my locals refer to it as the big glowy boy. You must clear the big glowy boy. If you do not, this will spiral out of control, and it could be over in a matter of 2 turns at this rate.
And that's the type of turn that Enigma lives off of, lives and breathes, creates, this big 8-attack, massive life gain, life prevention piece on the board, and then also follows it up with either disruption and like CNC or, a big 5 power attack at the end, something, miraging metamorph as well. That's the power that Andrew Rothermel is wielding with Enigma. The question is, now that Luke has been put to the brink at 10, does he have an answer for that? Hey, you remember what you did last turn?
Oh.
We're going to do it again, and you have to ask the question, what do you have in your hand, and how much do I really need to block if you are Andrew?
And what goes up must come down, because that hand from Andrew was absolute horrible follow-up, because this last hand that he had was so powerful in establishing a board. We just see a absolute brick. That hand does nothing. It is Phantasmaclasm, 2 Miraging Metaphor, and was that Spectral Manifestation?
Yes, it is.
That hand does nothing.
That's a bit of a clunker. You can maybe keep 2 cards and send 7 damage, but your hope is that you can keep your board, and this is really not enabling him to do so. What he is banking on is that these cards are not attack reactions, and the arsenal that was created off of that ponder is not an attack reaction. If that's the case, maybe he can get away with blocking 2 cards, blocking 6, and then just praying that he can hold onto this board.
He can't, though. It's just such a tough situation, because if he blocks 6, Luke can easily just Flick Knives, and it goes up to 7. 1 point of damage will just rip that entire board apart. So he has to account for a 7 breakpoint, in addition to any additional 3 damage buffs that come up on top of it, or an additional follow-up that comes after this, because it has Go again. It is truly a lose-lose situation, regardless of how he wants to try to answer this.
Talk about the power of the silver bullet answer in Pick to Pieces. This is one of those answers that I think LSS talked a lot about, providing heroes and classes with a way to deal with specific matchups, and Pick to Pieces is one of those answers. You also see things like Jagged Edge make their way into the meta that allow you to combat the board states of these illusionist heroes, and right here it's shown up back to back to help Luke stay in this game.
Okay, Andrew picking up the graveyard, really trying to see what answers could be in there, and we are only 4 turns into this game. There is a plethora. It could be almost anything at this rate that he could have to expect to follow up on here, with 3 more cards to come. A Codex could be following this up. A CNC could be following this up. Anything could come after this that could be absolutely detrimental. Choosing to just throw the whole hand.
Yeah, he just says, I'm just going to give you it all, and Luke seems pretty happy about that, because if he can follow it up with anything after this, then he has the capacity to just take the rest of take the board anyway.
Here we go. We're probably going to offer the dagger, I'm assuming, following up here. I'm not quite sure we were able to see what he drew into his arsenal from the ponder, but it can be very easy to clean up the rest of the board here. Actually, still very heads up from Andrew to just throw his hand, so at least he can get the value of his on-board ward to protect his life total.
Exactly.
He had to optimize and do the best case scenario, and yet again we see him picking probably the most optimal line to take in this scenario.
Yeah, if you're going to lose your board, you might as well maintain your life total, and 21 plays 10 feels pretty decent, even if you have to pass drawing up and not sending damage back. So the onus is back on Luke. Can he use his 4-card plus arsenal, which we can know it is still hidden from us. He hides it yet again. Can he use this 4-card plus arsenal turn to wrest control back? And it was a Kiss of Death.
One of the most powerful plays that Slippy has access to. Kiss of Death, 3 Go again. Additionally, will be able to be flicked on the next attack to make sure it gets its on-hit effect. Fortunately for Andrew, there is no toxicity that's coming down before this, which could be absolutely game ending, much like a Mirror Guy almost in a way. When a Slippy gets one of those plays off, the game can almost be over. But Andrew successfully finally seeing a D-React. Thank goodness we have that.
I mean, it's at this point where you kind of need one. Even though you have the life advantage, having your opponent at 10, but trying to play, and he's just going to let it hit. He's going to take the extra 1 point of damage, see what else is on offer, and maybe try to play out his hand in a later time after you've deduced what your opponent's trying to do.
Interesting, Luke is holding on to the Codex of Blood right here. I wonder if he's just going to pitch it away or he wants to try to bait out as many blocks as possible before he drops it to rip another card out of Andrew's hand here. Little bit of a low-impact hand to follow up that previous turn. Not going to be able to do a lot of damage in terms of just raw tempo, but still going to be able to convert his entire hand, which is not the worst-case scenario here.
Question mark being what is he going to follow this up with? Looks like he is thinking about playing that Codex of Bloodrot. Decides not to, instead holding on to that Kiss of Death. Teetering between both of those cards, really trying to figure out what he wants to do next. Does he want to bait the card out? No, he's going to instead pitch the Shred so he can come in again with Hunter's Clave. Keep in mind, Enigma already marked. Losing the mark and regaining the mark is a possibility. It looks like the Flick is going to be activated here. That flicking that dagger attack means that you lose 1 life in addition to the point of damage that you have. And there's the play of the Codex of Bloodrot. That's going to force a card into the arsenal for both players. And then that can follow up, Luke can follow that up by playing said card from the arsenal.
Great patience. Great damage, just being put in very awkward situations for Andrew to be able to block here, and also setting up a little bit of an insurance policy for the next turn, leaving that Blood Rod as a little gift, saying if you try to get any tempo back or create a board, you're now going to have to respect this 2 damage as well.
Ponder gives him an arsenal and yet another 5-card hand. It cracks. It's down to 10 and 13 respectively, which is very quick. I mean, we're only on turn 6 of this top 8. He's going to, instead of trying to send much damage, he's going to send that Essence of Ancestry Body and pitch to stop the damage from that Blood Rot Pox token so that he can keep that Essence of Ancestry Body around. A very powerful card in its own right, and has done some insane things depending on the format and the matchup that you're playing into. I have had certain turns absolutely stonewalled by that Essence of Ancestry Body before, so don't disrespect it too much.
Very nice here of Andrew drawing up some disruptive pieces and Phantasmaclaws. Unfortunately, this time with a blue. Hopefully going to be able to block a little bit and send back a nice 2-card hand to disrupt. One thing to note, though, I don't know if the mark, did he? Oh, he did end up blocking, so he is still marked, too.
Correct, yeah. That pain in the backside is on offer here. It's going to come across for 3 with Go Again. If this hits, you can send a dagger your way and try to clear off any possible board state that we might have, and that is going to be covered up here. That Essence of Ancestry Body is kept alive.
Wanting to maintain as much prevention as possible to try to get around Luke's onslaught here. Onslaught?
It could be an onslaught, too.
Onslaught, a little combo of both.
There it is. So the Essence of Ancestry Body is going to be consumed by that Hunter's Clave, and here's the Bonds of Agony. Now, we do know we have a target in the hand as far as attack reactions go.
Pretty good one.
It's a pretty good one. And you have the onboard Black Tech Whispers as well as the Flick Knife, so everything has been assembled here as far as combos are concerned. Bonds of Agony is officially active, whether it's known or not, by Andrew Rothermel.
Now, if he has to assume that it is, how do you go about navigating this? Do you want to try to block it out? Do you call the bluff? Being at 13 life, if we do see a 10+ damage Bonds of Agony come out, he is in a very, very precarious situation. Again, unfortunately, really not seeing the D-Reacts when he needs to in order to be able to play in a little bit safer and feel as if he has options. Because right now, we have a Go Again, Bonds of Agony, 2 cards left, all the onboard reactions left. It is just, you can guarantee that this Bonds is being triggered. It's just a question of for how much.
Yeah, but you could also think to yourself, well, maybe this is a feint. Maybe if I just put like 2 cards in front of this, maybe it gets me nothing because this does have Go Again. It is the first stealth attack played this turn. Pain in the backside was not. So it could have been something that you just can't even play around. You're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And oh my God, he has it all. Absolutely everything you could ask for just a nick. He's got Spike with Blood Rot. This thing is going stratospheric. Is he going to flick on top of this, or is he going to pop Black Tech? It doesn't matter either way as long as you get that effect active.
Going for the Black Tech here. Wants to preserve the daggers on board so that he still has 2 to swing and potentially threaten any kind of on-board ward. But this thing is huge.
This is 12 damage. Remember, this was blocked for 6. It is going to rip the card out of the hand regardless. I think it's an instant, actually.
Yeah.
It's a chi.
I think it's Passover, so he can fortunately at least oh no, Rising Sun. So at least you can play that out. But effectively, you're still losing everything that you have, and the full tempo is back to Luke. And also not being able to hold that blue to even stop the Blood Rot, so even more damage is going to be left behind following this.
And that Essence of Ancestry made no difference on this turn because it's going to stop red sources, whereas everything after this was blue. That Bonds of Agony, even though it was pumped up by red attack reactions, that is not going to be affected at all by that Essence of Ancestry.
And taking 6 here, and then an additional 2 after that, he's going to be left at 5 life after his next turn cycle. That is very low when you're going to have a full grip going back to Luke here.
Loses a Dissolve reality, which isn't going to have much effect in any way, in any case. And he's going to look through the deck. He's going to take a look and he says, yes, yes, I see that card. I see that card. Cool, I'm winning. Good.
Now, something interesting here, given that he is able to look at the deck and now shuffle it, what could happen is Andrew could naturally draw some chi here, which could be beneficial, could be detrimental, but at least this time, Andrew could have some answers to the daggers by being able to pitch into the ability to block them or to prevent flick knives from coming through. But if you're Andrew in this scenario, you really have to hope that, I mean, it's very unlikely that Slippy is going to brick. You would like them to brick. You'd like to see some D-reacts ideally coming around these next turn cycles. Anything to try to prevent some additional tempo that is going to be coming through from Luke. But it looks like the onslaught is not going to stop. What did I call it? The onslaught?
Yes, it couldn't be an onslaught, but it could be an onslaught, too.
It could
Who
be.
knows? Could
Here
be
we
other
go.
way. Drawing up into a 4-card
Go again.
hand.
Go again.
Spoiler
CNC.
alert. It's an all-red hand, but you know who doesn't care about that? Arachne slipped through cracks because Arachne can just play this out. That CNC may not make its way onto the board, but if he wants to, you know, attack with one of these reds and then pitch another one, we could maybe see that CNC actually coalesce onto the board. And look at this. Drew into 1 non-blocking card. Rage Specters in there, Spears of Surreality.
This is pretty rough. I mean, we're going to see Go Again, probably by another Go Again of the Black Widow threatening the flick from Hunter's Clave, which is going to rip another card. And then we could see Tunic activation and then CNC come down after that. And that is a horrible situation for Andrew to be in. I don't even know if he'll be able to, I mean, if he does survive this turn, he's going to be walking to his next turn cycle not looking too great.
Now, keep in mind, this could be the possible time to use Quick Dodge Flexors. That is a piece that is sitting on the board, and you have a non-blocking card. So maybe this is the time to start thinking about employing those extra points of block value. But at the same time, you're just going to block everything heads up until the moment where the Tunic is taken.
There it is.
And 6 damage is presented.
And having that chi in hand sucks so much in this moment because if only you had another 3 block, you could at least preserve what is an arsenal. I don't even know it's an arsenal. I can't even remember. It's been sitting there for turns because Andrew hasn't gotten to play a turn.
That's right.
Ever since that mirror guy was cleared, Andrew has just kind of been on the back foot. But CNC, oh, at least we can play out the Restless, which is great. Going to be able to preserve a little bit of board state for going into the next turn to hopefully steal some tempo back. But unfortunately, that Stir the Pot is going to be doing nothing really going into the next turn other than he might want to arsenal it. He might want to try to, well, I think he's really going to only have to be able to arsenal it in hopes he draws another chi to transcend off of.
Yeah, that's basically all he's got lined up. I mean, he could try to commit equipment block, taking the Tunic and then throwing Quick Dodge out and, you know, taking the Tunic, blocking with Tunic, something to that effect as well.
We have the Calming Gesture as well that could convert into a Spectral Shield. You really don't want to see it used in this moment like that. Either way, he's just kind of struggling to find the best way to navigate this hand. To his credit, it is very difficult to get any additional value that you can out of this. And as we had stated before, Enigma being a very high skill ceiling deck, you really want to see where you can get those edges, because every decision can add up and really matter, especially going against an assassin like Slippy that has so many options with true damage, with flick knives, reactions that you have to play around, and then go again that is going to also present you multiple navigations or multiple paths that you're going to have to be prepared for.
Luke Magnuson sitting as the first seed, undefeated on the day, with Arachne slipped through the cracks. Has Andrew on Enigma on the ropes here, trying to decide how to handle this, how to block. The Restless plus Astral, those are going to make their way onto the board. It's going to prevent some of this damage, stop the CNC's on-hit effect from actually being impactful.
Preserving some life, choosing to just keep his life total as high as possible and set up his arsenal for the next turn. I mean, you got to love CNC. What a great card. Been around since the beginning of the game. It was good then. It's still good now. Regardless of who you are or what deck you're playing, when CNC comes down, problems arise.
I do love CNC. I'm a big fan. Doesn't matter what way you look like. You look at it.
What's your favorite art?
I'm a big fan of the Fabled CNC, but that's because it's cold foil, so I'm a little bit of a sucker for that. You know what else is pretty good is Kiss of Death, coming across for 3 with Go again.
And take note, exactly what I mentioned, there's a natural chi that has made its way to hand, which is kind of bad given that a Drop in the Ocean is the other card in hand. 2 non-blocks, but at least 1 can be converted, and then we have the additional chi that is sitting in Arsenal right now. So we're going to be transcending, but we're not really going to have much to block with at that point.
Yeah, there's I think a Manifestations of Miragai. You would love to have some tempo right now. You'd love to be able to block a little bit so that you can establish that and essentially just win the game off of the back of that insane dragon. But I don't think that's in the cards right now, because you have to respect this Kiss of Death and then anything else that comes after it.
Now, let's look at the upsides here. We do at least have ways to play around the Kiss of Death flick so that the damage that's going to come around there, it will be prevented. We have a Drop in the Ocean, which is a great response to the dagger that's coming up here to prevent the on-hit and additional damage leaking. And then we still have the Mirror Guy, with by some state or like some way, if you're able to survive through this, you can claw some tempo back by being able to drop the big glowy boy and try to regain some tempo. So it is not the worst case scenario to be in right now.
And we also have the Tunic into Calming Gesture to create a Spectral Shield if we want to stop the flick of the single damage of Kiss of Death as well, which is quite a huge deal because that represents half of your life at this point, being at 4. So there are some counterplays here. Unfortunately, now Luke knows that the hand is pretty clunky as far as blocking is concerned.
There's a lot of chi in there.
Ah, man, this is when you wish that you absolutely had one of those beautiful Cosmic Awakenings to throw for casual 15, 18, 20 damage.
And here we see pitching away, choosing to generate the Spectral Shield, or is he going to use Calming? He's going to use Calming Gesture. Very heads up here to keep the quick dodge available for the turn as well, depending on what comes up after this. Infect for 3, at least we know this is it. Andrew still has to consider the fact that a reaction could come down from this and just end up killing him. In his seat right now, he's going to have to make 2 choices. Either I go for the line that allows me to win the game, or I have to try to play safe. He doesn't have many options, granted, other than holding Mirror Guy and hoping that he does not die so that he can drop the Mirror Guy, or in the case that a reaction comes down, he has to use it defensively, and he most likely will be able to block out with the quick dodge flexors and the Mirror Guy.
Yeah, he's got 1 card in hand, 1 resource up. That could represent so much extra damage. It could be +3 on this, and you lose on the spot, regardless of if you do that quick dodge flexors, because you would be representing 4 damage coming across. And, well, there's a lot of ways that you could lose this game, but is Andrew going to choose to play into a world where he keeps Mirror Guy in hand? Because that could win him the game.
Man, Infect and Blood Rot, as we've seen multiple times in this matchup, just causing some really awkward situations for Enigma. Now that awkward situation is death, because if the Infect does hit for 1, you are going to get a Blood Rot. You're going to have to try to keep one of those blues in hand so that you can pitch it away, which is not what he wanted to use it for. I'm sure he wanted to create a Spectral Shield with it. And then going into your next turn, if you do drop to 1, Flick Knives threatens lethal now for the rest of the game. And you still have to find some way to protect Mirror Guy, because the Flick Knives will be able to break it at any point.
Yeah.
So, and now without Calming Gesture, you don't have an easy way to prevent that. Just some really difficult situations and tough choices that Andrew's going to have to make here in the next turn cycle.
He's really weighing his options on whether or not he expects another attack reaction here or if it's something else. He's going to quick dodge flexors, going to block for 2.
And this is where you puff up your chest. You say, we're not going to die. Everything's going to be okay. And it paid off here.
It did indeed. He read the line. He made his choice. He playing to win the game and not to lose it. Now, can he find a way to close it? Because not only is he going to have to stop the Blood Rot Pox, he's going to have to try and keep this Mirror Guy alive, but it is going to present a good chunk of damage.
Beautifully navigated as well, being able to pitch for the Mirror Guy, have the Tunic up to swing the Mirror Guy, and then hold the blue so that he can pitch away for the Blood Rot. I mean, this is probably coming out of that turn the best scenario that you could possibly think of.
And credit to Luke, who still has Crown of Providence on the board if he chooses to try and fix the hand, blocking for extra damage. That manifestation's coming across for 8 here after the attack is going to be made. There's the 8 damage, but keep in mind, going to need to keep that card in hand to stop the Blood Rot Pox, otherwise he'd lose manifestations of Mirror Guy immediately. What will be the answer from Luke? Will he commit cards to blocking this? Anything he can't use on his own turn is perfectly fine to maintain his life total and try to close the game out.
Now, the Codex is in hand, so we have to choose. Do we want to unlock our arsenal here? Is the arsenal a stealth card? If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. I think it's Bonds of Agony, but I think
it is.
Okay, so you do have a Bonds of Agony, which going into this next turn could be a massive mind game if you just start with a Bonds of Agony, go again. It is not going to be an easy decision because Andrew's going to have to worry about Flick Knives destroying his Mirror Guy and then also any additional buffs that come after that. But we know the follow-up is probably just going to be CNC, Arsenal Codex, or go into Dagger into CNC. Regardless of what ends up happening, Andrew's going to really have to find a perfect hand to kind of try to combat this next turn that we have coming up here.
He's got a blue, he's got a CNC, he's got a Codex. Some powerful cards in the world of Flesh and Blood are lurking in the hand of
It's an expensive hand right there.
That's right, lurking in the hand of our Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks hero. There's the pitch. He's actually going to create the Spectral Shield here.
Interesting. So are we
He's
going to
gonna
lose the
swing.
Mirror Guy here instead of trying to protect it? I guess he might be, again, like maybe this is his line of playing to win the game, and he doesn't see a way that he'll be able to successfully save the Mirror Guy next turn, opting to just want to have the one prevention to stop the Flick Knives or additional. I mean, again, just showcasing the incredible skill that Andrew has here as a player and as an Enigma player. This is probably the optimal line. I'm kind of blown away. This is amazing.
He keeps the Spectral Shield out, stopping a potential break point. Draws up 4 cards. Let's see what he draws
prayer.
up.
Maybe, hopefully, there'll be some D-Reacts in that hand just in time for the CNC to come down. Another G, like I mentioned, those shuffling from the Bonds of Agony really coming into play here with the natural Chi being drawn.
And there's the Bonds, and this is just a head scratcher. I mean, he's in the tank as far as this is concerned. You can look and you can count how many attack reactions are in the graveyard, but can you ever feel truly comfortable making this decision? Everything feels wrong.
Andrew immediately going into the ponder position as we see, considering, all right, how do I truly, again, win this game? Not having any D-Reacts in hand, still not seeing any D-Reacts, having a Chi, not knowing what the potential follow-up is going to be here, and still needing to find some way to build your board or kill Luke or threaten at least lethal at this point.
Well, you know what's interesting? We know that there is no attack reaction follow-up outside of Flick Knives, but the cool thing about this whole scenario is that even if the fact that there's a Spectral Shield on the board means that either the Flick gets absorbed or this attack gets absorbed, but he's got some prevention up and in front. So he could even just commit. I think he's thinking about committing 2 cards to block this.
That's so rough if he ends up having to block with 6 damage. Now, we have cats. Fortunately, we have the cats, which is perfect draw in this scenario to be able to consume the counter and get another Spectral Shield for 1 damage prevention, which is actually an amazing answer in this scenario.
Oh, I love that he's doing this. Maybe just thinking about committing. No.
Oh, please.
If he commits here and just calls the bluff, he might make the perfect read, but it looks like he's going to commit a card to it as well. This could be disaster, or it could be perfect.
Again, Andrew is a man that commits to the win, or he commits to the line that wins the game. I saw this dude in the finals of Nationals roll scabs because it was his optimal line to win,
right.
and he hit. So he is not afraid of taking chances to win the game. Still opting to go for the safe play, but this is like the medium safe play, right? It's not the safest, but it allows him some flexibility to at least react depending on what the follow-up is.
Oh, I love this. He's double pitching so that both of those cards are out of the hand, which is a little bit of a flag that possibly Codex is in the hand, but it doesn't matter because when you play that Codex, you got the 2 floating, and you can come in with a 2-power attack and steal a little bit more cards, presumably for this game, but it might just win it on the spot. There's the discard of the inner chi, and he's going to grab himself an attack into the arsenal.
Fortunately, still being able to survive this turn with the 3 block in hand and having the power of cats on his side, he will be able to stop death at least. But although the Flick Knives has not been activated yet,
Yes.
but although we still will lose Arsenal because
Yes.
Command and Conquer yet again coming down, still a good card. Still got a nice price tag and showing
Indeed.
you exactly why.
But although the Flick Knives is available to be activated to steal away that arsenal is going away. 1 point of damage going to come across, dropping them down to 2. Andrew has nothing in the hand, no way to counterplay on this turn.
The 3rd Codex right off the top.
And everything is coming up. Luke looking to break the stream curse of the 1st seed, losing in the top 8, and he's in pole position with a hero that almost nobody expected to be sitting
Another
here.
chi off the top. Let's go. But with the mirror guy this time, at least.
Can he even survive to see this turn come to fruition?
I think
or
this is rough.
Is this just the end? There's the Infiltrate, a card that has just shown up and shown out today.
Yeah, not able to get around the Flick Knives this time, so I do think that this is it, unfortunately. Andrew piloted this game amazingly. I mean, the lines and the forethought that he had really showcased him trying to play to the most optimal lines. But Luke showcasing the power of Slippy, the aggression, y'all immediately just conceding. Andrew
He knows
could just see the future.
exactly. And look at that, 2 attack reactions in the hand. And Andrew did a fantastic job. But Luke, the 1st seed, undefeated, remains undefeated on the day. Can you believe it? That is huge. Let's take a look at the top 4 bracket now as we're going to move very quickly into the top 4. It's already ready for you. Luke is going to have to face down Victor Mercado, who we saw on stream earlier on a tough one, but now Victor sitting as the 4th seed up against that 1 seed. And look at the bottom, Zen, Tamer of Purpose, balancing ever so precipitously on the edge of the cliff that is the Living Legend points. Only needs 2 ProQuest wins to rotate. Can you believe that?
Oh, I can believe that.
Well, okay, there you go. Noah Beygelman is going to be facing that Zen down. This is going to be a top 4 for the ages. So we're going to go ahead and take one short break, cue everything up, and take a look at the top 4. So don't go too far because we got a good one coming up. Welcome back. It's the top 4 of the battle-hardened ProQuest Plus here in Milwaukee. Let's go ahead and jump into the game. Currently in progress in this top 4, dropping down into the arena. As we do so, here, sponsored by MinMax, and take a look. Luke, again, we're following that 1 seed undefeated record versus Victor, who's already up to 41 to the 35 of Luke. And if you had to pick a seat sitting in either of these heroes' shoes, who would you prefer?
Well, typically Verdance struggles a little bit into aggressive slanted decks. Victor, though, showing an expert display of skill, being able to navigate a number of aggro matchups, and also showing Waning Moon here, displaying that they want to give up more arcane damage, more unpreventable true damage that Luke cannot deal with. Also showing Cadaver's Tilling, which is not a usual include to show we're trying to get max value, max damage here.
Well, and that was also played in the previous round that we had Victor on stream against Enigma. So it's also representative of a pretty decent popper as a 6-power attack, and it can also be played into Prism as well. So maybe teching the deck a little bit for those illusionists, keeping them in mind. But here, already on like turn 2, essentially, we can kind of see as we jump in progress, he's already got Cadaver's Tilling online decomposing, and he started that process. That's a great sign if you're sitting in the seat of Verdance.
Luke, no stranger to Verdance, like we had mentioned last year at the Battle Hardened, making all the way to the finals, playing CYB Verdance right when the list came out, right when Verdance was fresh onto the scene. So Luke is not unfamiliar with the play patterns of Verdance, but trust us, this is a very different list than what it was back in the day, as we can see some interesting tech options and, of course, Waning Moon really making an appearance.
Yeah, and now Luke sitting in the opposite chair, picking up the point, sending 3 damage, grabbing that Hunter's Clave back, getting rid of that Codex of Frailty for what is presumably going to be a later game scenario if he can get there. We can assume that Arachne Slip Through the Cracks probably running a tight 60 versus just about everybody in the meta, and if he's pitch stacking here, that would be a card you'd love to see later when life totals are closer and lower.
Probably going to be trying to grind out the early game a little bit here, not afraid to block, not afraid to trade value a little bit, but as this game goes on, Verdance will continue to get more powerful and more threatening as decomposition and, eventually her ability will come online, and then being able to set up even more true arcane damage. Now, we did start the game with 1 Millennium Tree that was on the board. We're going to have to keep an eye out on when those other ones drop and how frequently they're able to gain value, because we only do see AB1 on Luke's side, so any additional arcane that is getting buffed by the tree will just be going straight to the life total.
Yeah, keep in mind Widow Veil Respirator acting as both Arcane Barrier 1 as well as Spell Void 1 in a pinch, but most of the time it's just going to be that Arcane Barrier 1 as another pick up the point being presented here, followed up with a stealth attack. This is going to be Infect. This will gain the go again from Arachne's hero effect, so the turn is not quite over. But look at this. You've got 2 attack reactions in the hand. What could that arsenal be? If it was something... Nope, it's going to be Shred coming across. If it was something like, a Bonds of Agony, this would be an insane turn. But instead, going to use the Tunic resource to play that spike with Blood Rot, going to Shred as well and say, okay, do you have any way to stop 6 damage?
Very convenient also to have the go again, threatening whatever could be the follow-up here. Although Victor does have the D-React, which is good to cover up some damage, we have a second one. So everything's great. We're also going to be able to decompose, I believe, which is going to continue to advance Victor's game plan. We are very quickly coming close to being online in a matter of 3 turns here, it looks like.
Yeah, that is a very quick decomposed target, and great for Victor to be sitting in that position and saying, I am almost online. And the response to this all after everything is said and done, here's Take Up the Mantle. It's actually 8. So your block of 7 is not good enough, and you're going to take a Blood Rot alongside of a second Blood Rot, because that Infect should go through. So if they caught it correctly, there's a spike with Blood Rot that gives the Blood Rot, and there was indeed the Infect effect that gives a second Blood Rot there.
Something really interesting to note here is Victor's equipment suite is not what you'd usually expect for a Verdance. Very thick, very chonky, having Crown of Providence over the Plume, which is what we would usually see, and Blade Beckoner Gauntlets, which is quite a spicy option here.
Yeah, the Blade Beckoner has come in handy, particularly in that Enigma matchup. It was able to block a weapon and block a little bit of extra damage there. This Fruits of the Forest, again, coming across for 4/7. It's so interesting to see how different Verdance players play what is essentially a very similar deck in different ways. Like this card, Fruits of the Forest red, or in some cases yellow, depending on what format you're playing, is oftentimes just a, like a gain 2 effect. But here, using it for just aggressive damage, playing more of like a Bull Lander style of deck list, which for those that are new to the game of Flesh and Blood, Icelander had an archetype wherein you would play Wounded Bull, which was an 8-power attack. And people were just not ready for it at first because 8 damage physical, you're a wizard, you're not supposed to do that. And that's kind of what we see here with those 7-power attacks, LSS nodding their head towards that archetype when they create Verdance. But on the side of Luke, going to send Mark at the Black Widow, also threatening that Flick Knives of the Hunter's Clave for the mark and the forced card out of the hand.
Victor really showcasing the potential of a hyper mid-range battle mage style deck where the goal is to extract as much value out of both axes, whether it be physical damage or arcane damage. We see these 7-power attacks, we've seen 5-power attacks, we've seen 8-power attacks, and not being afraid to just throw these 2-card value turns, knowing that if they can gain some tempo or at least chip their life total down further, Waning Moon is going to become more threatening as the game continues to go on.
3 comes across, plus the Hunter's Clave, 1 point of damage. Going to banish an Earth card. Spoiler alert, you're helping me out a little bit because that is what I'm looking to do. Decomposing gets my Earth cards into the banish, but so does your effect. So getting very close. It looks like we've got 6 Earth cards in banish, but no other way to finally complete that decomposed target of 8.
Blocking for 3, not wanting to get the optimal damage here from the Hunter's Clave to follow up after the fact. But Victor, as I noticed before, has found the second Millennium Tree, which is going to be very pivotal here to want to push as much damage and ideally want to be protected, because the amount of value that this card will produce over the next 1 to 2 turns can push Luke further and further into kill range, as we have the Storm Striders and we have the Waning Moon, which I had saw in an earlier game when I was walking at top 8. Victor did end up killing his Aurora opponent with Emeritus Scolding and Waning Moon. Very Icelander similar, right?
Yes, this is a common play pattern. Being able to send Emeritus off of the boots, if you're playing the blue, it comes in for 4. If you're playing the reds, which some lists in Verdance have been playing with, including in Blitz, playing the reds goes for 6 alongside of the Waning Moon means that 9 is a kill range, very comfortable to actually achieve. And that's something to keep in mind that Luke wants to keep track of. His own life does actually matter. You can't just take every 7 or 8 power attack and think that you're going to get there unless you've got just massive speed. Here's Infect for 3 with Go again. And let's take a look at the hand. Following this up, you can do Art of Desire Body. Mark of the Black Widow, and looks like another pick up the point. He's found all 3 of the pick up the points in these first 5 turns of the game, meaning that his Hunter Clave flicks feel totally fine because you're just going to recur that so easily. But he's got to pay for it, and he doesn't have the tunic up.
Luke doing his best Fi impression, 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 0 for 3, coming in again, getting the dagger, trying to threaten the on-hits, which is great to have the Black Widow follow up here after recurring his dagger so that he can yet again threaten another on-hit that Victor might be quite satisfied in taking to come online here with Verdance, because I think all we need is 1 more Earth card in that banish zone, and we are online. Probably choosing here to consider, do I want to block this? Is there going to be an attack reaction that follows up? Still having the Millennium Tree in Arsenal that is most likely going to be coming out on this next turn with some very powerful blue cards that would like to be pitched to have them in the later game.
Yeah, there's some certainly powerful lines that you can do if you have tempo with the hand that he presented, but instead he's going to give 1 more block here. He can establish that Millennium Tree if he chooses to, and then pitch into the Waning Moon. That will come across for 5 arcane, but instead he just says, I would like to, come online at this point. Cadaverous Tilling is going to come across. This is a blue, so it's only for 4, but then it bumps up to 6 after the Decompose.
We are online. Feet have been unlocked. Here we go. Verdance is online. Any healing that will be done on Victor's turn is now going to be pinging for 1. CNC coming down yet again. One of the most powerful cards in Flesh and Blood history, showing its power as a 3 block.
Blocking 3. That's probably like the best you can do in this game, blocking 3.
Yeah, I mean, how do you power creep CNC, right? Will there ever be a period in time where CNC will not be relevant?
I don't know. It's a great point. But what I also know is Bonds of Agony in the arsenal comes out to play because there's at least one. Look, there's a CNC in the hand there. There's at least one attack reaction, 2 that live on the board up here. Flick Knives and Black Tech Whisperers available to make this Bonds of Agony active and online. Now, what can Victor do to stop that from happening? No D-React in the hand, so you're going to have to just make an honest working man's block here of 7.
The Slippy Ponder is so funny. Every time the Bonds of Agony comes down, one go again with 3 cards in hand. The opposite player always puts hand into head, considers the options, and just knows no matter what I do, am going to get punished here. Now, how do I get punished the least of all of my options? And not having a D-React in hand here is not great to be able to be protected, because Luke is probably going to follow this up with a CNC anyway, which is going to get more block and more tempo back. And the last thing Victor wants to do is lose that tree that's in Arsenal right now.
Yeah. Considering that working man's block I just said, there's the possible 2-card feint alongside of a piece of equipment. Also thinking about the possibilities of maybe what could come after this. You pointed it out. It's got go again, and if they don't have the attack reactions, you're losing just so much value sending 2 cards. But we know there are indeed 3 attack reactions available and lying in wait to be activated by Luke.
This is great, too, getting the Bark Skin as a nice value play as we follow up with the CNC. Fortunately, Victor playing the very uncommon Crown of Providence in Verdance to have some more resilience, get around the CNC here, and draw into one of the best cards that Earth has access to, non-interactable disruption. CNC, you thought you were good? Forget about it.
You know, that seems like a turn where you're just going to get caught no matter how you slice it, but because of the decisions made by Luke and because of that timely Crown of Providence activation, Victor comes out ahead on this turn cycle. He's got the ability to actually... This is mind-boggling how he's able to turn this sequence around. The power that was on display. You've been saying it this whole time. The CNC is so good. CNC is so powerful. Codex is powerful. Bonds of Agony is powerful. And yet here's just a Cadaver Stilling for 8. More Decompose. Put this felling in the arsenal. And you know who's up? Victor.
Victor just showcasing, again, very Bolander-esque play every turn. 7, 8, 7, 5, just not relenting on any value or damage that he's threatening, not even opting to choose heal 2 and then play the felling for disruption. No, he just wants to keep throwing 8s every turn if possible, and will continue there to arsenal the felling for next turn. The life totals are getting dangerously low for Luke. We are approaching a scenario where Arcane is really going to start to matter, and eminently Storm Striders is going to become very, very relevant very soon.
And look, Luke totally respecting it with a 2-card block. Now, both of those being blue stealth attacks. We know he does have the reaction from the previous turn available to him. He's going to send the Art of Desire body on this turn, but Victor's put himself in a very comfortable spot now with only 2 cards plus Arsenal to really worry about. The block is made, the Razor's Edge comes across, but you know what you don't care too much about? Art of Desire body as far as an on-hit effect is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, Victor, we see in the hand there, another one. Let's go up to 9. Let's do a little bit more damage. Victor does have reds. We saw the red Cadaverous. We saw red fruits. Boom. Again, just be better. Draw, get a life, Arsenal, move on.
And he draws into a Kiss of Death. Now, this Kiss of Death can just park in the arsenal, but he's going to send it for
that's
3.
Such a good choice here, because as I'm always saying with these Earth heroes, you just really don't want to play on Arsenal because they have so many ways to punish you if you try to set up a 5-card hand. As we can see here, with 3 Arsenal disruption cards in Victor's hand in the form of Plow Under, and CNC.
Which is hilarious because he had the felling of the crown, so he was going to rip a card regardless.
No matter what you did.
If you choose to play that, or if it's fine because I'm going to take a card. If you choose to Arsenal it, fine, I'm going to take the Arsenal. Either way, you're not getting to play with a full retinue of hand. And that 8 damage is going to say, if you don't block this, I am about to be in Storm Strider's range if I draw Red Emeritus.
Luke respecting it as he should, having the Codex in hand to try to get their own card being ripped from hand, but really unfortunate timing here. If he plays that Codex, that felling is going right back in Arsenal, coming back at him again in the following turn.
That's exactly right, and it looks like it's just going to be the old Arsenal draw up and pass.
Stranding 3D reacts in hand, but it's okay. Let's just throw another 5 damage attack.
Exactly, and that Waning Moon sort of acting as a feint on the board. It's like, hey, are you expecting some arcane damage? Because I'm not going to activate this ever in the game at all, ever anymore, except for at the end when I try to kill you. But Widow's Veil Respirator, the only sort of outlet to stopping that type of aggression. This Autumn's Touch on the board, 5 damage. Going to ask for some cards because Luke realizes that we're getting pretty close to that point where arcane damage is going to win the game.
Yeah, very interesting to see the plan of Verdance starting with physical damage and then just converting rather than Bolander, where it was kind of mixing the two, right? Because you could sting him for arcane on their turn, hit him with physical on your turn. We were just moving from a 2-step plan. We're just going to swing big numbers in the first part of the game. Second half, we're just going to finish you off with arcane damage. And again, if he needs more space, we still have a bunch of healing left in the deck that will allow him to gain more space, more tempo, and more flexibility with the play lines to follow here. As Luke's life continues to trickle down, it gets more difficult for him to hold bigger hands, which he needs to be able to threaten and aggress Victor to gain tempo back.
Weighing his options, trying to see what he wants to do with these cards. Got 2 blues, 2 reds, and look at this.
Wow.
He's going to go all the way down to 11, leaving Victor the clear front runner in this game, drawing up. There's a Ring of Roses, and there's Emeritus Scolding Blue, I believe, is in the hand. It is indeed. So that represents 7 damage in combo here because you can throw that for 4 off the boots, plus the Waning Moon for 3. So getting very close to the time where that card wins him the game. Pain in the backside, though, going to be the ask from Luke for 3. Go again, and on hit, send a dagger.
And again, we have Shelter and Arsenal, Sink in hand, 2 D-Reacts. We have the Codex and Arsenal. Now, Luke's turn here, I believe, is going to be strung together. We're going to see Pain in the backside. We're probably going to see a follow-up of the Persuasive Prognosis with a buff from Orb Weaver. We're probably going to be pitching in a dagger and then finishing with a CNC with Tunic. Ideally, we want that Shelter in Arsenal to stay there. Victor should not hopefully use that so we can gain value from the CNC. And additionally, if he does use the direct from Arsenal, it opens up his slot to get the felling back in there again, which is the last thing Luke wants, which I think is the reason he held this hand, was that he could ensure that he would not get fellinged again.
Some massive turn off of the back of taking what is 5 damage and putting him into, a very dangerous place. Here he's going to block with the Blade Beckoner Gauntlet, sending the second Hunter's Clave, trying to get that mark online and dealing some damage, flicking, so that you can get that point. That mark is going to come across, not covering up the feet because, of course, we're men of morals. And the blue and red, what's going to be the choice here?
Opting to open up the slot so that when Orb Weaver is played, he can get the Callistra to make sure he's maximizing his value here. Very, very optimized play, and could end up being a big major factor for how this game closes out. Having that 1 extra dagger as an additional attack reaction and damage option can be huge when we get into this end game state where you're marking your opponent and making sure you can get those double dagger swings for a lot of value.
There's the reaction. Oof. Shelter from the Storm. It's going to be met. Is going to be meeting, I should say, this Persuasive Prognosis. There's the Codex coming out after the fact. 1 resource up, 1 resource over there on Fiendal Spring Tunic, and the CNC is what is chosen. Let's see what is chosen on the side of Victor Mercado as he has the opportunity with that Arsenal open.
Probably going to get the felling, I imagine, discard the Sink Blow, block with 2 cards, and move on with his day and hope that that felling can come again on the next turn cycle. Not horrible for Luke, definitely gaining him complete tempo going into his next turn cycle, but we're really hoping that the hand that he draws off the top continues to be enough to pressure and keep Victor off of at least 1 card, which is going to be unlikely because that felling is going to be quite detrimental to gain the tempo back.
I think Victor was really hoping that he could maybe make some more blocks, maybe park this Emeritus Scolding in the Arsenal so that he could hold on for that 7 damage play, but he's going to go ahead, grab the felling. He knows that that Sink Below is going to do him absolutely nothing in the hand, so he's going to get rid of that, and the CNC is going to be met by 6 block.
Bye-bye Ring of Roses, which is such a powerful card. I'm sure Victor was considering, do I want to just take the damage to establish the Ring of Roses as we get to the end game? But recognizing based on the game state that the felling is going to be far more impactful than the arcane damage chip that he's going to be expecting to have later on.
And I think he pondered into a Bonds of Agony, and he just drew 3 attack reactions in his hand in addition to the Orb Weaver Spinner. He did. He has the Bonds of Agony, which is just the casual 4 go again. But look at the pure, unleaded gas in the hand right here. He's got a Shred. He's got Adjust the Nick. And he is loaded for bear, ready to send this to the dome of Victor Mercado.
And after this, once he's done, whatever's left will be cleaned up by the Leave No Witness that is left in the hand. This is a send it up to heaven moment right here where we go, give me everything you got, and I'm going to give you every answer that you could possibly imagine. Victor is going to have to be very, very careful as we go into this next blocking phase.
He does have a D-React in the hand. He can possibly react on top of the reactions here, but there's just a Nick.
We're
That's
going up to 9.
+5, up to 9 already. The Shred's going to make its way out. He can also flick knives here.
Or Black Tech, just so that he can preserve the daggers, but we're going to opt to flick here to send off the Graphene Calycera.
Total block of 7 goes to a block of 4. The Shred making that happen. The up to 9 now goes all the way up to, 12? I think they push up to 12 because the Bonds is going to get the +3 from its own effect. It goes up to 9 from the Just a Nick. That is indeed 12. Hopefully they catch that. But either way, this is only blocking for 4. Yeah, basically taking away that felling of the crown because of the Shred, essentially what they're denoting there. And you can respond by using Rootbound Carapace to decompose and block an additional 3, but it is not going to cover this up completely.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage here that's coming through is pretty meaningful. I hope that they do accurately represent the damage that's coming through here. But fortunately, okay, there we go.
Oh, good. He does
corrected.
catch it.
Very
That's
good.
great.
The Aether Arc is blocking for 5 because we do have the Embodiment of Earth active.
Very good
So
point.
we get a little bit of value, but still doesn't matter. Bonds of Agony is coming through, taking that last card, and then we're going to clean up whatever is left with the Leave No Witnesses at the end. This was exactly what Luke needed to maintain tempo going into this next turn, and essentially just completely nullifying the benefit that Victor got from the Codex the previous turn.
Yeah, that's a heads-up point. The Embodiment of Earth there saving a little bit of extra life, but it's not going to matter too terribly much because that Arsenal's being stolen at the end of this turn as well, thanks to that Leave No Witnesses. It's like Codex at home. You build your own Codex of Frailty. You just natural draw everything you need for it, and that's exactly what's going to happen here because here it comes, 4 extra damage after they mark down the loss of 4 life.
I know if I was Luke, I'd be getting a little excited here. We hit him high, we hit him low, we hit him everywhere that you need to go. As an assassin player, this is the dream. No turn for you, absolute time walk, damage comes through, and it's all back to me.
And he steals another blue Emeritus Scolding. That is exactly what you want to see if you're doing some banishes as Luke. You don't care about too much, but man, if you can take those Emeritus Scolding, you are making it so much harder for that Storm Strategist to actually gain any value whatsoever in this game. And if you're sitting down at the table saying, one of my pieces of equipment will do nothing through the entire game, you're probably losing.
Yeah, and I mean, if anything, at least Victor will be able to do some of his damage spells, his 0-for-1s. I mean, hopefully he can stick another tree at some point to get the value. But again, that's only going to be on his turn. So we really have to see where the Waning Moon comes in to try to chip away the last bit of damage. But we see Luke draw up yet another Phi hand of just 0-for-3, 0-for-3 on Hits of Glore. The only thing that we do have to be a little bit concerned about now is there's 1 Hunter's Clave, so that Flick Knives is going to start to slow down on its impact on the game. But still, we're going to threaten it at this moment with an additional on-hit.
Well, look at this. We do draw into the Mental Block, which can stop some Flick Knives action if discarded at instant speed. But you also got a blue Fruits of the Forest, which only blocks for 2 or gains you 2 life. You've got an Autumn's Touch that can block this for 3. That is going to be presented. The problem is, at this point, you're at 6, and your opponent continues to just batter your hand to pieces. Do you ever have the ability or the space to turn the corner in this matchup as Infiltrate comes across for 3? This one has the go again thanks to Arachne's effect. Both decks looking very thin, but the tempo firmly on the side of Luke.
And Victor choosing to say no block, saying, oh, the plow. Now that isn't going to be as relevant because you obviously can't decompose. It is one card that he doesn't have to worry about being played against him anymore. But Luke, knowing that at least he can threaten lethal at this point, Victor still being able to hold the hand, needing to play the heartbeat with the waning moon to stabilize, get back in the game, and do some more true damage to start whittling Luke's life down to hopefully getting him into lethal range.
And we talked about it earlier, Luke attempting to dodge the stream curse as the 1 seed, not losing in top 8. He did it. Now he's in top 4, and he's in prime position to close this game out. He's got a card left in hand. He's presenting Leave No Witnesses for 4, which is casual lethal if not blocked or met with any sort of response.
Now, the cool thing about having the mental block here is it does, in essence, get around Shred. There aren't a lot of reactions that can be played on Leave No Witnesses, being that it is a contract card, not a stealth. So you don't have to worry about too many tricks on the follow-up here as Victor. You can pretty confidently pitch away, although you actually can't because the Hunter's Clave would kill you. So never mind. Don't mind that. Don't do that. That's not a good play. I'm sure that's one of the things that he's trying to ponder at this moment, going, well, I have to give up 1 card. I only have 2 blocks in my hand right now, and the 1 3 block is the card I really want to play next turn, which is the difficult part in this scenario right now.
Yeah, possibly activating the mental block to prevent some damage might allow you to create that ponder token, get a card in arsenal. Maybe you can find your way back into the game off of the back of just like this absolute insane rip off the top. But outside of that, I mean, you're really stuck. And there's the 3 block.
No reactions.
Yeah, realizing that is the only true play that they have to be able to block with the heartbeat. Holding the mental block, having another mental block banished. But the follow-up here on the next turn, I wonder if we're going to see Victor just throw the Fruits of the Forest again, like we have seen him do over and over again in this match.
Yeah, this is a blue Fruits of the Forest, I believe, that would come across for just the 5. But if it's not respected, then Luke goes to 6. Now, we have seen 2 Emeritus Scolding Blues make their way into the graveyard or the Banish Zone. There could be a 3rd one if we missed it early on. But if not, that means that this has to be respected because 7 is that break point where you die on board to Storm Striders. You do have Widow's Veil Respirator as Spell Void 1. You have the ability to stop AB with AB1, 1 point of that arcane damage, but respecting it enough to put yourself at 9.
Oh, man, 2 CNCs and a D-React. So we got some blocks, but Luke's hand is absolute fire. Double Spike with Blood Rot in hand. I don't know if that's a blue. I think it is, though, but this is going to be brutal. It's going to be very hard to survive this current. Yep, and it is a blue, so they are coming down.
Spike number 1, that represents lethal, so you have to respond to it with the Rootbound Carapace as the D-React in question. This is not 3, it's 6, but it's being met by 6. And then he reveals the second one, and that right there is going to push this attack up to 9, and that's going to do it. The game is won by Luke Magnuson on Arachne. Slipped through the cracks. Our 1 seed, undefeated, has still not dropped a game, and he's got himself a ticket into the finals. Can you believe it? Let's go ahead and take a look at the graphic and see what we are going to witness in the finals of this ProQuest Plus. And look at that. Noah Beygelman, the 3rd seed on Enigma, taking down Zen on the other side of it, and now it's Luke versus Noah. It's Arachne versus Enigma.
It's going to be picking up the pieces yet again. We'll see if he can run it back like he did in top 8, performing so well into Enigma with the toolbox that he had access to. I mean, that game was just so insane. We saw Victor being so favored at the beginning, really pushing tempo until Luke decided to just say, I'm holding this hand, and we're just never going to let you play the game for the rest of the game.
That is exactly correct. So don't go too far. We are going to get the finals here right away ready for you. We'll take a step away, and we'll be right back here in Milwaukee. A fantastic weekend of Flesh and Blood here in Milwaukee, put on by none other than MinMaxGames, and we've got one game for you left on the weekend, and it's going to be an absolute banger. It's Enigma versus Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks, and I just got to say before we get down into it, huge shout out to MinMaxGames. I think you know them.
No.
You're a big fan.
I mean, they're cool. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I like them a lot.
MinMaxGames putting this event on, ran an absolutely incredible event. And if you want to support MinMaxGames and also get some pirate stuff, check out their deal on the website. Go to minmaxfab.com because you can pre-order your High Seas case. And in doing so, you get $20 off of singles so that you can buy singles in your area, or at least it's shipped to your area, one of the two. Either way, links in the description so that you can pick up some pirate I was going to say booty, but I'm just going to say it.
Yeah,
pirate
pirate
booty.
booty.
We'll roll with it.
And I'll be touching every one of your booty orders as well. I'm the one putting it in the envelope, so don't worry. I will make sure you're all taken care of.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Steven.
so we're
Back to you.
gonna go ahead and move right on past this, the lunacy that took place just now. Instead, we're gonna drop down into the finals of this ProQuest Plus. Sam O'Byrne is dying over on the side, not just because he's tired, but also because of what just took place. But it doesn't matter because we're dropping in here as we begin. Luke drawing up Noah. Also at 38. Doesn't normally start at 38, keep in mind. But Luke does on Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks. Can you believe the run that Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks has put together on this tournament?
I mean, you could say the deck is cracked or crackney or however you want to call it, but I'm just saying that this deck was a sleeper pick for me. When we were talking about it earlier this week with Levi and myself, we kind of thought this was a B-tier level hero, but we really had no idea how to assess the potency of the hero. It hadn't really seen a ton of representation. It was very underrepresented at bigger tournaments, and now we're seeing both yesterday and today making top 8 appearances among primarily Rosetta and Mistvale heroes, showing that it can definitely hold its own and be very, very successful.
Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks, one of those heroes that not a lot of people had high up on their tier lists, but it's been undefeated today. And Luke also showing up back-to-back battle-hardened events here in Milwaukee. Last year was in the finals, I believe, of the battle-hardened itself in Milwaukee.
Yes, playing a very different deck, CYB Verdance, and here we are yet again in the finals. Unfortunately, he was not able to close it out at that event, but this time coming in very hot with full tempo, clearly showing that he has an expert control over this deck and showing that he can beat Enigma doing so in the first round of top 8.
Yeah, Kiss of Death was buffed to the moon on that previous turn, and or on this previous chain link, I should say, followed up by the Pain in the Backside. Going to be 3 Go Again. Keep in mind, this deck can attack you on so many different axes because that Go Again can be applied. It just keeps going, and it can't help but make you chuckle, right? Where the damage just keeps rolling, and this is a huge question mark of whether or not Persuasive Prognosis is going to connect and actually do any damage to the hand. But the Flick Knives of the Kiss of Death, yet again, going to show itself off here. Flicking the Kiss of Death for the extra point of damage, going to take the top and gonna steal. Look at this
We're
go.
okay.
My goodness, he's just gonna show it all.
No
and,
life gain, easy.
No, yeah, you're right there. And spoiler alert, Noah has nothing really to do.
Shelter
on this turn.
showcasing why it's a $100 card right off the top there. No life gain, preventing 1 additional life gain. What a diverse card. Everybody, you can see here why it is so expensive.
Step 1, get good and shuffle well. Back over to Luke's turn on Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks. There's the plus, or the Go Again,
another
3
one.
Go Again.
This card never stops.
Pain in the Backside coming across 3 Go Again. Keep in mind, this does not consume the first stealth attack. Each turn gets Go Again. Claws on Arachne's hero text. Instead, that's going to be reserved for another card in the hand, but Pain in the Backside also representing the possibility of a flick and a mark from the Hunter's Clave.
I'm out here playing Fi. I should just be playing Slippy here. I mean, he could 0 for 3s, but they block for 3. And they have on hits.
Yeah,
and they disrupt.
I mean, you definitely made a poor choice, but
I
you did
think
make a
so.
great deck tech, so you should go check that out on the
I had fun,
MinMaxGames YouTube channel. You did have fun. I think that is a hugely important point in Flesh and Blood, but you know what also is important? Sending the Infiltrate with Go Again for 3 and stealing a card.
Hopefully hitting the Phantasmaclasm off the top so that we can have a nice 9 damage turn. Easily flicking the dagger, going into the buff 3, and we're going to go definitely fishing here. Let's hope we hit one of those nice red attacks or a CNC potentially that Enigma is running.
Razor's Edge coming down from the top rope onto this infiltrate. It's going to deal the 6 damage. Still got to pick up the point in the hand, which is very comfortable in the arsenal, or could make its way onto the chain if you want to lose the tunic resource. And that's exactly what he's going to do, because he's going to be able to play pick up the point, spending that resource to gain back that Hunter's Glaive. I have not seen an Arachne slip through the cracks get so much value off of this as I have over the past few games from Luke. He's done this perfectly.
So much true damage. As we've seen, Syndra trying to do a very similar thing, not nearly as successful, and easily recurring on-hit damage, on-hit effects, throwing the card that they just ripped off the top as well for another 2 damage. Why not? And Noah is already at, I believe, 16 life. This game is going so fast.
Yes, welcome to turn 4, while Luke is sitting at 34. Noah at 16, 2 away from 14.
Noah really trying to find a pivot point, some way to create a board state, some way to get some tempo back, just hoping that maybe Luke will brick. But this deck, it doesn't really brick, it would seem, unless you're drawing a bunch of reactions, but we have not seen that yet.
No, Levels of Enlightenment makes its way down. The arsenaled chi card from the previous turn cycle makes its way onto the combat chain as well. Going to transcend, path well traveled, going to give go again. So the other 2 modes are available to be chosen after this is pitched into the Enigma to create the Spectral Shield. So now, Levels of Enlightenment sees 2 blues and allows Levels to select the Go Again's already covered, so select the +2 and draw a card. So a powerful start to the turn alongside of that Spectral Shield. 5, Go Again, card drawn in hand, 2 resources floating. And this is exactly why we saw all that damage taken.
Yeah, we love seeing the path well traveled on levels. We unlock the Trinity. All 3 levels are unlocked. That's a lot of levels. And we can see another Spectral Shield coming in for 2. No one not really caring at this point, saying, yeah, send it. I'm just going to keep throwing my 4-card hands at you and making you try to have answers, because I don't plan on stopping unless you force me to stop here. Noah trying to find some way to establish a more concrete board, and we found that answer with Restless, and we have the CNC in hand as well to push a little bit more damage. This is really nice and a really great way to try to get some grounding after he's been disrupted and had so much damage thrown at him over the last 2 turns.
You know what's interesting, though? Luke here rewarded for not keeping that retrieve card in hand on the previous turn because there is no arsenal. That CNC is just vanilla damage. You said it was so good. It was so expensive. It was so wonderful. And yet, here it is just 6. I can play a 6 power attack in anything.
Well, you see, the current meta of Flesh and Blood does not reward arsenaling. This is a very, very new take. Very innovative, but I think you should never Arsenal in this game right now, because there are so many decks that disrupt the Arsenal, whether it be Plow Under, whether it be Command and Conquer. There are so many decks that punish it, and as we see here, by not Arsenaling, he has just freed himself up by gaining that additional 4 value the turn prior, and now all he's looking at is 6 vanilla damage, and he's still able to preserve the Crown of Providence for the next time that he does want to try to build a 5-card hand.
And he just says, send me the bill, I'll take the 6, down to 19. And if you thought this game was going to be a grind fest, maybe we think again, because both these players, sub 20 health, playing essentially a blitz format game at this point. 19 plays 16, and we're basically starting over.
Oh, nice. We draw another Restless here. All the cats are going to be present so that we can keep swapping those counters around, converting them, keeping them around so that that Restless that's sitting on the board can just be 2 additional damage block. But here we go again with what we have seen time and time again. Bonds for 4, Go Again. What is the right answer here? There are so many directions this could go, so many ways to be punished, and Noah now has to go into the tank and try to figure out what is going to be the most optimal way to survive this turn.
I gotta say, I've just been so impressed with the poise that Luke has shown throughout this top 8. We've been able to watch all of these games, and there has never really been a time where he's looked out of sorts or out of wits. He's stayed calm, collected. He's taken the lumps that his opponent has brought. Even as that game against Verdance started to get close and he recognized that arcane damage could be an out for Victor, he stayed cool, he made the right reads, and he put cards on the table. And it resulted in him getting here.
Having just such a calm, collected poker face, as you can tell, as like you had mentioned. Also, having the ability to just sit there and let his opponent make the choices. He knows what he has. He knows the position he's in, and all he has to do is just wait for his opponent to make a suboptimal choice or an incorrect one. And we see Luke prioritizing, let me break this board, let me do as much as I can to clear the tempo that you had established the turn prior so that I can now follow up after that and continue to disrupt and push damage. But we can see, not too long ago, there was quite a massive life deficit, and we have already gotten very close yet again.
Well, it's off of the back of that massive turn that Noah was able to play on this previous one, creating all the spectral shields, thanks to the cats, as you call them, the Restless Coalescence, alongside of the CNC that didn't really threaten the arsenal because there was none, but it did threaten the life totals. That's what created parity. But it's not Noah's turn. He's on the defensive, and he's choosing whether or not he wants to throw down this other Restless. He is indeed going to throw that out there and try to prevent more of this damage from going to the dome.
Clearing the entire board, not what you'd really want to utilize that ward for, but at least protecting himself from the bonds of agony that is breaking through and potentially threatening his hand. Noah kind of having an unfortunate hand that lines up here, continuing to draw the chi early on, which is what you'd usually want to see as Enigma, but it has just been very awkward to be able to block out these aggressive reaction-based hands that Luke has been throwing.
And this is the first time in a while that I've seen Luke end his turn with what would be described as perhaps a suboptimal card making its way into the arsenal. I mean, we're looking at blue Mark of the Black Widow going into the arsenal. It's not something that you're really excited to see and then start your turn with to play out. But nevertheless, it does represent a blue 1-power stealth attack that attack reactions could be played on top of.
Correct. And, you know, being that he's only has one Hunter's Clave in his possession right now, he's not going to be able to safely flick to get the mark and potentially get the on-hit. Opting to just throw the one, oh, no, we pull it back. Now he's not sure is he going to be breaking the chain here before he decides to throw it? Yes. So he is going to throw it just to threaten and clear the Spectral Shield to now fully clean up the board, reset the game state, and go fully back to him with all the tempo in the world, just in time to draw his pick up the pieces.
Alongside
right
of a Codex of Frailty, take up the mantle, and literally everything that he could possibly want in the world. There's the Spectral Shield made off of the pitch of the Inner Chi from the previous Double Transcend turn that is going to arrive onto the board state. Tunic's going to tick up. Excuse us if you were able to hear a little bit of the railroad in the background there, but things are being picked up as the event is coming to its conclusion here.
Picking up the pieces.
They are indeed picking up the pieces of the venue while this event closes things out. 3, go again. Threatening more, but that Spectral Shield looming large and preventing the flick knives from marking the opponent.
Yeah, and this is just going to go a 0 for 3 reaction here, buffing the pick to pieces up to 6, saying have the D-react or I will just break through this shield here. And now we're going to be able to follow up after this with the Codex, or he could just play, because the other card is in CNC, right? The other card CNC yet again. So might just opt to just throw the CNC for 6 damage.
And that's exactly what he does. He draws up the CNC and says, give me 2 more cards. And look at this. Life is equal. Spectral Shield on the board is free to swing. It's coming across for 2.
The little guy is still going. It's very reminiscent of when we had Dromai with the Ash Wings, where you would go in full hand and go, nope, 1 damage, 1 more damage. Not going to be able to stop it. Not worth the damage here. But we are progressing the game state further. Although Luke is maintaining his hand, Noah is able to draw up and potentially continue to have more defensive plays.
I don't think there's much to do on my turn.
Taking the Tunic to 3 and starting with, what's that?
Here we go again.
A Bonds of Agony. Now, on the board, no longer access to Black Tech Whispers, so there's only the 1 flick. And like you mentioned a couple of rounds ago, Hunter's Clave, there's only 1 copy on the board right now. So flicking is a tough proposition, particularly with Spectral Shield available. But there's also an attack reaction in the hand. We can see Shred and Tarantula Toxin available.
So it's a little bit tough because I think, oh, and there's another Codex in hand as well, because you don't really want, ideally we're hoping your opponent was going to block with 2 cards, right? You don't really want to suboptimally block or use both to trigger the bonds. I think we might see Luke here just play 1 card and then pitch to the dagger to play the Shred. And we don't even see that. We're just going to see straight up pitch, have the one floating, so we can have the Command and Conquer yet again. What an all-star. In all these games, we've just seen repeated Command and Conquers come down time and time again, showing disruption, threatening damage, and taking away the options that Noah currently has.
Yeah, Tunic, Codex, CNC feels like a hell of a play, especially sitting here at 15 life in the finals, forcing yet another card out of your opponent and threatening that Spectral Shield, trying to get that off of the board. Keep in mind that, like you mentioned, is going to be like Dromai, just getting consistent value off of 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. So you do want to clear that, and you want to push your own damage over the top. So Noah, having a think. He's got a very red hand. He has an E-Strike. Yeah, I think he does have a Sink Below. And is he going to make the right read here to not worry too much about this? Is he going to let the Spectral Shield soak this 1 point from Hunter's Clave?
I think he has to. I think this is somewhat heads up that the follow-up is probably going to be Codex. You have to at least acknowledge that it could be a Codex play because that is the worst-case scenario that could happen here. Noah knowing that, and also, again, presuming that that Codex is going to lead to another CNC, he's looking at that Sink Below going, man, how do I utilize this card? Am I going to just have to throw it away for 0 value? I know I'm not going to be able to block with it. What am I going to be doing on my following turn? And it's looking like all the tempo is going to get ripped back to Luke's side yet again.
And that's exactly what Luke wants. He can kind of recognize, I think this is why he's using Sink Below and sinking a card, trying to draw into something a little bit better, because I think this overpitch is very telegraphed that we're going to see CNC that, plus the Tunic resource means that Codex is going to fetch that CNC, and it's going to force another card out of the hand. He's got a 1-card hand. He can't really block. He's going to lose the Arsenal. He drew, if you saw it for just a moment, he drew a that all you got, which
Wished
is...
he had that instead of the Sink Below on the previous block.
Yeah, right. That would have made so much more sense, so much better for him. But instead, he's got to choose a card. At the very least, he can discard the that all you got so that he can block 4/3 and save a little bit of life, but he's losing everything on this turn. He's losing the Spectral Shield. He's losing the Enlightened Strike. He's losing the Arsenal. And at this point, it's just going to be a pass turn.
What a swinging game that we have seen between these turns. Luke continuing to time walk his opponent, take away all the options, and then Noah finding those opportunities to generate the board, swing damage, get health equalized, and then Luke working his way through it yet again. And now we are seeing health parallel yet again as we are drawing back up, going into the next turn cycle. But Luke sitting with 5 cards ready to go with another very dangerous, threatening hand.
Orb Weaver Spinneret creating the Calicera weapon onto the board, and Kiss of Death is going to receive the buff from the Orb Weaver Spinneret. This is going to be coming across for a massive 6 with Go again already. This is the power of Arachne slip through the cracks, and I think a lot of people perhaps underselling it, maybe myself included, thinking that this is just a fine hero, just an aggressive hero in a meta full of aggressive heroes. This is one of the ones that you can choose to play, but here it's been piloted to an undefeated record, and in a meta that is just so full of, a very consistent hero like Aurora Shooting Star. Is this going to move the needle on what we could be expecting to see on Pro Tour London in a few weeks? Maybe so.
I mean, we saw early in the meta there was a high representation of assassins. Right out of the new set, people are excited to play with the new cards. They're excited to test out Markney, new, and it was not a great environment for Slippy to succeed in, given that the effect is also symmetrical to the opponent, creating a much more disadvantaged position into the assassin. But as we're seeing this meta develop, assassins are starting to fall off. We're starting to see more consistent Earth heroes representing themselves, more Mistveil, and we are now creating a position for Slippy to step forward and really showcase how it is the most powerful and, to be honest, seems to be most consistent assassin among all of them.
And you know what's interesting? I mean, you look at assassins and you think like new. That is an aggressively disruptive hero. But look at how much disruption Arachne can provide, and it's not just disruption to the hand; it's disruption to your life total. I mean, it's aggressive, and it's saying, look, I'm going to put you in these weird, awkward moments where you either have some strange silver bullet answer to like Kiss of Death for the flick on Kiss of Death, or you're just going to take 2 extra damage. And then that becomes 3 and 4 and 5, and that's what we're seeing take place here. Noah says, I can't stop this. I'm just going to have to try and play out my own massive turn, because I have to do something because I can't keep blocking.
And it's all suboptimal. The plays that you have to make to try to play around Slippy force you to be in positions that you don't want to play. You can't play out your hand the way you want it to be played. You can't block the way that you want to block. It's really putting all the onus on the person that has to respond. And a lot of it comes down to guesswork. There's so many mind games that you have to try to play around. There's so many options. I mean, Crackney has been described to me as the chat GPT of assassins. It's you take all the Majestics, you slot them in, and then you add some supporting cards, and boom, you just have this insanely juiced assassin deck that is consistent. It does the thing that you want it to do all the time. And then on top of that, it just throws a lot of damage at the opponent.
Yeah. Thinking about a block with the Traverse the Universe would fetch him a chi. He's got a 4-card hand. He's at 8. He doesn't know what to expect from his opponent. I mean, we're only on turn 7. There's no way you can really look through the graveyard and go, all 3 of these attack reactions have been removed. All 3 of these have been removed. No, you don't know the correct answer. You just have to make an educated read. And here's the block from the Traverse saying, I'm just going to put this in front. I'm going to grab this. If you've got disruption, so be it. I'll play into it. And I'm going to try and send a massive turn in my own right. Oftentimes you see this on the back of like a Manifestations of Mirror guy. But there's the flick. Kiss of Death going to come across. It's going to ping for 1 and the life loss as well. And oh my God. That was off the Ponder token from last turn. Just the nick coming across 6 damage.
That is brutal here in this scenario. Probably the most optimal card to have as the follow-up. Now Noah's stuck in a position, again, like I was mentioning earlier, he's going to have to make some suboptimal lines. We have a way to get around it. We can Restless, we can use the quick dodge flexors, and we're pretty safe that we won't get flicked to be able to stop the prevention, but you do not want to be utilizing your cards in that way. That is not the way that Noah wanted to play out that 5-card hand on his turn. It is going to get stripped, and he is going to lose a lot of the potential power that we had moving into the next turn cycle.
Yeah, as you said, luckily he knows that Flick Knives has already been activated. He doesn't have to worry about that prevention being taken away. But he's priced into either dropping to 2 or making some really uncomfortable plays that kind of rob him of what he was hoping to have a power turn. And at this point, if he drops to 2 with his aggressive opponent sitting at 15, he's just going to say no blocks.
Yeah, and we see now in Flesh and Blood, as we've moved into the Hunted set, true damage has become a much more impactful part of the game. When we refer to true damage, that means damage that is not able to be blocked on a normal axis. So Flick Knives showing its prevalence, showing the value that it's gained throughout the entire course of this game, and now putting Noah in a very tough position as we move to the end game, much like Reckless Swing, where you're going to have to end up getting a position you can't play around it. You will end up dying to it unless you have some alternative measure to play around it here. So Noah creating a Spectral Shield in a final attempt and choice to try to play around the Just a Nick. Oh, again, boom, off the top. We don't gain life. $100 well spent.
And he does
and another.
It again. Another one comes across, reveals the hand, shows him the 4 cards, says, no, you don't get to play Phantasmaclasm. We're going to take that from you. And instead, we are going to continue the turn. There's the life gain all the way down to 2. 17 with an arsenal and an undefeated record on the line.
Wow, I mean, this is just looking like an absolutely 3 of a kind in hand. 3 Mark of the
Sometimes
Widow
you
here.
just draw it up.
And the Codex. But yeah, I mean, Luke has just been absolutely on fire this game. I mean, Noah has just been on the backseat. This is reminding me a lot of Azalea. When Azalea runs hot, you just sit there, you just cannot play the game. You have no choices, you can't choose how you want to play, and you're just constantly getting disrupted. And this is exactly how it feels right now on Noah's side.
You said it reminds you of Azalea. To me, it reminds me a little bit of that Phi deck you were playing, because if you just run hot, then they just go 4-card hand, 4-card hand, sometimes 5-card hand, 4-card hand, you're dead.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing. It's turn 7.
Like I said, I'm playing a 5, but it looks like Crackney is very good at doing the same exact thing here, but with on-hits and 3 blocks. And also having those reactions just makes it so much more difficult to know how you want to follow up on the blocks here. holding a Razor's Edge in hand with the Black Widow and the Codex. I mean, how as Noah, you have to have a particular hand at the time that lines up ideally with this kind of assault. You can't just play around it in an effective manner, you know?
Luke blocks with Crown of Providence and immediately is rewarded with Razor's Edge. Just going to start the turn with pick up the point. No resource pitched into it because you don't need it. You've got 2 daggers already, but you're looking to win the game right here. 3 go again. If not respected, 3 more go again. If not respected, Razor's Edge win the game. That's the line.
Luke taking a drink from his Gatorade water bottle, a drink of champions as we move into the next attack here with the Black Widow, and following up with the Codex in hand. It's not going to end. We're still going to slam down yet another power card if Noah's able to survive this somehow.
This is going to steal the Restless Coalescence and the Spectral Shield off the board, pushes up to 6. Plus, it's important to note that he has to do this play so that he can play Codex and send more. But the response is there, and the board remains. So Noah has a chance to stick around. There's the Codex.
Here we go. Yet another card will be ripped out of Noah's hand as we find another disruption piece. Fortunately, like you mentioned, Noah still has a board state. We still have Cats that has a counter on it that we can generate another Spectral Shield to block the breakpoint of Leave No Witnesses, but it is not looking great yet again. Noah at 2, moving into the next turn cycle with a 5-card hand on Luke's side. We do get the CNC back into Arsenal if he does get the chance to get tempo back again, so we can kind of threaten a little bit of disruption, but Noah on the back foot, needing to survive somehow.
There's the Restless activation, making a second Spectral Shield to try and cover some of this damage up. That's going to soak up at least 3 damage.
Oof, reaching for the Flick Knives because yet again, we can pop the Flick Knives, destroy one of the Spectral Shields, rip through the arsenal and kill it. But noting that the Spring Tunic is online and that Calming Gesture can be activated to counter the Flick Knives. So much metagaming going on back and forth here between the hand pieces, the true damage, the prevention. It's such an interesting game to witness.
There is the response. It's going to put that onto the board. Will there be? No, there's not going to be any choice on Flick Knives here. Instead, you're just going to resolve it. Ponder's going to grab you a Codex of Blood Rot.
Yeah.
And then the draw happens yet again, and more absolute fire. Double Leave No Witness, keep in mind.
Double Leave No, double Codex of Blood Rot.
Yeah, that Leave No Witnesses will not gain go again because it's not a stealth attack, but you do have...
It's okay.
What do we have? A Bonds of Agony.
Yep, and with go again with 3 in hand, Noah is none the wiser. That is a nightmare to face when you're looking at a 4-card hand from an assassin. We see yet again coming down. Noah pondering or sitting back as Luke considers his options here. He knows that the rest of his hand is a little bit of a clunker, but Noah does not know that.
A rueful stare from Noah as he realizes the writing may indeed be on the wall. Bonds of Agony asking a question that might be too great to answer from the hand that he has. Let's take a look at what he's got. He's going to give a 3-block in Hope. At this point, it's up to hopes and prayers, and the answer is no reactions.
Noah squinting a little bit going, really? There's nothing following. Okay, great. What could possibly be following this? Waiting eagerly to see what the follow-up is.
The Graphene Calicera may be being committed.
Sliding it back.
If whether or not he can decide to not pitch that. He's choosing not to.
Yeah, knowing that it does not have go again.
Yeah.
I am going to do something if you want to go to resolution step.
Resolution step.
All right, saying, it's okay, wheel it back. I wasn't quite done yet. Don't get too eager. He's going to go ahead and transcend here while he has the opportunity to do so in resolution step.
But at this point, seeing 2 non-blocking cards in the hand for Noah makes the prospects of this turn it's almost like Luke just sort of licks his chops and says, okay, I think I can close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, we still have the quick dodge flexors, which is a great option to have, but the Codex of Blood Rot, threatening the lethal on the next turn. If I clear your board, if I get rid of all the cards in hand, it doesn't matter. You will just die to the disease. Let's do another one. Why not? How about 2 Blood Rot Pox?
Yeah, dying to Blood Debt is one thing. Dying to Blood Rot is another. And that could be the lethal out here. I think Noah sees it as well. He says, I don't know what I'm going to do now, because there's the Leave No Witnesses coming for 4. Now, technically, he doesn't know that Leave No Witnesses is also in the hand. So even now, there's still this question mark. Maybe there's a shred in hand. Maybe he's just got all the nuts in the world. But we're going to find out. Either way, you're going to have to get yourself out of this 4 and the 4 on your own turn. And
you still have the Flick Knives up, threatening the Spectral Shield that's on the board. It is just a lose-lose situation, no matter how you want to try to navigate this hand. The true damage from Flick Knives is going to end up pushing this game into a very, very bad situation for Noah, knowing that he is unable to play around the 1 damage that he's going to continue to rip apart his board.
He has the Sink Below, a special answer to a very special card, and Leave No Witnesses. Flick Knives, though, going to steal that Spectral Shield unless unless Noah has anything to say about it. Nope, it's going to be taken off the board.
So you're saying there's a chance. We're going to double draw off of the Ponder here. Luke is going to have his pick of whatever he wants as an optimal arsenal target. And then let's see if Noah can survive the disease that is going to follow in his end phase here.
Oh, and he knows there's no way for him to stop it. He had a blue and a red. There was no way to prevent that. And congratulations to Luke Magnuson on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, going undefeated at this ProQuest Plus in Milwaukee. What a way to wrap this up. 9-0. Absolute insanity.
Incredible showing, incredible skill, incredible deck construction, just showcasing a hero that many people were discounting, not really expecting to perform super well into this meta, just absolutely ripping apart everybody in the field.
That was insane, and I think we have an interview lined up. So give us a second to get everything set up, and we're going to talk with the man himself. Well, congratulations are in order to one. Luke, congratulations on picking up the win. How does it feel to win on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks?
It feels great. It feels great, especially at a kind of rough day in the team event yesterday. Sure. So coming back and running through the field was great.
I mean, undefeated as well. That's got to feel extra special, right?
Yeah, always fun.
Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose Arachne Slip Through the Cracks and what you think of the hero and its prospects in the overall meta?
I chose Arachne Slip Through the Cracks because I'm a big assassin player. I played Uzuri, played new, and when the new set came out, I explored a little bit with both Slippy and Mario, or Flippy as I call him.
Okay.
And I just felt the play patterns of Slippy were very strong, and it's a proactive deck. It's an assassin that can tangle much better with Enigma, as you saw in other defensive or other decks like that are creating a lot of board value and require you to go wide on turns. And I just think the deck asks a lot of hard questions of your opponents.
Yes, it does. We watched that all day, the questions that you were asking, and you were doing everything with such just a calm demeanor. And I guess maybe that's why this deck is so dangerous, because you're not answering the questions. You're the one asking them, right?
Yeah. You present the attack and you ask them, do I have reactions? Do I have a shred? Do I have follow-up attacks, codex? And so it's a really hard deck to play against, and so that's that's always a good thing when
Yep.
your deck makes the opponent frustrated.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Now, the Pro Tour is coming up. Will you be going to that Pro Tour?
I will be going to the Pro Tour.
Is Arachne on the menu for you as far as a deck is
I
concerned?
believe so.
I think after
Most
today,
after today,
I mean,
yeah, that
undefeated
would be
record.
bad juju to.
Yeah, you jinx it a little bit. You ran the table. I think it's worth running back, don't you?
I think so.
Well, congratulations on the win. Is there anyone you would like to shout out? Maybe some team members.
I'd like to shout out Andrew Rothermel and Noah Rolf, who are my car mates who stuck out with me through the long run, and now we have a long drive back to Minnesota tonight. But so appreciate them.
Well, at least
And
you get
all my testing partners on the Wolfpack.
Oh, of course. Congratulations to them for helping you as well. At least you get to make the drive home as the champion.
That's right,
That feels
that's right.
pretty good as well. So congratulations again. It's a big win, and you did something incredible to run the table undefeated.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone back at home for watching. It's been a fantastic weekend of coverage. Don't forget, if you want to pick up your high seas, Pirates are coming out. I don't know if you heard about that.
I did hear.
Pirates, yeah.
I did.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good. Those
Sea
are pretty
monsters.
good. Yeah, apparently you can go hunting
Yeah.
for them. If you want to get in on that action with high seas, don't forget, go to minmaxfab.com. You can pick up a case, and in doing so, you get $20 worth in singles so that you can add to what you end up pulling. So if you're looking for treasure, you can get it both at MinMaxFab on the singles side and in the sealed. So with that, I bid you adieu, goodbye, and good luck out there.